Shifter Crimes, Revenge of the Blood Pack, Book 1. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Narrated by Vin. Chapter 1. Asha. A hand presses forcefully over my mouth, waking me in an instant. Before I can think, I react, sending the person flying to the ground. Leaping out of bed, a growl rolls up from my belly, filling the air. I'm breathing hard when I look down and see my mom lying on the floor under me. Her scent, that of lilacs and sunshine, washes over me. But I still feel like a wild animal, like my wolf has taken control. My instincts are screaming to attack, but my brain is catching up, wondering why the hell my mom was pressing her hand over my mouth. Luckily for her, my wolf calms. I calm, even though my racing heart doesn't. My clenched hands fall to my sides, and then I'm just staring down at her, confused, waiting for some kind of explanation. Asha. Her voice breaks as she speaks my name, almost like she's holding back tears. And my mom, she never cries. Damn it, did I hurt her? I spring back a little and reach out a hand, then help her to her feet. My gaze goes to her leg as she puts her full weight on it. Even though my room is too dark to see if I triggered any new pain from her old injury, I'm relieved when she seems to stand with ease. Mom? Why does she seem so upset? What the hell is going on? Listen to me. Again, there's pain in her voice. Pain I don't understand. You need to take your sister and go to the end. A chill rolls down my spine and every hair on my body stands on end. No, she can't be telling me to go there. The end is an emergency plan. The place our pack of misfits and half-breeds has been trained to go when we're completely fucked. I shake my head, trying to form a response. I had a vision. Her words are low and ominous, dropping like stones between us. We don't have time to save everyone, but if we leave now, your siblings and I might just survive. She can't really be suggesting we just run right now. There's nothing we can... Nothing, she whispers. Death. Blood. Destruction. It's coming for all of us and we're almost out of time. My heart aches. Whatever is coming for Blood Pack, our plan is just to let it destroy everyone. Our neighbors. Our friends. The people who are family almost as much as we are. What if... My mind is scrambling for a solution to a problem I still don't entirely understand. There's no time. Go, get your sister downstairs. I'll get your brother. And now she isn't sad. She's angry. Authoritative. What? Wait, where's Simon? My question comes out breathless, almost like I've been running. His girlfriends. Of course. Okay, death is coming for us. The clock is ticking. But now my mind is working. There has to be a better way. You won't make it to him in time. Let me go. I'll send Isabella to the end and get Simon, and you go warn the watchtower. Asha, it'll be faster. You know it will be. We stare at each other. I know what she's thinking. She's sending me into danger. Back into town. Away from the end. But also that I am faster, and that if she doesn't let me go, chances are that she and Simon will die. She's never before let me take a punch for her, but I'm not a child anymore. She has to know this is the right choice, and that we're just wasting time even talking about it right now. Closing the distance between us, she yanks me into a tight hug. All right, she whispers into my ear, but you're going to live. You're going to be okay. Promise me. I promise I'll get us all out of here alive. I tell her, and I mean it. She turns and limps out of the door as quickly as she can, and I ignore the fact that I'm only wearing a tank top and shorts, shove my feet into my boots, and run for my sister, my heartbeat filling my ears. Speeding past my sister's room, I find it empty, but I didn't really think she was there to begin with. Rushing down to the basement, I can already hear her kicking the punching bag like it's the face of the last boy who broke her heart, which is probably exactly what she's imagining. I find my sister in a yoga pose beside the punching bag, stretching her muscles the way I taught her to, and I don't hesitate. Somehow I feel like I've already wasted too much time. We need to get out of here, now. She straightens to her normal height with a frown, combing her white blonde hair back from her face as she does so. Get out of here? To where? What the hell are you talking about? To the end, I say simply, not offering any more information. Not that she should need it. My sister's eyes widen with fear. She and every other shifter understands what going to the end means. What's going on, Asha? Her voice trembles as she asks the question, and I itch to run my hand through her long blonde hair, which is identical to mine and our mother's, while I assure her that everything will be fine. But I know I can't. Not right now. Yet, if we hurry, there'll be plenty of time for that when we're all safe and out of danger. I'm getting Simon. Mom's telling the lookouts. You need to run to the end. We'll all meet you there. Okay, she whispers, and those big eyes of hers are filled with trust. Trust I hope I deserve. Her hand slips into mine, and her scent comes over me. It's like the beach, the salty water, the sand, and even almost sunscreen. It's comforting. A scent that always makes me smile. For half a second, it overwhelms me before I remember what I'm doing. Quickly, I give her hand a squeeze before dropping it, and then we're both running. The stairs fly by. The rooms of the only house I've ever known flash by. It's all a blur. Suddenly, a nightmare where once there was only sunshine and laughter. I pause outside of my brother's room for half a second, just in case Mom was wrong. But, of course, he's not there. He's rarely here at night, not when there's more freedom to be found out in the town. So I keep going, throwing open the door of our house, then pausing. Nervously, I look around, half expecting to see monsters in every shadow, but I see nothing worrisome. It's all quiet. And yet, I would never doubt my mom's visions. They've saved countless lives, and I hope tonight they'll save ours. Are you sure? My sister whispers at my side. Nodding, I shove her toward the woods. Just go. I don't wait for a reply. I'm already going the other way, heading to find my brother, only glancing back once to make sure my sisters listened. And seeing her gone, I speed up. I force my mom and sister's scents out of my head and out of my nose because their scents are distracting, and I don't have time to be distracted. Running faster than I ever have in my life, I make it across our small town into my brother's girlfriend's house, then head around to the back. My brother is asleep when I sneak into the room through the open window, his girlfriend curled up in his arms. I walk to his side and gently shake him awake, taking care not to wake her. He jerks up when he sees me and the movement rouses her. Simon, we have to go. We're meeting Mom and Isabel at the end. Let's go. He rubs his face. What? I punch him in the shoulder. The end. Now. Mom's had a vision. His hand drops and his blue eyes widen. Instantly alert. A vision? We're in trouble? Yes. I throw off the covers, glad to find them both clothed, and shove his legs so that his feet are hanging off the bed. Faster, let's go. We're almost out of time. He looks at Cassandra, who is now wide awake too. My mom's had a vision. We have to go to the end. But my stuff, my parents, she says groggily. I notice that her dark hair is almost as messy as my brother's short red hair. We leave now or we die. I tell them firmly. I see it in their faces. My warnings have finally clicked. They both shove their feet into their shoes and I move to the window, waiting until they come toward me. Then, I scramble out of the window and start to run. They follow, his hand around his girlfriend's. He's calmer than Isabella had been, but that's one trait that characterizes Simon. His calmness. I've almost never seen him panic. No matter the situation, he is in all the ways the thinker of our family, the patient one, and not at all a person of action. Which is why I need to keep him focused now. He could analyze this thing until we're all dead, if I let him. I briefly consider going through the woods, the long way around, to reach the end. Then just decide the hell with it, since time matters right now, and cut straight through town. We're nearly to the center when I hear someone scream. A terrible screaming that makes the hairs on my arms stand on end before the scream is abruptly cut off. An alarm begins to ring, which at least means that my mom got to the lookout tower in time. And then I hear a strange sound. Hesitating for only the briefest moment, I look to see the Smith's house on fire. And it's surreal. Just a random house crackling with flames as the town sleeps. Yet I know it isn't random. People begin to come out of their houses, looking confused, and I shout, "Go to the end! Hurry!" Some people respond, hurrying one way or another toward the forest, but others run toward the burning home instead. Damn it. "Should we help?" Simon asks hesitantly behind me. "Not if we want to live," I say, moving slowly forward. "But the Durseys," Simon sounds upset. "I am too. But I made Mom a promise, and I need to follow through with it. I need to trust her enough to believe that if we don't do this, it'll cost us our lives. Faster." I simply mouth to my brother and his girlfriend, and they obey, looking grim. We're going as fast as we can, but not like we're racing. More like we're prey, running from a ruthless predator, moving with stealth and care. Which I know is strange for all of us because wolves aren't accustomed to being prey. But I sense we are now. My heart's racing and sweat's rolling down my back. Somewhere in the distance I hear an unidentifiable roar that shakes the ground. I jump a little as birds take flight in every direction around us, exploding out of the trees. They caw as they do so, as if they're messengers of death, of our deaths. Whatever my mom had seen coming for us, it's here. We make it to a tiny alley between two houses and hesitate. All of us exchanging fearful looks. Then we step out onto a street lined by houses and shops. It's not a big road, but it is big for our town. It's a street that will leave us out in the open. Except it's already in chaos. My heart freezes as I take in the nightmare in front of me. More houses are on fire. More screams rise into the air. And people are running in all directions, panicking rather than thinking. I want to rally them all, get them to calm down and get them out of here. But that will take too long. Besides, the whole thing is damn strange. I don't see any enemies yet. There's not any reason for the chaos other than the burning houses, and few people seem to be trying to put out the flames. So, what are they running from? And then, I see a wolf. An unfamiliar wolf with dark fur and white patches. He stalks out from an alley, then leaps through the window of the Callan home, shattering the glass. Someone shouts inside, and I see the family run out into the street, racing as if their lives depend on it. But the wife, Amelia, barely makes it 2 steps before a bear leaps onto her from the same alley and tears her throat out. Inside, the children and husband are screaming. Then, not. I'm going to vomit. Later. Not now. But it doesn't change the fact that I can picture exactly what happened in that house. I take several deep breaths, then motion for my brother and his girlfriend to follow me down another alley, away from the Callan house, knowing we can't help. Knowing my priority needs to be getting us to safety. No matter how much the sob building in my throat hurts my heart. Scents explode all around me as I escape into the darkness. Wolves, bears, mountain lions, panthers, and other creatures, ones I don't recognize. And magic. Dark magic. The scents tangle together as I run, all cloaked by the more powerful scent of the smoke that fills the air. I'm no longer worried about getting to the end as fast as possible. Things have changed. Our enemies are upon us. Now I need to get my brother to the woods, and we need to get as far from here as possible before circling around to the end. We just have to survive. Surviving is all that matters. But when we have to cross the next road, pure panic fills me. And I hesitate in the shadows of the alley as everything seems to hit me at once. There are so many scents. It's overwhelming as I instinctually pick them out, separating them, identifying them. Blood hangs heavily on the air along with the sense of unknown people, more strangers than I ever imagined. So many enemies. I draw in a ragged breath. This isn't just an attack. This is war. Our own kind, shifter and supernatural, has declared war on us and we hadn't even seen it coming. Not by anything except a vision. "Asha?" My brother whispers at my side, those pale eyes of his filled with worry. I jerk back to reality, then look at him with a nod to show I'm okay. Simon doesn't do well when people start to freak out, so I can't. Not now. Not until we're safe. It's okay, he tells me, and then surprises me by pulling me into a hug. We're going to be okay. He squeezes me so tightly that I feel a sense of calmness and safety awaken inside of me, like my brother is anchoring me back to this world, where I desperately need to be. Then he releases me, and I take a calming breath. Simon isn't the hugging type, but he must have realized I really needed it, now to get us out of here. Inching forward, I continue through the alley until I reach the next open road. Then I peek out at the street, not knowing what to expect, and feel the color drain from my face. I see a young girl of about 5, slaughtered on the road, while a wolf feeds on her father's stomach beside her. Damn it. Angelica and Seth. Both are dead. Both dead. And now I desperately want to freak out, but I can't. If I do, we'll die too. So I curl my hands into fists and tell myself to stay focused. There's nothing I can do to save them. So I just turn away and take a deep breath, knowing I have to get my brother to safety. I take a step forward and someone yanks me back. Turning around, I see my brother shaking his head. He points to go back the way we came. I shake my head in response. We can't be trapped in the middle of town. We'll die. We're so close to the woods that it's better to press on here than to go back. I know that. Simon doesn't look happy, but he grabs his girlfriend's hand, and his expression grows determined. Taking a deep breath, I turn back around and watch as the wolf rushes off to the next street. The road is empty, except for the dancing shadows from the burning houses and the dead bodies. So I gesture for them to follow me. Then I start running, trying to reach the next alley as fast as I can. To run away from the danger behind us, but also the realization that a lot of the people I care about will die today, have died today. It's a tragedy that would normally send me collapsing to my knees, but some terrible part of me knows that this is just the beginning. My mom has told me a lot of stories. Terrible stories about war and the way our people were treated in the real world. And from what I've learned, I know that the loss from today will haunt me for the rest of my life. Because, unfortunately, I know every pack member's name, and none of their deaths will be forgotten. Lost but never forgotten. I touch my face as I run, finding my cheeks wet with tears. Something inside of me is breaking, but my body is still moving. Moving fast even though I'm shaking, or maybe I'm in shock. I don't know. I don't know anything except that I've never been this scared in my life. Our people can fight back. They will fight back. But if Mom has already seen our destruction, I don't know if it'll matter. Maybe the warning bell sounding is enough to change the tide. But I can't bet on that. All I can do is get my brother to safety. Ahead of me, I see the edge of the woods and feel a wave of relief. I turn back to my brother to make sure he's seen it too, and the relief I felt a moment before dashes away. He's gone. I'm running to safety alone. But no, he was there. Behind me just a minute ago. I'd seen him, known he was there. And what the hell reason could he possibly have for splitting off? Simon is smart. Smarter than me. He knows better. I retrace my steps, searching frantically for Simon. And then I see him. He's holding a heart in his hands. Blood runs down his hand and arm. His eyes are wide with shock, but his chest is rising and falling as if he was running. At his feet is the body of one of the attackers, a dead wolf. I want to scream at him to ignore the chaos and come with me when I see the reason he's stopped to fight. His girlfriend is lying on the ground. Her throat split open. Blood coats her, and her eyes seem to stare at the sky. But really, she's staring at nothing at all. "Simon!" I shout, my voice shaking. He looks up slowly, like he doesn't remember who I am or where he is. I open my mouth to tell him we have to go, that he's in shock, but that if we stay, we'll die. Before I can, the building beside me explodes, throwing me to the ground and blurring my vision. Fear rips through me, but I pull myself up, blind and terrified, feeling the heat from flames somewhere in front of me, still desperate to reach my brother. To keep him safe. Simon has never been a fighter. He's never done well in bad situations. He needs me. My vision slowly returns, and I stumble back as I realize that the house between us has collapsed into the street, covered in fire, a smoking pile of burning rubble. I try to inch around it to get to my brother, but I can't. Looking over the flames, I see his pale blue eyes staring back at me. The heart is still in his hand, but now his arm hangs at his side, and I hate the lost look in his eyes. Then I recognize a change in his scent. It reeks of pain. Raw, angry pain. The kind of pain that could blind anyone to the dangerous situation we're currently in. Go to the end. I'll meet you there. He shakes his head. Simon! I'm begging, my voice cracking. Simon, run! Images flash through my mind. More dead bodies. More blood. My mom. My sister. And Simon bleeding and dead, their gazes staring at nothing. Their bodies empty shells. And I don't know if it's happening or if I'm only imagining it. But I start screaming. And screaming. And screaming. Everything around me is on fire. Red eyes appear in every shadow, and growls rise up like a roaring sound that wants to consume me. In every direction, death waits. In every direction, the life I knew is over. Everyone and everything I've ever loved will fade away, leaving nothing but blood and ash in its place. I realize I'm still screaming. I try to stop. I feel tears flowing down my face, but terrifying images just keep flashing in my mind until I'm on my knees, my own screams ringing through my ears. Suddenly, I'm in a different place, looking at a different person. There's no fire, no blood, no death. Just a room with light washing over it from somewhere. I don't know where. I'm confused, looking around in a panic. My throat feels parched, achy, and someone is holding me. In a strange room. In a strange place. Only as the old memories fade away, as the effect of my nightmare fades, I remember coming to this room. I remember where my duffel bag sits, where I took my shower, and who I'm with. My body's still shaking, and my throat's still sore, but reality is starting to wash away the terror of my nightmare, of the night I lost everything. I shift a little and look up into the face of the person holding me. It's Max Blackwell, and he's rocking me from side to side, trying to calm me like I'm a child. My eyes meet his, and for a second I feel different. I just stare into those pale brown eyes of his, which seem intelligent and kind all at once. I want to touch him, to see if this man in this moment is really real, because it doesn't feel like it. His brown hair is messy, and it's never messy. The dark locks falling over his forehead soften the badass, uptight look that he usually wears like a cloak. My hands itch to reach up and touch his hair, to push it back from his forehead the way he likes to keep it styled. But I curl my hands into fists to stop myself. Instead, my gaze runs over the hard lines of his face, the dark arches of his eyebrows, his strong jaw, then down his body. He's shirtless, and my breath catches. For a man who wears so many dark suits, he looks incredible out of them. His shoulders are broader than I ever thought possible, and the muscles that tighten his arms, chest, and stomach make me wonder how the hell he hid them so well, and why any man with a body like his would keep it concealed in dark suits. It's not attraction I feel toward him. Not exactly. It's something else. Maybe something to hold on to when I desperately need grounding. Something to make me feel safe. And this man feels like a safe harbor in an unexpected way that's almost frightening. Because this isn't a dream. What I do here matters. And if I make the wrong move here, I'll pay for it.
Are you okay?
he asks, his face soft with concern. His voice is husky, almost sleepy. Yet no matter how softly he spoke, his words shake me from my stupor, and I feel walls around my heart and mind rising so fast that it's almost painful. Yes. The word comes out a rasp. You were screaming, he tells me gently, his expression bouncing between one of disbelief and one of worry, maybe both. I'm okay, just a nightmare. I try to sound confident, but the words come out shaky. He hesitates, then pushes on. You have a lot of nightmares. Are you sure there isn't something else? What, like I'm reliving one of the worst nights of my life? I almost laugh at the thought because it's not even true. That wasn't the worst night of my life. It was the start of every night of my life being awful. It was the end of my innocence. The end of my family. The end of my life as I knew it. Now all that's left behind is a woman with a mission. A heartless piece of shit woman with a mission. I push away from him. I'm fine, Dr. Phil. His body stiffens and he drops his hands, letting me climb off the bed and out of his lap. I look around the motel room, from my bed to his empty one. I've had nightmares with him before, and he'd always tried to help me. But this was the first time he'd touched me. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm going to take a shower, I say. Good. All softness is gone from his voice, because we have work to do. Surprise, surprise, I tell him dryly, gathering up my stuff for the shower, and trying not to notice how hoarse my voice still is from all my screaming. Just make it quick, he says, and it's the closest to snapping at me he's gotten. I pause in the doorway to the bathroom and look back, letting my gaze roam over him. He's wearing long gray pajama pants and no shirt. He's running his fingers angrily through his hair and staring down at his bed. It's the most human-like I've seen him since we started working together. Like underneath his suits, he's actually a man. And seeing him as a man bothers me for reasons I don't understand. Anytime, even for a moment, that I feel a personal connection with him, I do something stupid. Normally, this is where I'd say something obnoxious to piss my captor off, but instead I slip into the bathroom, not yet ready for a fight, verbal or otherwise. Locking the door, I turn on the shower to warm it up, and strip down, shivering as the cold air hits me. Or maybe I'm still shivering from the nightmare, or Max touching me. I'm not sure which, but my body feels like it's overloading. Like I need to shift into my wolf form and go racing through the woods until I can't remember what it means to be human any longer. Not that I can do that. Not until I've righted my wrongs. A soft whisper makes me jerk. But I know that voice. I know what it wants. And even when I see dark, wispy shapes out of the corner of my eye, I ignore them. I ignore it all because it can only bring me trouble. Stepping into the shower, I turn it to scalding hot, then stiffen when it hits me. But hot water is exactly what I need right now. The pain helps to wash the memories away, and the knowledge of what I still have to do, the terrible things I still have to do. I'm trembling, more from anger than fear now, but I don't want to stop being angry. The anger helps me, keeps me going. And right now, the most important thing is that I keep going. I sold my soul for a reason, to save my pack, or what's left of it. And I need the anger to remind me that I'm still a long way from doing that. Most of my pack died that night. The rest wished they had. Now either I find them and try to save their tortured souls, or the others find them before I do and kill them. That night might have been the start of my journey into hell, but it's far from over. And if Max or the others get in my way, I don't care how handsome they are. I'll drag them into hell right alongside me. Chapter 2. Asha. It's a cold morning. It's so early that the gray dawn has just barely streaked the sky over the trees with light, giving the strangest feeling of the hours before a storm. Even though I don't smell rain in the air, it makes me uneasy, but I try to push the feeling aside. It's just an early morning while working, nothing more. The clouds are clouds, not some sign of trouble to come. Max is inside questioning the waitress and some of the townsfolk. He told me to wait outside, because according to him, I get bitchy when people don't answer our questions well enough. Okay, so he didn't say bitchy, but his "you're not experienced with interrogating" was code for stop shoving people against the walls and screaming at them until they cry and tell us useless information because they don't actually know anything about your pack members. Which, alright, he has a point about. But part of me also wonders if him wanting space away from me has anything to do with my freak-out in his arms this morning. But who knows with that guy? The thing is, it feels like Max wants me walking on a tightrope. Like we're playing some kind of game. He wants me to follow the fucking Enforcer's protocol when finding my pack, whereas I want to burn the world down if it helps me reach my people sooner. So basically, we have a difference of opinions on how the mission should be handled. But, hell, it's better than how things were. When I was first captured by the Enforcers, I was little more than a prisoner. Slowly, they'd let me off my fucking leash and allowed Max and I to work together, to explore leads about my pack, while reminding me that if I slip up, I'll be thrown into a deep, dark cell for the rest of my life, and they'll just kill my pack members rather than try to gather them peacefully. Assholes. But then the Enforcers, basically the top cops of Supernatural, aren't exactly known for being likable. So when Max asked me to give him some space so he could gently ask the townfolks questions, I'd done as he asked, no matter how much it upset me, because I might be good at a lot of things, but interacting with people, especially humans, is not my strength, and I want to save my people enough to put my pride aside. I take another deep breath, inhaling the sense of greenery all around me. I wish I could close my eyes and see trees and rivers and sunshine instead of blood and death. That every time I relax, even for a minute, my ears aren't filled with the sounds of screaming. But this is my cross to bear, one I deserve. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I spot something dark. My spine stiffens, and I refuse to look at it, refuse to acknowledge it. Even when it whispers, even when it calls for me, promising me things that would only ever destroy me, no matter how much I want to look at it and just do as it asks. You're investigating the strange shit, aren't you? I whirl around, breathing hard, my hands curled into fists. How the hell the weird old woman snuck up on me without me smelling her is beyond me. But as I inhale slowly, breathing in the scents of herbs and fire, I know. You're a witch. She cocks her head. Her eyes, almost entirely white, somehow seem to stare into my soul. And you're some mixed breed freak, aren't you? My teeth grit together so hard the sound is audible. Guilty as charged. And yet you don't seem to be crazy, foaming at the mouth, or filled with a desire for blood. Well, I am one of those things, I tell her, narrowing my eyes. To my surprise, she laughs, throwing back her long gray hair as she does so. You must have a value if you are working with the Enforcers. One that's more useful than a clever mouth? Yeah, I do have a use. And if you know I'm here with the Enforcers and hear about the strange shit, I'm betting you know something that might help us. I try not to sound too sarcastic, but I can't help it. It's my nature. Perhaps? She purrs the word like she's a cat. But given all the short, pale hairs on her flowery dress and the scent of feline on her, I'm guessing she's got at least a dozen of them. But if I tell the Enforcer what I know, he'll also learn things that Enforcers might not like knowing. Things that might cause problems for me. And yet, I don't like the trouble that's come to my town. I take a step closer to her, and those strange eyes of hers focus on me. At least I think they do. Let me be frank. I'm not an Enforcer. I want information that might lead to people I care about. That's it. I don't care if you're crafting love spells on the whole fire department and fucking them like rabbits every day. I just want my information. The guy in there doesn't need to know anything else. I gesture toward Max. She studies me, then gives a nod. Follow me. This is probably a bad idea, but worst case scenario, I end up dead. So, no real loss there. She leads me across the street from the little diner and off the main road that runs through the shitty little town. We enter the dark woods, and the hairs on the back of my neck instantly stand on end. I freeze and look around carefully, feeling weary. Early morning light streams between branches, and the typical flowers and plants are all around us. Everything looks normal, but I don't think this feeling is because of the woman either. Something just feels wrong in these woods. It's off in a way I can't explain, but plan to figure out. We keep going deeper into the woods and away from the town, her walking with more energy than I would have imagined possible given her age. But then, witches have always been strange to me. Even my own mother. My mother who I killed. Fuck. Focus. Speaking over her shoulder, she says,
"It started a few weeks ago. I felt it one night like a storm brewing, but the skies were clear. Eventually I went to bed, and then a storm really did pick up. It woke me up. The wind was blowing, clouds covering the moon, and my cats were growing crazy. And then everything grew quiet once more. But I knew it wasn't over. I knew something bad had come to my little town."
Damn it. Part of me wants all of this to mean I've closed in on one of my old pack members. But the other part of me just wants her to be crazy. Flashes, memories roll through my mind of those of us who were imprisoned by the blood mages alongside me. We were tortured, experimented on. We became something else. Something wrong. Capable of magic as cruel and awful as the blood mages themselves. Magic born from dark magic. That night we escaped. I was one of the last to be released. I'd been recently experimented on. My head was messed up with the drugs they'd forced through my body. My vision was spinning. It was like jumping off an OR table into absolute chaos. By the time I figured out what the hell had happened, my pack was gone. I tried to find them, but all I'd heard were stories. Stories of the awful things my remaining pack members were doing, blinded by the call of the dark magic woven within them. I want to believe it's all an exaggeration, that my pack wouldn't really do those things. But the couple I'd gotten close to, well, they had done awful things. I just don't know anymore. If one of them coming to town brought such a dark omen, I can't keep pretending that any of what I've heard is an exaggeration. Maybe my pack members really are as twisted as the enforcers think. But either way, I want to find them. I want this lead to bring me to them so badly that my soul aches at the thought.
"Then the animals started disappearing."
She says it quietly, but it still feels loud in the woods. Too loud, because not a single creature's sound stirs the silence.
"A deer was found slaughtered in town. Then a bear. People didn't know what to think, but I did. Something evil had come to our town."
She freezes up ahead of me, and I take a few steps to catch up to her. But the scent hits me even before I see it. In the trees, a bunny hangs from a few vines, like a bug caught by a spider web. Only, fuck, someone shredded the damn thing. Shredded the bunny. What the hell can do that? We keep going, but there are more and more animals hanging from the trees. Rabbits, squirrels, birds, dogs, cats, and their killings look pointless. Nothing ate them. Nothing skinned them. Whoever or whatever the fuck did this did it for pleasure. That I know. As my mind goes through the pack members who were tortured alongside me, I can't imagine a single one of them who would do this. None of them were capable of doing something so awful. This has to be something else. A demon, maybe. Not someone I love. The old woman stops and turns around to face me.
"This is as far as I'll go. I'm sorry, but the scent of dark magic is overwhelming."
I can't smell the dark magic yet, but I believe her. Witches are more sensitive to magic, after all. Those pale eyes of hers meet mine again.
Just get them out of my town. There are children here, families here. My magic has made this a safe haven for all. There are no murders, no kidnappings. It's protected. I've done this. Placed a blanket over all the humans, even though it's against the rules. But fighting this is too powerful for me.
Something softens in my heart. Is that her secret? That she used her powers to protect the humans here? As far as secrets go, it's a pretty damn good one. Even though she's right that the enforcers would have an issue with a witch interfering in the lives of humans in such a huge way. I'll take care of it. I don't promise her, because I'm done with promises. But I mean what I say, no matter what I find in these woods. She smiles, and then her eyes widen. Her mouth opens and blood comes pouring out. Vines suddenly slam all the way through her chest. 4 big ones. And then she's dragged back like a rubber band snapping. I don't have time to think. I just start chasing after her. My feet pound on the ground beneath me. My heartbeat fills my ears. I barely stop in time as I come to the edge of a massive, blackened space in the middle of the woods. It curves down like a bowl, and animals hang from every space around it like sickening decorations. The witch has been brought to the center of the bowl where a woman stands. Not just any woman, but Abby. Abby, the shifter who taught our entire pack. She's a woman in her early 30s with an easy smile, wild outfits, and dance moves that made the whole town laugh. But she's not standing in a bright orange outfit with Halloween cats on it now. Her auburn hair is darker, tangled and falling about her shoulders like she hasn't seen a brush in months. Her gray clothes are stained with blood and dirt, and she stands barefoot. She doesn't seem to see me, just stands with her hands outstretched, bringing the witch closer to her by the vines that came from the center of the bowl. My mouth feels dry as I breathe in the new coppery scent. But I swallow. Blood. Fuck. I didn't mind the dried blood from the animals, but the witch is dripping with fresh blood. And now that I'm a fucking blood mage, I'm drawn to the blood like any vampire. Not just that, but deep inside I know it'll fuel the powerful magic within me. Not that I would ever feed off an unwilling person. Not that I've accepted that dark side of me yet. But is that what this is all about? Abby is getting blood to fuel her magic. I can fix this. I can tell her that although we want blood and need it for our magic to work, unlike with vampires, we don't need it to survive. She can just stop. She can be free of all of this. The vines draw the witch to Abby, and Abby reaches out, smears blood off of the old woman's chest and licks it off her fingers. Her expression is far away. Lost. And the witch? Her head is rolled to the side, her eyes wide in shock. "Stop!" I say, my voice shaking. Abby jerks, and then turns to me. But instead of looking at 2 pools of green eyes that are always filled with laughter, they stare at me blankly, so blankly that it makes my stomach turn. She lifts a hand toward me, and more vines explode from the ground and barrel toward me. I leap easily out of the way of them and hit the ground once more in a crouch. Before the vines can strike again, I'm running. I dive off of the edge of the bowl and head right toward them. But Abby isn't watching me. Instead, she's feeding on the witch's throat, and I think I might vomit because this isn't the way vampires feed. She's feeding like a fucking wild animal. She's torn out the woman's throat, and I know without checking her pulse that the witch is dead. Dead. Abby killed her. Abby, the school teacher. Abby, who had the kind of laughter that was infectious. She killed a random, innocent woman. "Abby!" I scream as I reach her. She pulls back from the witch, staring at me, and there's a flicker of intelligence in her eyes. My heart aches. Yes, Abby, it's me, it's Asha. Her head tilts. Asha. Tears sting my eyes. Yes, little Asha, you taught me my whole life. Remember how we used to laugh at my poetry? Asha, she repeats again, but there's something in the way she says it. Does she remember me? I feel like I can't catch my breath. Yes, it's me. I'm a blood pack, just like you are. We're family, and what those mages did to us was wrong, but you don't have to live that way any longer. Let me help you. Let me get you out of here. Asha, she says again and turns back to the witch before beginning to feed on her again, her sickening slurping sounds filling the air. I'm trying to ignore the pressure in my chest and behind my eyes. Abby, let her go. Come with me. Let me help you. I reach my hand out, but she doesn't respond. Just keeps feeding. Abby, please. They ruined our home. They hurt people. But that doesn't need to be the end of the blood pack. I'm trying to find the others. I'm trying to help all of us. We can be a pack again. We can be family again. Finally, she drops the witch, and the old woman's body hits the ground with a thud that makes my skin crawl. Abby turns and looks at me, and I stretch my hand out further, praying that she'll take it. There's 1 second of warning, and I roll without thinking, just barely in time to avoid the piercing vines that slam into the place I was just a moment before. I leap back to my feet, shocked. Abby, stop! The vines come for me again, and I keep moving, leaping, trying to avoid the bastards stabbing through me. Because I just got an up-close and personal view of what Abby plans for me if I'm not strong enough. Not that this means I'm giving up on her. I can't. No matter what. She might not remember me or care about me yet, but I have forever to save her. To remind her. I'm springing around the darkened bowl of earth faster and faster as more vines slam toward me. But as much as I might look like I'm just jumping around, I have a plan. And when I see the opportunity, I leap and knock Abby to the ground. The vines freeze for a moment as I pin her to the ground. Abby, you have a daughter, Stacy. Do you remember her? Do you remember your own child? Stacy? Her daughter's name is a broken sob as her gaze moves to my face, and tears fill her eyes. Stacy died. They killed her. In front of me, just like everyone else. She screamed for me. She begged me to save her. But I couldn't. I know, I say, choking on my own tears. Then her face twists. Because of you. You did this to us. You're the reason she died. Each word is like a blow. A blow I deserve. I know, and you never have to forgive me, but let me help you. Stacy wouldn't have wanted you to be a murderer. She wouldn't want you to be this person. Her gaze holds mine. It's too late, the blood calls. It calls for you too, and none of us can resist. She smiles, blood on her teeth. You already killed us all. Suddenly a vine slams through my shoulder. I gasp in shock and taste blood, then reach behind me and yank the vine right back out, half toppling onto Abby as I try to shake off the pain. She grabs for me, revealing her fangs, trying to feed on me, but I shove back from her, rolling to my side. And then, faster than I could have imagined, she's on top of me. You killed us all, she whispers, and then she flashes her fangs and dives down toward me. It's like time pauses. I can pull away, but I don't. She's right. I killed her. I killed all of them. If I can't save them now, then I shouldn't be the only one to survive with my mind intact. So, I just stop. Above me, a dark shape slams into Abby, and I let my head fall to the side in shock. A wolf with dark brown fur squeezes Abby's throat as she claws at him, and then a snap vibrates through the air, and Abby's eyes dull. Her head falls to the side, and the dark wolf slowly pulls off of her. The wolf turns and looks at me. Pale brown eyes are filled with anger. Max. Of course it's Max. Here to save me, even when I don't want to be saved. Closing my eyes, I fight tears. How many of my pack members are left? And in trying to save them, will I just end up killing the last of them? I scream. Scream my frustrations into the sky. But it doesn't make me feel any better. I failed. I can't fail again. Chapter 3. Asha. The road stretches out in front of us, practically glowing in the evening light, and I lean back a little more in the passenger seat with a sigh. I'm getting pretty damn tired of the road, of exploring all these towns in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in hopes of finding more leads. Yes, it's what I signed on for. But I thought there would be more success and fewer hours upon hours spent in almost near silence. In a car. With fucking Max. But usually I can handle it. At least I can better than today. But I'm still agitated from what happened with Abby a few days ago. And the sideways glances that Max keeps throwing my way from the driver's seat aren't helping. I know it's ridiculous, but I prefer that he treats me like a grenade about to go off than a fragile person. It's easier when he's ignoring me rather than having to deal with the pitying looks I'm getting now. Because we both know I'm feeling more than a little sorry for myself right now. I'd finally reached one of my pack members before it was too late, and I still couldn't save her. Other enforcers had come to clean up her body, and that of the old witch. They'd taken pictures, asked questions, but neither Max nor I mentioned the moment when I was going to let Abby kill me. Maybe Max wasn't sure what he saw, but it didn't matter. It was a moment of weakness I can never repeat. I don't get to just die. I have people to save. Basically, I have my hands full, so whatever the hell Max's problem is, he needs to get over it. What? I finally snap when I see his neck turn in my direction for the 100th time. He turns back to the road, the veins on his hands prominent from how hard he's squeezing the steering wheel. You couldn't have saved her. She was too far gone. Because you know so much about saving blood mages? I tell him dryly. Belatedly, I regret calling my own pack member a blood mage, but that's what the enforcers call us now. And sometimes it gets in my head. He's quiet for a moment, then says, But as far as blood mages go, she was weak. I want you to know that, because we'll need to be on our game if we want to take them down. Maybe he needs to be on his game. But I'm not trying to take them down. I want to save them. And I have to keep holding on to hope that the rest of my pack might want to be saved half as badly as I want to save them. I don't want to talk about Abby anymore, I tell him curtly. Okay. He nods, then clears his throat. The nightmares you have seem to bother you a lot. Want to tell me about them? Great change in conversation. Sure. Who doesn't want to tell their captor their innermost secrets? I say in a sickly sweet voice. I know it's not technically true, but I want to argue and get things back to the way they were. I don't know why. He sighs. You're not my prisoner, Asha. You came with me of your own free will. Free will? I snort. Yeah, like I had a choice. You'd have killed or captured me anyway. Asha, come on. We both know you hate me and that you're just waiting for the perfect opportunity to drive a stake through my vampiric heart. Again, not technically true, but there's enough about what I said that is true that I don't mind flinging the words at him. Those big hands of his shift on the steering wheel again, then grip it harder. You're helping me as much as I'm helping you. You shouldn't see it like that. His voice is calm and quiet when he speaks, and ironically, it makes me angrier, like he's patronizing me. Oh, Asha, tell me everything about you so that I can kill you when you're at your weakest. Yeah, right. But that's exactly how I see it, I tell him, glaring. Like usual, he doesn't take the bait, just says, I'm sorry you feel that way. Fucking robot, I mutter, pushing my sunglasses up higher on the bridge of my nose and glaring out at the woods that surround the little road we're on. A few minutes of silence pass and then he says, We'll be at our next stop in less than an hour. Perfect. Damn it, I really do sound like a bitch. The thing is, I know he's frustrated that I snapped at him, but he needs to get used to the fact that this is just how it will be between us. I'm never going to be a perfect, polite robot like him. To me, this isn't a job, and he's not my friend or coworker. I'm here because it's the best chance I have of finding what's left of my blood pack, and getting the enforcers to show them mercy so they won't all just be slaughtered for what they are. Maybe after we're done, Max will become my enemy. Actually, he probably will be. But either way, I can't get close to him, and I can't trust him. Doing so would be stupid, and a distraction I can't afford. I already failed my pack and my family once. I'm not going to do it again. Although I've failed them more than once. When we were attacked, when we were captured, when we were tortured, and when we were changed by the blood mages. I shiver and wrap my arms around myself. Flashes of the sound of screaming, along with the sight of blood, and the painful experiments race through my mind. Moments where I could feel the cold bars of a cage at my back, and the cold metal floor beneath me, stealing all warmth from my sore body. It's all right there in my mind, just below my determination to survive. Memories of the blood mages, memories of hell, and it's suddenly hard to breathe. I try to push the feeling away. I try to take deep, even breaths, but that panicky feeling is still there, whispering that it's inside of me. I hate thinking about the blood mages because it always makes me remember how twisted I am now, how I have dark, ugly magic inside of me. I swear sometimes I can even feel it, like a tar running through my veins, spreading through every inch of me, destroying who and what I once was. Although logically I'm already destroyed. That fucking boat has long since sailed. "Are you cold?" Max asks. I startle and look down at myself, realizing I'm clenching my arms and shaking. I'm fine, but still he turns down the air. He's not looking at me, even though I know he had to in order to know I was cold, which pisses me off for reasons I don't understand. This man, and the other enforcers, see my kind as little more than dangerous burdens, so why should he care if I'm cold? It's not just him, though. I almost laugh as the idea comes to me. Like I care if it's just him who hates my kind or the whole damn world. Yet the thought isn't wrong. Our society sees a half-shifter, half-witch like me as dangerous. Since half-breeds are often unstable and crazed, we've all been labeled as such. That's why the blood pack was created. That's why our town was built. It was a safe place for half-breeds. At least it was, until it wasn't. And now that I've been changed again, turned into this fucking thing, I'm worse than any half-breed. More dangerous than even the enforcers can imagine. Max's cell phone rings and I jump a little. He answers, lifting it to his ear. "Hello?" A pause. "Yes, sir." A longer pause. "Yes, sir. I'll take care of it." And then he sets his phone back down. "Orders to kill me?" I ask, trying to sound hopeful. He doesn't answer for a long minute. "They're just making sure we're on schedule." My heart races. That can't be all. Any sightings of my pack? Sightings, yes. Captures, no. And are we going to the location of one of these sightings? I ask, trying not to sound too hopeful. He seems to consider his words with care, something he does a lot, much to my annoyance. "They will always send us to the most likely places because, with your presence, they're hoping to have fewer casualties." So basically they're hoping I can calm down my crazed pack members rather than have the enforcers continue to lose their people. It's a bit annoying, but it's also what I ultimately want. So I keep my thoughts to myself. I steal a look at Max's profile and hate how perfect he looks. So perfect that I want nothing more than to mess up his dark hair, to put his tie askew. Damn. I bet he'd lose his mind if I did that, because he takes perfectionism to a whole new level. And yet it's hard not to remember what he looked like that morning when he was holding me. Like a person, rather than just an enforcer. A person who was concerned about my nightmare. Maybe even about me. I can't help the feeling of guilt that creeps up. Yes, I don't want to be here, with him, but Max is technically helping me. Well, he's using me if you think about it, but I'm using him too. So, on a surface level, there's no need for me to be a raging bitch to him all the time. But for some reason, I can't help it. No, not for some reason. For good goddamn reasons. His loyalty is to the Enforcers and mine is to my pack. If the Enforcers tell him to kill me or my pack members, he will. And no amount of holding me after my nightmares will change that. So I'm keeping my distance for a reason. My goal is to find my pack. Find my brother, who the Enforcers think is dead, and disappear before I can become their next test subject. That should be the only thing that's important to me. Not how distractingly perfect Max is, or how big and strong his hands are. I try to stop thinking about him in that manner, but his scent calls to me strongly. It's clean and crisp, like fallen rain and cedar. When I breathe it in, it makes fire race through my veins in a way that makes me feel wild and uncontrollable. In a way that scares me. Because the moment any of my kind let themselves be wild, we seem to lose all control and become something dark. Something else. So it shouldn't matter how Max smells. I can't enjoy it. I can't give in to it. I just have to remind myself that we're both shifters. So it's not unusual to notice and like each other's scents. That's all it is. Well, it also might be because Max is admittedly attractive, but I'm not supposed to care about that. Noticing his scent and liking it in a way that I've never liked anyone else's scent is just a coincidence. Nothing important. Not like my mission. I don't even know why I'm thinking about that. Or why every time I let my thoughts run, they either go to terrible things or to Max. A therapist might know why, but I don't have a clue. And I'm not sure I want to. Leaning back in my chair, I close my eyes and will myself to think about something else. But it really is like my mind only has two gears. An obsession with Max that borders on unhealthy, and memories of horrific things that make my heart race and my palms grow sweaty. I try to repeat the lyrics to songs, something that helps me on these long, silent car rides, and it works. Time passes. I have no idea how much. As I go through every Britney Spears song my sister had played on repeat when we lived together. When I had a home and a family. And even the lyrics of the songs somehow come out sad in my mind. The car halts abruptly, and I'm thrown back into reality. I look out the window and see that we've come to a small town, the likes of which we've seen 1,000 times before while searching for my pack. It's surrounded by trees. There are shops and stores on both sides of the road, but we've pulled into the parking lot of a diner. I let out a slow breath, itching to get out of this car, to escape the constant need to fill my mind with shit to keep the monsters out, and, of course, the chance to eat. Eating is one thing that still brings me joy. Saved by the diner. Perfect. Food? I ask, my voice dripping with eagerness. Check in at the motel. Then food. He says with an almost smile, then points to a rundown motel just behind the diner. I sigh and get out of the car. Max opens the trunk and tries to take both our bags, but I snag mine from him before he can. The guy is constantly acting like he's living the rules of Gentleman 101, which bothers me. At least I think it bothers me. But he seems not to have noticed my fight to carry my own bag as he closes and locks everything up, then leads me to the motel. He gets one room with 2 beds, which is our usual MO. We each take a keycard and then find our room in the far back corner. A location Max prefers. I almost see myself as his mistress with how hard he tries to hide me sometimes. We throw our bags onto our beds. Then, without a word, we head back to the diner parking lot. Already I'm excited. Meals are the one time when I feel like life doesn't absolutely suck. Go in and wait for me. Order whatever you want. I'll be along as soon as I can. Max tells me, shoving a few bills into my hand. I freeze, surprised. What? Why? Where the hell are you going? Is it about the phone call? Is this where they slaughter me? Or are there sightings of my pack in this town and he's keeping me away from it for some reason? I don't know, but my hands curl into fists. He sighs as if he's tired of me already. Just go in there and wait for me. I'm meeting someone at the bar across the street. I'll be with you shortly. Who are you meeting? He lifts a brow. If I wanted you to know, I would have said so. And why are you meeting them? Same answer, he says without missing a beat. Does it have anything to do with my pack? My voice goes up a few decimals. Asha, just go into the diner. He actually sounds irritated, which would normally make me happy, but the whole thing just manages to piss me off. I'm not a child, and I hate when he treats me like one. But I know him, and there's nothing I can say right now to get him to change his mind. I frown but do as he says, stomping off across the gravel. I'm acting a little like a spoiled brat, but that's what he deserves. Go in and wait for me. Huh? No, you go in and let me look for my pack by myself since you don't know how to do your job. I roll my eyes and push the diner's door open, then slam into someone. Taking a few steps back with my hands already curled into fists, I jerk my gaze up to the person in front of me. And it's like my brain freezes. It's a man, but a hell of a man. Tall and broad with black hair and eyes such a pale blue shade they're almost white. He's wearing a tight green shirt with army tags, and tattoos crawl up both his arms, hugging his biceps in a way that makes me jealous. Jealous of the damn tattoos that get to touch him. This is the kind of man I need. Someone who doesn't look complicated. He gives me a smile that screams bad boy. Like he knows what I'm thinking, and wants to lead the way. Sorry about that, he says, and his voice is low. I think I crashed into you, I say. His smile widens. Well, I consider it an honor, ma'am. But before I can say more, he starts to move past me to the door, and my eyes flutter closed as I breathe him in. He's a shifter. That I'm sure of, and his scent is incredible. Rugged like the broken earth and also somehow green and rich, like freshly cut grass. He pauses as he moves past me, and our eyes lock. His are wide with surprise, as he looks down at my much smaller frame like he's seeing me for the first time. Table? I turn. A woman in a blue uniform, including a hat and apron, is smiling at me. Okay, well, she's smiling at him, but she jerks her gaze to look at me, a menu in hand. Yeah, thanks. She starts leading me to a table, and I follow her, feeling foolish. Glancing back once, I see he's still frozen at the door, staring after me. But then he shakes himself and heads for the door. Like maybe, just maybe he felt the same connection I'd felt. But it's stupid. He's a stranger, one I'll probably never see again. The waitress stops at the booth by the window. I scoot in and sit down, then watch as the handsome man passes a kid with a dog. My heart aches a little as I look at the dog. It looks like it survived being hit by a car, with one leg that isn't as straight as the others. It's mostly bare of fur. And then there are scars across the lower half of his body. I'm honestly surprised the injuries didn't kill it. The man grins, kneels down and pets the golden retriever before he slips the boy some money and nods toward the bar, before getting up and crossing the street. Part of me wants him to look back, a sign that he felt whatever I did. But the waitress comes again, and I order a Dr. Pepper. When I glance back up, he's disappeared into the bar. I have no idea if he looked back or not. But if I was a different woman, a smarter, smoother woman, I have a feeling that me and Mr. Dog Tags would be in the back fucking right now. So much for making new happy memories. Chapter 4. Max. I find a corner booth and slide into it, then flag down a waitress and order a tall beer. Normally I wouldn't drink while on the job, but today isn't a normal day. Today I see my brother for the first time since we both joined the military when we turned 18 8 years ago. We'd talked since then. A lot, and frequently. But talking on the phone and actually seeing each other are two completely different things, especially given the circumstances. The fact that both our jobs require a lot of classified work means meeting in person would be very different than our phone calls. Because while we speak to each other often, we both understand that there's a lot we aren't saying, and that always creates some distance. With friends, in relationships, in everything in life. Distance I hope to ease with this next step. But at least he gets me, even if we're very different people. And that's a rare and special thing.
The waitress comes back and puts a beer down in front of me.
Anything else, sweetie?
She flashes me a smile, but it's hesitant. Something I'm used to. When you go around dressed like a character from Men in Black, people tend to treat you like you're someone to watch out for. Mob boss ready to snap my fingers and kill someone? The government here to make you disappear? I like to think I dress nice enough not to be confused with any other government agent, but who the hell knows? Maybe that's just in my head. I'm good, just meeting someone. Although he'll probably have beer too.
Should I bring one now?
She shifts from one foot to the other. Maybe a sign she's been on her feet all day and just wants to take a load off. Or a sign that she wants to get as far from my table as possible. I need to observe her longer to be sure which. No, it's okay, he won't want it flat. And he has a tendency to be late. I try to offer her a smile, but I know it doesn't reach my eyes.
Just let me know,
she says, then hurries away from me to go check on her other tables on the far side of the bar. Which leaves me alone and bored, trying not to care that my brother is late. I try hard not to see it as a sign that I made a mistake with all of this, because that's a thought path I don't want to go down right now. My mind drifts to the white-haired spitfire waiting for me at the diner. A sigh longs to escape from the back of my throat. The woman is irritating, to say the least. Completely illogical and a pain in the ass. If she wasn't essential to this mission, I'd have been done with her long ago. Okay, that's not entirely true. If I told my bosses that Asha wouldn't be helpful with this mission, they'd immediately have her locked up. Not because she's shown any signs of being a dangerous blood mage, but because regardless of the fact that she's shown herself to be just like any other supernatural, she is a blood mage now. And no amount of good behavior will change her label. So even though she's irritating, frustrating as hell, I'll deal with her. Because I understand her desire to find the last members of her pack, to try to save them from the dark magic that calls to them. And no matter how different we are, I can respect a person with those kinds of motivations. Even though there's the other issue with her. The one that bothers me more than anything else. The one that makes it hard for me to sleep. Hard for me to be close to her or touch her. Asha's personality and mine might be opposite ends of a spectrum, but I'm drawn to her beyond anything I can comprehend. In a way that makes my mouth dry. In a way that makes me say all the dumbest things to her. She makes me feel like a boy trying to give his crush a flower. And I do not enjoy feeling this way. I'm usually very focused and never have to worry about any sexual affairs getting in the way of my work. With Asha, I'm terrified that my self-control won't be strong enough. And self-control is one thing I value above all else. Without it, I believe most shifters would completely give in to their animal sides. The sides that often get us into trouble. Still, I briefly let myself wonder if things could be different if she was a full shifter. Perhaps she'd even be my mate. I shake my head, surprised by the anger that rises inside of me. Feeling a connection to someone and actually finding one's mate are two entirely different things. Yes, it bothers me to see her in pain from her nightmares. And it bothers me that a deep instinct inside of me screams to keep her safe. But I take a deep breath. None of that means anything. Not really. I care about people. That's just how I am. But to that level, it's just plain unsettling. I push the thought aside. Helping people is my forte. That's all this is. My desire to help her when I can see she badly needs it. If only she'd be more open and let me in, then I could not fix her, but improve her life. I know for a fact that I can, just like I know that she'll never give me that privilege. She sees me as an enemy, and maybe that's just what I am. Damn it. None of this matters. I have a mission. She's a tool to help me complete that mission. That's all. It doesn't have to be complicated. I hate complicated. The hair on the back of my neck stands on end. I inhale sharply, trying to decide what I'm reacting to, but all I can scent is beer, greasy food, and sweat. Nothing to alarm me. Eyes narrowed, I search the bar. and spot him. My brother. And, hell, he's changed. More than I thought possible. Yes, I'd seen photos of him, but it wasn't the same as seeing him in person. His black hair, several shades darker than my brown hair, has been left to grow longer for the first time since joining the military. It falls a little over his forehead, drawing attention to the way his face and body have changed. I was always bigger than him, from the day we were born. He was often mistaken for my little brother, never for my twin. He'd always had narrow shoulders, had never been able to gain a pound no matter how much he tried to bulk up. Those problems were long gone. Now, he's big. Probably bigger than me. Wearing a green t-shirt and jeans with tattoos covering his arms, he looks like a real soldier. Someone who has done things. Someone who has seen things. Not the little boy who followed me around our whole lives, looking to me for guidance. And yet he's still that boy deep down. His gaze suddenly meets mine, and the moment he sees me, I break into a wide grin. No matter how much doubt I have about the report I'd read about him, I love him with everything in me and would do anything for him. Even take a chance on him. One that could ruin the career I've so carefully built. His grin is as wide as mine when he reaches me, and I stand up to envelop him in a hug. A hug that proves that while we might still be the same height, he is bigger. Broader, at least. "Yo, bro, you look good, man," he says before he sits down. I reclaim my seat. "You too, although you didn't tell me that you've gotten more tattoos," I say before I can stop myself and then regret it right after, afraid that I sound judgmental. He knows I'm not that big into ink, but I sure as hell don't want us to start off on a rough note. "Come on, man, it's just one of those things." That's all he says with a flash of a smile. If he's annoyed, he doesn't show it. I release a breath I didn't know I was holding. Why the hell is this so hard? But the answer comes easily. Because he's starting over, and I'm trying to help him and taking a big risk to do it. But I don't want to put that on him. And maybe with the rest of the world I'm good at holding back, but not with Braxton. Not ever. "I've missed you," I tell him honestly as he motions to the waitress to bring him a beer too. "Same," he says, leaning back in the booth like we're just two normal brothers having a casual beer, which is probably as far from the truth as it can get. "So, how was your service, really?" Meaning, don't give me that bullshit answer we gave each other over the phone. Here, between us, we can be honest. He can tell me anything, and he knows it'll stay between us. Braxton's face changes slightly, taking on an uncomfortable look, like it isn't something he wants to talk about. "You know how it is," he says, giving a little shrug, but I can read the shadows on his face. The ones I can't see over the phone. Fuck. Something powerful builds in my chest. A protective instinct that makes me have to swallow down a growl. My baby brother shouldn't have been in half the shitty positions he was placed in the military. I'd heard it was our aptitude tests that put us onto such different paths. That mine led to the military mostly putting me into safer positions, while his placed him right in the center of the target. I still didn't know why. The report I'd received on him had more redacted than included, but the basic details spelled out that he'd been in a lot of bad places and pissed off a lot of powerful people. Had I known what they did back then when they chose his placement? Well, I couldn't have changed a goddamn thing, but I imagine I'd kill every person who threw him to the wolves. Figuratively and literally speaking. But unfortunately, I hadn't known most of the hell he'd been through until I read his file just recently. He'd been sent on missions that were excessively dangerous after the military had learned he was a shifter. He had been through hell and back. That was obvious just from his medical records. Although his file had enough redacted that I was sure it was worse than I even imagined. Braxton. I'm trying like hell to pick my words carefully. I read your file. His face actually goes a few shades paler. How much? What did you read? Anything interesting?
Man, I've never seen him this guarded. Not with me. Whatever he went through, it was definitely worse than he was letting on. It was enough. Enough to tell me you'd seen the devil himself. He nods and glances down. We both do, and I see his hands are clenched so hard his knuckles are white. He relaxes them, then our gazes meet again. I'm fine. I'm fine. The most classic words in the world to let someone know you aren't. And I'm about to say exactly that when the waitress drops off a beer for him. Thanks, ma'am. He flashes her those famous dimples, and I can practically see her melt. Anything else? She's fluttering her eyelashes like she's trying to put out the fire on her flushed face. Another one would be nice, he tells her, his voice practically a purr. She giggles, actually giggles. The woman who looked like she wanted to mace me a few minutes ago. I got you, sweetie. Then she's off. I sigh and look at him. Have you become a ladies' man? He grabs his beer in those massive hands of his. Jealous? I laugh, which isn't something I do very often. I guess it's only fair after I got all those ladies for most of our lives. High school is over, and there's a new prom king in town. He tells me in a teasing voice, then tips back his beer and drinks. The whole damn thing. Whoa, workday, man. Fuck, did I just say that? He slams the empty mug down. Still a square, I see. I shake my head with a chuckle, then remember that he was already late arriving. Checking my watch, I feel my heartbeat pick up. Asha isn't exactly patient, so as much as I want to relax and talk, that's not what we're here for. We need to talk about the mission. Okay, something other than what they told me in my debriefing? He's studying his empty mug like it did him wrong. I clear my throat, not sure how to approach this with my brother, other than to be straight. As you're aware, there is a group known as the Blood Mages. They are half vampire, half mage, and they fully embrace their stereotype of insane and dangerous mixed breeds. He doesn't even blink, so I conclude he was told this much already. I press on. We're not entirely sure how it occurred, but they were able to imprison several dozen people from a pack of half-breeds the enforcers were watching, the Blood Pack, and then proceeded to experiment on them. Many of the prisoners died. Others escaped and have since rained chaos all over the country. There's a lot of blood, this and that, he says. The waitress comes by and drops off another mug, flashing him a smile. Anything else? Another beer, please, ma'am, he tells her. Actually, no more beer, but we'll probably get some food. We're on a bit of a time crunch, though. I tell her. She barely tears her eyes off my brother. No problem. Our kitchen is fast. There's a menu on the wall or more at the back of your table. We both thank her, and then check out the menu on the wall as our waitress hurries off again. My brother drinks his beer, this time a little slower. That was all covered in the file. That's true, but I was just laying down the basics before diving into the hard stuff. What's not in the file is just how horrific this pack has become. They were absolutely victims of the Blood Mages, but now they've become monsters just like their tormentors. All of them were shifters with some mix of other supernaturals in them, and now they've also had mage mixed in. So, they can do magic, but it's dark magic. Magic that's wrong, that requires blood to fuel it. And before he can say that he knows that too, I push on. And what we're going to see on this mission is going to be bad. Maybe even worse than what you experienced in the military. I don't add on that this is his chance to back out, to accept he isn't ready for this, because we both know that's what I'm saying. He nods as if he was expecting that. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Braxton, I mean it. You're finished with the military. You don't need to go into another career filled with death and blood. And maybe deep down I don't want him to. After all he's been through, he deserves a little peace in his life. You went from the military to being an enforcer, he tells me, lifting a brow. He's not wrong. But I'm stronger, tougher, built for this? He laughs with a shake of his head.
Maybe once upon a time I was soft, brother. But I'm not any longer. Soft? Is that what he thinks? Braxton was never soft. He cried easier. He had more emotions. He was scared of monsters in the dark and often slept in my bed, but that never made him soft. He was simply more sensitive, more open in a way I envied. And I never wanted to take part in destroying that piece of him. No matter how badly my boss had said Braxton wanted this job, my boss had made it clear that if I didn't take my brother onto my team, he wouldn't get a position with the enforcers. I'd never take this opportunity from him. But I also need him to be sure that this is what he wants. Having emotions doesn't make you soft. He's about to interrupt, so I lift a hand. If you want this, then I'll support you. The fight goes out of his eyes. I don't just want this, Max. I need it. So that's the end of it. I pull out the file on Asha's pack from my jacket and place it on the table. This file contains basic information about the blood pack and blood mages, but more than what you learned when you signed on. Most of the details are classified even from you, but I believe it has everything you need to know for the new mission that you're jumping into. I think it's better you read this first. I'll fill you in on any missing parts, I say, pushing the file his way. I don't care what it says. I can handle this. There's a challenge in those soft blue eyes of his. Like he doesn't think me giving him the file was showing him I accept him, but more my way of trying to scare him, so I decided to clear that up right away. The worst thing a leader can do is make those working for him feel like they don't have their trust. I'm sure you can, but read it. He's going to argue, so I stop him before he can. If you're going to join this mission, you'll need to have read it. He gives me a pointed look, then picks up the file and opens it. Instantly, his demeanor changes, and he leans back against the booth. His brows drop together, and I'm sure he's feeling the same way I did when I read the file. Horrified, curious, angry, sad. If it was just a book, it'd be a good one. But because it really happened, it's the kind of thing that shakes your entire world and leaves you reeling, changes your perspective so all you see are monsters in the shadows of your life. Monsters you never realized were there. Not that I can think about that. Not when I have a job to do. While he's catching up, I order light food for us, aware that Asha is waiting for me and could get agitated with my continued absence. I get us both lightly cooked burgers and fries, the kind of carb-filled food shifters need on the regular, since we burn calories so quickly. After a few minutes, the food arrives and I dig in, only realizing how hungry I am when the salty French fries hit my taste buds. Braxton, on the other hand, is eating one-handed, his gaze never lifting from the pages of the file, his eyes wide. Finally, Braxton pauses in his reading and asks, "So, our mission is to kill all the remaining members of the Blood Pack?" I think of Asha and my answer comes easily. No. We're to try to save any that we can. Any of them who we're able to reason with. But yes, the others we have orders to take out, if needed. He looks a little relieved, which I'm glad about. Braxton was never the bloodthirsty sort, and I can't see him doing something he's ethically against. Even with orders to do so, it's nice to see that hasn't changed about him. And how the hell are we supposed to find them before an attack? It seems like they're attacking all over the country, and by the time we reach them, they're gone. His question is a good one, the exact one the enforcers have been struggling with. I release a slow breath. There hasn't been a perfect solution, but our team has the best chance of capturing the rest of the Blood Pack. His gaze moves from the file and he closes it while carefully setting it down. Why? It's off the record. Of course it is, or he would have read it in the file. Go on. He draws out the words, watching me too closely. And I feel stupid. Stupidly protective. He's going to know in a few minutes anyway, so why am I hesitating? I caught one of the members of the Blood Pack. She's willingly helping our team to track them down. His brows lift so far they disappear into his dark hair. And is she crazed and dangerous? I shake my head. Well, she can be dangerous for sure, but our goal is to reach her remaining pack members before the other enforcers kill them all. She thinks she can talk to them, reason with them, and the enforcers felt it was worth a shot. And how is she going to do any better at finding them than the rest of the enforcers? He looks like he's trying to put puzzle pieces together that just don't fit together. I push my plate away, hesitate, then go for it. It's been suggested that her abilities could help us find them, but she'll need more than me to do it. Why? Suspicion fills his voice. I tug at my collar, then realize what I'm doing and stop. Her powers are fueled by blood. And, well, if she experiments with them, she might need more than me to keep control over her. To keep her fueled. It hits him. I see it. You want a group of enforcers to act as feeders to some vampire mixed breed? He's shocked, but not quite outraged. The enforcers said they'd never typically let you join them given whatever is in your military record. Although they didn't specify what. But felt this was an opportunity for you. An opportunity they don't plan to give again. Still, if you're not okay with this... He lifts his hand. I didn't say that, and our mission will be dangerous. Literally, she'll lead us into the fire to deal with dangerous creatures that can kill us with ease. To my surprise, he reaches for his burger and bites right into it. Sounds good. So, I'll finish my burger and we'll go meet this dangerous blood mage. I don't correct him, because I'm too damn surprised. Whatever my brother went through, whatever has him blacklisted from all government agencies, apparently, it's enough that he's willing to take on a job that might get him killed. A job where he'll likely have to act as a feeder to basically a vampire. So I have one more thing to add to my list of things to do. Figure out what secrets my brother is hiding that made him agree so easily.
Chapter 5. Asha. I tap my fingers on the table while glaring at the empty plates in front of me, along with the coffee cup I've had refilled 4 times. This is irritating. Why the fuck is Max having some lengthy meeting at a bar when my pack is in danger? For a guy who seems to be programmed like a robot instead of being a living, breathing shifter, this is not at all his MO. If he ends up just drinking his ass off, I don't know what I'll do. Part of me would be impressed. The other part would want to claw his eyes out. Either way, I'm done waiting. It's time to find out what the great Max is up to. What he didn't want me to know about. I put enough money for my meal and a generous tip down on the table, then exit the diner, looking in the direction of the bar he's in. But before I cross the street, I freeze. Max doesn't seem like the cruel type. But these enforcers just barely took me out of my handcuffs, just barely reassigned the other 3 guys Max was working with. If I cause an issue, will I lose my freedom again? I sigh. The smart thing would be to let him have his secret meeting. Not that I usually make the smart move. Waiting, I eye the bar again. Where the fuck is he? And what the hell is taking him so long? Mentally, I command him to come out. But after a minute, there's still no sign of him. Which makes sense. I can do a lot of weird shit, but controlling people like puppets isn't one of my powers. At least, I don't think it is. I haven't experimented enough with my mage abilities to be sure. I shift from one foot to the other, thinking about what to do next. I can't handle sitting still any longer, but he'd also made it clear I wasn't welcome with whatever he was up to. What to do? Deciding to take a walk, I head to the left, having no sense of where I'm going, but wanting to clear my head. This is a small town, after all, so I'm sure I can be back before Max is finished. And I'll probably be a bit calmer after expelling a little energy. That's a win-win for both of us, since even I know I get a bit irritating when I'm in this kind of mood. You know, a mood that comes from not fucking enough, shifting enough, or feeding enough. I think of the hottie from the cafe. I definitely haven't been fucking enough. The evening slips away to night around me as I take in the rustic buildings along the main street. Unable to help myself, I breathe in the scents around me. There's oil, dust, and gasoline. But beyond that, the sweeter scents of the woods, earthy and rich, lighter and more delicate. It's intoxicating. It calls to me. And I veer off the main road to slip onto the smaller roads, moving ever closer to the woods behind the town. No, I'm not going into those woods, as much as I might want to. because I have no doubt then I'd want to shift. And if I shift, I won't ever want to come back to this form. And I don't deserve to escape into my wolf form. Not after what I did. Not after the blood that's on my hands. Not after I betrayed everyone I ever loved. I freeze, breathing hard. The heavy weight's back on my chest, the one that's more than a physical pain, the one that's some fucking curse inside of me, never letting me forget what I did and what I deserve. I practice taking slow, deep breaths, but then I see those black wisps out of the corner of my eye, and the whispering starts. The terrible whispering that seems to haunt me. Closing my eyes, I try to picture a safe place, even though I never can. Even though it's just darkness in my mind beyond the horror. But the darkness is still better. When the pressure on my chest lessens, I open my eyes and try to ignore the sob building in my throat. No matter what, I won't cry. I won't let myself feel scared or sad, because if I do, I'm not sure I'll ever come back, even function again. And I have to keep going, as long as a single member of my pack is alive, as long as there's a shred of hope my brother is. Okay, walk. Keep walking. Clear your head. I'm about to keep going when the hair on the back of my neck rises, and I flinch instinctually. Looking down, I realize my hands are clenched, and then I glance around me, wondering what my body senses that I don't. As far as I can tell, I'm alone. No danger is in sight, but I still can't calm my instincts. Once upon a time, I trusted this feeling. Now I'm not sure if it's a current danger or a past ghost making me feel this way. I keep walking, more slowly and deliberately this time. A shiver rolls down my spine, and I have the sense that I'm being followed. But when I glance behind me, no one's there. My heart races, but I try to shrug off this feeling. If some human sees a woman walking alone and wants to cause trouble, I'll end them. As for every other supernatural, they fear my kind. I've become the monster that scares the other monsters. So is there really anything for me to fear? Besides, I don't smell anyone. I don't see anyone. It's just as likely that thinking about the past has me feeling unsafe, as stupid as that is. So I keep walking, trying to shake the feeling away, waiting for it to pass as I make my way back to the cafe. But the feeling doesn't go away, no matter how much I tell myself it isn't real. Fuck. My breathing becomes more rapid. This isn't a ghost from the past. Something is wrong, even if I can handle it. I've been through too much to stupidly ignore the deep sense of dread that's washing over me. Just as my instincts predict, I see a man round the corner in front of me. He appears like I conjured him, because one minute he isn't there and the next he is. And he's just looking at me like I'm either the best or worst thing he's come across all day, which immediately puts me on edge. Any man who stands blocking an alley exit in front of a woman is trouble. Luckily for me, I know how to handle trouble. So when his slow gaze moves from my feet to my face, I pin him with my eyes, daring him to try me, and analyzing him at the same time. The man is probably in his early 30s with dark hair and pale eyes. All pretty normal, except that he's big. Pure muscle, which makes me pretty damn sure he's either a supernatural or a human football player. I take a deep breath, separating his scent from the ones around me, but I'm pretty sure his smell is similar to the scents coming from the dumpster beside me. Unimpressive and disgusting, but unfortunately for me, the scent of another shifter, which would make whatever's about to happen more interesting. As I watch him, a smile spreads across his face. A smile carrying malice so thick I have the urge to gag. Or scream. I'm not sure which, but I think I'll know soon. That creepy smile of his widens even further, impossibly far. "Fancy seeing you here," he says, his voice a deep bass with a slight echo that sounds trained. I lift a brow. I think you have me confused with someone else. He shakes his head.
I don't think so.
His words are laced with a threat. I'm just going to go now. Taking a step forward, I dare him with my gaze to keep blocking my way. But he doesn't move out of the way. If anything, I see the muscles in his body tensing, as if preparing for a fight.
I thought they did away with every member of your weak pack, but here you are, just like the rumors said.
Weak? Did he just call my pack weak? Oh, that's a mistake. And rumors about me? Who the fuck cares enough about me to be flapping their mouths? Apparently this guy, whoever the hell he is, a shifter who probably smelled me and marked me as a half-breed. A shifter who heard the whispers about my pack and put 2 and 2 together when he saw me. And a complete idiot if he thinks his size will matter much in a fight between us. What do you want? I'm trying to keep my breathing steady, preparing for whatever will happen next, but it's not working. My breath is already coming in and out in a rush. He shakes his head of dark hair.
Doesn't matter, mutt.
Fucking helpful. Who are you?
Your worst nightmare.
I laugh, even though it's forced. Let me guess. You're basing your personality on some villain from a cheesy movie? His smile fades away.
You should be nicer. That pretty face of yours is the only thing that might make me gentler with you.
He doesn't move as he answers, and I survey my surroundings to gauge the best move to make. If I just kill this motherfucker, I have no doubt it'll screw up my life. Even though he's the aggressor, the enforcers will come down on me. They may even decide that I need to be kept under lock and key again, or that I'm too dangerous to help find my pack. But there are ways to make my point without killing him. If you've heard about my kind, you've probably heard about what I can do, too. So, are you really sure you want me to show you the kind of agony most people can go their whole lives without feeling? I say it in a bored voice, like I'm challenged by weird shifters in alleys every damn day. His eyes widen, but he quickly recovers.
I think you might be surprised by what I've felt and the pain I can bring you. And then, last, your worthless pack will be erased from this world.
I cock my head, then gesture to him. Bring it. But he doesn't come toward me, just smirks and crosses his arms over his chest. Dick. Tired of this game and worrying that Max has noticed my absence by now, I decide the hell with it and move slowly toward him in a defensive stance. If he wants a fight, he's going to get one. And when he's done, I'm going to figure out how he tracked me down and why, and if he's acting alone or on someone else's orders. Knowing that fighting him in my wolf form isn't the way to win this one, I raise a hand and point it at him, ready to unleash my unnatural abilities on him. But nothing happens. Realization hits me smack in the chest. I'm low on blood since I haven't been feeding, and my kind isn't fueled by blood from banks. Fuck. I hadn't realized it earlier because there hadn't been a reason to use my powers, but I grasp my foolishness and what it may cost me now, except that my powers aren't my only skills. I just need to change my approach. If I do this right, I can still make this asshole cry. I'm still thinking about what to do when I hear movement around me. I turn in time to see a man drop from the building above me, almost pouncing on me, but I manage to leap back at the last possible second. As he stands to his massive height, I breathe him in, instantly recognizing him as another garbage-scented shifter. There's no doubt these two are working together, which means more trouble. I move back instinctively and let my gaze slip from him to the first man. My heart is hammering. My hands are curled into fists. I might be able to take these two in my wolf form, but hand-to-hand combat would be better. Big guys like these tend to be all muscle, no skill. Still, it won't be easy. Suddenly, a chill rolls up my spine, and it's like a face full of cold water. Behind me, another shifter managed to slip too close to me, with my attention fixed on the other two. Whatever this is, it spells serious danger for me. Chapter 6.
Braxton. Max pays for our beers and food while I head outside. My chest aches in the strangest way, and I rub at it, trying to rub away the pressure. This was the right move.
I know it was, so why does my body seem to disagree? Becoming an enforcer, working with Max, was one of the only things I could do to try to find myself again. Because since being discharged from the military, I'd continued down a path that scared me. So why does this path scare me too? Probably because of the damn file. The pictures of shifter kids slaughtered in the street, of the buildings burned to the ground, of whole families killed for no goddamn reason. Fuck, I'm shaking. On the edge of losing control. I dig my nails into my palms, drawing blood, and luckily the pain brings me back from the edge, away from the images in that file, away from the images in my mind of what I'd seen while in the army. Not just seen. Done. Max comes out of the bar. Ready to meet her? I nod, my stomach turning, and we cross the street. But even before we reach the diner, Trouble comes limping toward me, and I kneel down. He licks my face, his stub of a tail going 1,000,000 miles an hour. You miss me, boy? I ask. In response, he licks me again. Grinning, I look at the kid. Thanks, Brian. Brian smiles back at me. No problem, sir. He's a good boy. That he is, I tell him with a smile. The kid scampers back inside and takes his stool at the counter. His mom had been a waitress at the diner when I'd come in earlier to get my head in the game and grab a cup of coffee. Her son, Brian, had volunteered to walk Trouble for me, and after his mom had told me just how much he wanted a dog, I'd agreed. A walk with a kid would be better than just sitting outside waiting for me. So I'd paid him to watch the little guy while I waited for my brother. I couldn't, after all, be at the bar early. Not when my brother expected me to be late. What fun would that be? As I stand to my full height, Trouble takes his place faithfully at my side. That's one thing about him. He's well trained. I don't know how, but he is. My gaze meets my brother's and I swear the temperature drops. What is that? I flash him a smile. Trouble. Clearly, he says dryly. But why is he with you? He's my partner, I tell him with a shrug. You can't have a pet. And man, he seems mad. No problem, because Trouble isn't a pet. Like I said, he's my partner. My brother squares off with me, lowering his voice. Braxton, enforcers have to give up a lot. Most of us can't have kids, or families, or pets. It's just the nature of the job. Having that dog with us will only slow us down. My stomach flips and something snaps inside of me at just the thought of Trouble no longer being at my side. You don't know a goddamn thing. Trouble was there for me when no one else was. He was there when buildings were crumbling around me, and bullets were slamming into my chest. He curled around me, not aware that as a shifter I'd be better off than him. He didn't even seem to care about anything but me when he got stuck under some rubble. He didn't know me for shit, but he stayed, and I stayed with him afterward. I got him fixed up, I got him flown over with me, and he's been by my side ever since. This isn't a goddamn pet. He's not a creature that will slow us down. He's my partner, and if you don't want him, you don't get me. When I finally stop talking, I'm shocked, and by the look on my brother's face, he's shocked too, but I meant what I said. There are no words to explain what Trouble means to me. There are no words to explain how much I need him. This dog will be fine without me. He's smart, capable, and a beautiful creature. I'm the one who needs him. I need him to remind me that I have a reason to live. I need him to care for, so I remember to care for myself. Without him, I'm pretty damn sure I'd just stop breathing. After a minute of staring at me, my brother nods. Okay, but you're responsible for him, and I won't slow down for him. His words are tough, but his voice is gentle. Like maybe he has some sense of just how much I need Trouble. You won't have to. I realize I'm standing at attention when Trouble rubs his wet nose against my hand, and I calm, letting my muscles relax. Let's go get her, he says, as if we didn't just have a blowout, then heads for the diner. That's one thing about Max. He likes rules. He likes everything to run just so.
But underneath all that, he cares about people. He cares about animals. He has a big, squishy heart that makes him impossible not to love. I guess that maybe I'm the only one of us who has completely changed. Unfortunately, inside the diner, there's no dangerous blood mage, and no one seems to have a clue where she might have gone. After we search the place and ask everyone questions, Max just stands frozen for a second, looking around as if she might have blended in with the yellow wallpaper. Looking like he's on the verge of losing all control, he marches out to a black SUV in the parking lot and throws the door open. I stare at my brother silently, slightly amused at his behavior, even though it's obvious he's genuinely angry. The thing is, Max never lets anything ruffle his feathers, and this has. What makes it all funnier is that he's muttering something about that stubborn woman, like she's a thorn in his side, and he's officially reached his limit. He's quite literally tearing through their car, as if losing track of this woman for a short time is a national emergency. What the hell is up with my bro? I thought he said she wasn't that dangerous. She isn't anywhere, damn it. And I can't pick up her scent either. If I get a hold of her, he says, clenching his fists tightly, yellow flashing around his irises. Threats? Losing control? Well, fuck. This isn't Max. So does this woman usually stay when you tell her to stay? I ask him, trying to keep my tone light as I pet Trouble's head. The dog is giving me that look like he sees Max in distress and wants to go help him, but Max has just barely accepted my best friend, so I warn Trouble to stay with a firm hand on his head. And like usual, he stays put, like the creature can read my thoughts. My twin stops, tossing things around, and turns to glare at me. I'm aware she's not a dog. Okay, that joke didn't land. So why does it matter if she decided to do some shopping or whatever? His glare deepens as he chucks something into the back seat. You read about what happened to her pack. And based on what you told me, I've concluded that she has the potential to be dangerous, but isn't. Plus, she's willingly helping the enforcers, so she can both take care of herself and has a motivation to come back here. Max snorts. Like hell. I blink slowly at him. If I'm the calm, rational one and you're the explosive one, there's really something wrong with this situation. He looks like he might punch me for the briefest moment, but then sighs and collapses back against the driver's seat, staring at the diner. Asha is complicated, but at least she tries to obey my commands. I asked her to wait for me at the diner, but according to the staff, she freely left on her own, which means she disobeyed me, which is not good given the thin ice she's already on with the enforcers. What's more, she has no idea that going outside of my protection is a bad idea. Protection from what? He stares at his hands in obvious frustration. Asha has a target on her back in far too many ways. On the most basic level, enforcers and those who associate with us always have to be careful, which includes her now. But that's not her only threat. There are also all the families of the people who have been hurt by blood mages that want revenge, and we can't be sure whether they know about her. Along with the other supernaturals who might want her for their own reason. And that's not including the fact that she's not a pure shifter, which in itself is enough for people to hate her. Well, shit, okay. Maybe he's right to be worried. He continues, while shaking his head. The woman absolutely shouldn't be out by herself, both because she could be hurt and because she could go down if she hurts someone else. Yeah, that's obvious now. So, you think someone possibly took her after she left the diner? I ask, my chest suddenly feeling tight. I don't know, he tells me, which says more than he realizes. What's the deal? Is there a possibility that she doesn't want to be here and has escaped? Because if you don't know if she's been hurt, but you're this worried, that's the only thing I can conclude. He glares at me. She doesn't want to be here, all right? But I was under the impression that she was smart enough to know why she should be. So I sincerely don't know. And if she just left for a short time to screw with me, and I call my bosses, I've fucked her.
But if she's running away or in danger and I don't call, I'm fucking myself. And you. Interesting. The choice should be easy. Fuck her. So why is my brother hesitating? So what now? I don't think she's gone far. Maybe we should try looking for her? He runs his hands through his hair and I can see the frustration lining his temples. He's not pleased one bit. If this Asha person makes Max this way, then she must be something. I can't wait to meet her and figure out her secret to pissing my bro off. Let's go to the motel. Maybe she went there when I didn't come out in time. He climbs out of the SUV and I follow with Trouble trailing us, no longer amused at the situation. If it's important to Max that he finds this woman, then I'm going to help him. She is, after all, our mission now. As strange as that is for me to wrap my head around. Me, having missions outside of the military. A purpose connecting to the only thing I've even been good at. A job I can't afford to screw up. I guess there are worse problems. When we enter the motel room, everything looks to be in place, and there's no sign of the girl he's looking for. What's more, Trouble sniffs around and then settles on a spot beneath the TV. Not something he'd be doing if he sensed danger. Within seconds, I know she hasn't been here recently, and that no fight or abduction took place. But Max doesn't seem to have come to the same conclusion. He searches the room and the bathroom, then smells her bag, frowning. Oh, Max, what the hell is fucking with your logic? This is another dead end. It is time for him to face the hard truth. The girl has probably escaped. Either that or she was taken, but regardless, our protocol is probably similar to what it is in the military. Inform our superiors, and wait for instructions. Or do what I do best and fuck myself over by listening to my gut instead of my head. Sniff this woman down around town and handle it ourselves. Not that Max would ever do anything so stupid. To my surprise, that familiar stoic look comes over his face and he checks his watch. We search for her. For the next 20 minutes. Then we call it in. Is that protocol? I ask, surprised. His dark eyes meet mine. I'll let any consequences for this fall solely on my shoulders. I try to hide my shock. My brother. The big, bad rule breaker? He doesn't say anything more, just heads for the door. His jaw is clenched. His eyes are narrowed. But then Trouble leaps to his feet. Looking at the door, he barks and growls in a way that has me dropping into a crouch. Prepared for hell. Trouble has exceptional instincts, so whatever he's sensing, I know it's bad. Quiet him down, Max says, but he sounds confused rather than angry. Just wait. I say, then hold my breath. Suddenly, the door opens. A woman staggers into the room, her long blonde hair falling over her face, walking as if it's taking everything out of her just to put one foot in front of the other. Blood runs down her arms and her chest, coating her shirt and staining her hair. She takes another step into the room, then collapses onto her knees. Max is there in an instant, catching her before she drops to her side. His reflexes are somehow faster than mine. The look on his face is determined as he stands with her in his arms, then carries her to a bed. Trouble is at his side, looking at Asha with his stubby tail down in a way that tells me he's upset. But he's no longer on the defensive, seeming concerned about the tiny woman. Reaching into my pocket, I take out the little square of green fabric, part of one of the uniforms, and give it to him. Trouble snatches it and sulks across the room before sitting in a corner, snuggling with his blankie, even though he still looks upset. Max sits with her in his lap, his hand moving with certainty as he inspects her for any broken bones or major injuries, and probably for the source of the blood, too. Although the claw marks and the shredded clothes are a dead giveaway. A look of worry comes and goes on his face in an instant, and then he says, "Asha." She doesn't respond. He combs her hair back from her face and I stiffen, instantly recognizing her as the beautiful woman from the diner. The one who smelled like heaven. like wildflowers and wind laced with a coming storm. But it's more than that. My entire body reacts to her scent in a strange and surprising way that I'd never experienced before. If I hadn't already been late to meet Max, I would have stopped and, at the very least, introduced myself to her. In fact, I'd been kicking myself for walking away ever since. And now, here she is, bleeding, broken, being held by my brother like she's someone precious to him. I didn't even realize I took a step closer to her until Max glances up at me and I realize I'm closer than I was a moment before. "You might want to go." His words are clipped, not quite harsh, but not like him either. Go. Is that what he thinks of me? That right now my instinct is to leave? Fuck. I wonder what he read in my file. I wonder if he knows my deepest, darkest secrets and now thinks of me as less than a man. If he does, I'm going to show him each and every day that he's wrong, that the military is wrong, that I am someone of worth, a man. Drawing my shoulders back, I stare down at him and the woman. Not a chance. Now how can I help? His gaze is back on the woman in his arms. She has broken bones, deep gashes, and internal bleeding. If she were human, these injuries would be a death sentence. That's obvious, so why tell me? I decided to state the obvious. But as a shifter, it'll just be painful weeks of healing. Can we get her pain meds? Then tend to her wounds? I'm sure you have about as much first aid knowledge as I do, so if we can get our hands on some pain meds, we can probably handle everything between us. Then, we'll bunk down here for a while. His mouth pulls into a thin line. They won't give us the time. If she's not useful for weeks, the enforcers will just imprison her. The woman winces, her eyelids fluttering. Did she hear his cruel words? Does she understand what's at stake here? So what do we do? The easy answer is to call our superiors. But clearly when it comes to this woman, we don't go with the easy answer. Asha. He says her name with authority. I need you to wake up. What the hell is his plan here? Max. Go. He snaps at me. What? So he can wake this woman up to fully experience her pain? And then let her know she's no longer useful to us? That's fucking cold. Waking her up won't change the simple fact your commander gave you an order. His words are laced with a growl. My damn commander? He's already going to play that card? If you read my file, you know I'm not good at following orders. I snap back at him, even knowing how unwise I'm being. But something here isn't adding up, and I'm determined to figure out what. There's a long pause, then a shake of his head as he stares down at her. Don't say I didn't warn you. Warn me about what? Then he glances down at the supposedly dangerous woman. Asha, it's time for you to wake up. She winces and gives a tiny groan. He shakes her a little and my teeth clench. Wake up, you stubborn woman! Her eyes crack open, and the blue of her irises is startling against her pale, blood-stained face. Huh? Max, maybe she should just rest. How the hell did my brother get this cruel? Asha! Her gaze moves unsteadily to his face as he speaks. Feed on me. Feed? She starts to shake her head, then cries out in obvious pain. He pulls back his collar and lifts her face to his throat. Do it, he tells her, his voice a command. And it all hits me. Holy shit, she's part vampire. So feeding will help her heal. But Max hates vampires. Shifters in general hate vampires. The fact that he's willing to let her do this instead of just letting her be imprisoned makes my stomach flip. It makes me question his judgment and my own. Because normally I wouldn't give two fucks about an injured vampire. But I find myself kind of rooting for this to work. Even though my stomach is turning at the idea of my own brother being a blood bag to a vamp. My hands curl into fists. Do I tell him not to do this? Do I just watch and make sure he doesn't let her drain him too far? I don't know what to do because recent events have made me question myself. So I just stare. I stare and remember how Max basically explained that part of my role here would be letting her feed on me. I'd agreed to it easily, but only because I had to, not because I wanted to. And now, here, getting to see my new responsibility unfold in front of me, I don't know what to think. Weakly, Asha raises her face, and I see 2 tiny fangs protrude from her mouth before she latches onto my brother's throat. My breathing grows more rapid. From anxiety or rage, I'm not sure. All I know is that she's actually feeding, using my brother like some kind of blood cow. It's strange. She smells like a wolf, but at this moment, she's fully a vampire, which makes me sick. I don't want my brother sacrificing himself like this for a job. Somehow it seems disrespectful. Different. Even though I did a hell of a lot of things I'm not proud of in the military. I'm prepared to pull her off of him, ready to see him suddenly struggling to get away, but not being able to. Something alarming. But that's not what I see. Instead, Max's hand slides into the back of her hair, pulling her closer. His eyes flutter shut and his lips part. The tension in his face falls away, and he looks almost happy. Relaxed, even. But something more than that, like he's enjoying her feeding on him. I almost look away, uncomfortable for reasons I don't understand. And then it clicks. People say that vampire feeding can be orgasmic to both the person feeding and the person being fed from. But I thought that it was peculiar to vampires. Until now. My brother isn't just happy and enjoying this experience. And then, strangely, I start to picture being in Max's position, with that woman in my lap, with her lips against my throat, her breath on my skin. And hell, I have to bite down a groan. Suddenly she jerks away from him, her lips stained with his blood. I watch as she licks the blood from her lips, and then her eyes close once more. She falls back in his arms in a way that's alarming, but the slow rise and fall of her chest says she'll be okay. And if she's like most vampires, the blood she just drank should be already doing its work, healing her broken body. Max stares down at her for a long moment, and I see something in his face that makes me stare. Tenderness. With the way we were raised, with how much we lost, tenderness is something that both of us learned to hide. Even more so after we joined the military. I know both our careers took massively different turns, but nothing about my phone calls with my brother have led me to believe he's anything but the deeply broken man that I know I've become. But in this moment, he's someone else. Someone so different from who I've become that it makes me angry. It's like a damn knife twisting deep in my gut, because I know damn well I can never look at anyone like that. And no one will ever look at me like that either. He suddenly looks up and our eyes meet. The tenderness fades from his face and he stands slowly, laying her down on the bed and covering her up. He doesn't say it as he moves about the room, but I can sense it. His need to ask me if I'm sure about joining this mission. Only if he asks me, I might be tempted to tell him. It's this or nothing for me. I have no other options. Nowhere else to go. No one else that will want me. So it's this, no matter how fucked up it becomes.
Chapter 7. Asha. I open my eyes slowly, disoriented. Where am I? And why do I feel so strange?
I'm somewhere dark. It's not pitch black because I can see shadows on the roof and shadows around me, but I don't recognize any of it. And I rack my brain for the last clear memory I have. Suddenly, every muscle in my body stiffens. The attack? The assholes. I shift, and a little moan slips past my lips as an echo of pain rolls through me. My body is sore and achy, but not nearly as bad as I would have thought after my fight with the shifters. What's more disturbing is the fact that I don't know where I am, or if I'm safe. My heart races. Panic awakens within me, and disjointed memories fill my mind. The men who attacked me were fast and strong. They didn't just use their brute force, because that I could have handled. They were clever, slimy. Yet, I remembered defeating them. I remember walking away from that alley. But to what? A man looms over me, or the shadow of a man. I don't think before I attack. I just act. My hand snaps upward and I'm squeezing his jugular hard, holding on for dear life as he starts to thrash. Silently, I will the bastard to regret the moment he thought I'd be easy prey. But he's stronger and faster than I'd imagined. He peels my hand from his throat before I can squeeze the life out of him, or at least leave him unconscious. Then he's rasping for breath above me, probably debating his next move. I wasn't prepared for his strength, but I don't let it deter me. I simply adjust my attack, snapping my leg up and kicking him in the groin as hard as I can. Even though the movement sends pain ripping through me, a groan cracks through the silence of the dark place we're in, coupled with his raspy breathing. I even think he might be trying to say something, but I don't give a shit. This is the moment when he might be too surprised by the fact that I'm fighting back to react quickly enough. I try to kick him again, but he dodges my blow and grabs my leg. His grip is tight, but not painful. Refusing to let him win, I kick out with my free leg, hitting him squarely in the face. Then, to my surprise, he releases my leg and practically falls on top of me, pinning me down. His weight squeezes the air out of me, and I'm struggling to free my arms. Panic screams to life inside of me. This is almost the worst position I can be in, and if I can't get out of it in time, then a light floods the room. Asha! Braxton! What in the hell is happening in here? Max's voice booms through the room, through my chest, through my heart, awakening me from whatever fear-induced stupor I was in. If Max is here, I must be safe. But then, who the hell is this Braxton? I look up at my attacker and my breath catches. It's the man from the diner. The one who smelled so damn good. The man who I wanted to do dirty things to and who has the face of a deliciously lickable demon. But right now, he looks different. His black hair is messy. His eyes are the same startling shade of light blue, but wary as they gaze down at me. And something inside of me flips at just the sight of him. It isn't just the feeling of walking past someone I find attractive. It's something deeper and more intimate. And then my pain and uncertainty push past my hormones. I don't know who this man is, but it's his hard body on top of me, trapping me. After I caught him staring at me in the dark. Why the fuck did you attack me? I shout, anger rising inside of me, even though my heart is still pounding with fear. He shifts enough so I can get my arms free. I was just checking on you. Checking on me? I shove him as hard as I can, and he must have been off balance because he flies back and falls on the floor with a thud. Next time, do me a favor and don't. My entire body is shaking, but I roll, even though my body aches in protest, almost like my skin is too tight. I get to my feet in a crouch, trying to keep the guy on the floor in my sights as I stare around the room. Boring walls, a nasty smell, a TV, 2 nightstands and 2 beds. It's another fucking motel. We're in our room. Safe, I guess, in our room, with Max and the strange man. I don't completely understand what happened, but I suspect everything is okay and tell my body to calm the hell down, even though my sweaty palms say my body doesn't care what my head has figured out. Then, I hear someone fart. My head jerks in the direction, and I see the golden retriever with the scars and the stumpy tail lying on his back. His eyes are half open, and he has a green piece of fabric about the size of his head, clenched in his teeth. He holds my gaze, then farts again. Okay. That's Trouble, my dog, the strange man says. I'm too damn tired for this. Asha. My gaze snaps to Max and slides down his body. He's wearing gray sweatpants, a black t-shirt, and nothing else. Not his tailored suits, not those sunglasses he often wears that hide his eyes. Right now, he looks less like an enforcer and more like a man. I hate it when I notice that he looks like a man. You showed up here last night, looking like hell. Braxton and I got you fixed up and put you into bed. Braxton. That was the name he used for the delicious man. The man who slowly climbs from the floor wearing nothing but black boxers and a smirk. Oh yeah, and tattoos that cover his arms, part of his shoulder, and the side of his leg. A primal urge awakens inside of me as I look between the two men. There's something about them. A pull. A feeling I haven't experienced in a long time. And one I don't enjoy. Not really. Braxton. I say his name like I'm tasting it. Like it's something foreign I haven't decided whether I like. And who the hell is Braxton to be standing over me in the middle of the night? Max sighs and moves closer to me. He gives Braxton a look and the man hesitates, then moves away from me to the other bed and sits on the end. Almost as far from me as he can get, but he's still watching me in a strange way. Like I'm a prisoner, and he's my guard. Or like he thinks I might suddenly sprout a second head. I'm not sure which. But him being further from me doesn't make me feel any more comfortable than I felt a second ago. Then the golden dog rises from the corner. It's a dog who smells wet, even though he isn't. He walks, almost hobbles over to Braxton, and then the man is petting him, rubbing his head and grinning at him like the dog is the most beautiful creature in the world. It's curious. Strange. Sit, Max suggests softly, then gestures to my bed. I pause for a moment, noticing that I'm still crouching on the ground, then realize that if Max wanted to hurt me or kill me, he'd had a lot more opportunities than now. I move out of my crouch, then sit lightly on the side of my bed, wincing at the pain awakening in my body that I hadn't been able to focus on when I'd been in fighting mode. Max sits across from me, almost close enough for our knees to touch. Sorry about the way you were woken, but he really didn't mean any harm. I'm told I'm quite harmless, the other man says, flashing me a smile that's anything but harmless. Hell, it should come with its own permit. A license to make a lady swoon. Something like that. What happened last night? Max's question pulls my focus back to him. Last night I was cornered by 3 shifters who hated my old pack. Who hated half-breeds. Who heard rumors my people were going around slaughtering anyone connected with the attack on our town. At least, that's what I'd managed to pull out of them while we were fighting. Those were the things they threw at me like weapons, but I hadn't learned how they managed to track me down, if it was luck or something more sinister. But I can't tell Max all of that. I was attacked. He stares at me waiting for more, but sighs when I don't continue. By who? 3 shifters. His brows rise. Why? I shrug. Probably smelled what I am. It's not impossible. Some shifters can smell half-breeds. And vampires usually know too. Hell, a lot of creatures have a second sense for when a creature is an abnormality. So, Max can't be sure I'm lying. Except the look on his face says he does know. And did they survive the fight? Unfortunately, they did. My words come out laced with a growl. Max stares at me for a long minute. So there will be no reports of dead bodies found in this city. I salute him. No, sir. His gaze locks with mine, and I stare right back at him. I might be hiding the whole truth, but I'm not lying about them being alive. The second I was able to overpower them, I ran for it. Had I stayed around that low on blood and wounded, I don't think I would have made it out of that alley alive. And how are you feeling? He asks, his expression changing to a more professional one. It's almost an assessment as his eyes run over me. Like I got hit by a truck, dragged for a few miles, and then stepped on by a herd of buffalo? And you? I ask, flashing him a smile. Braxton chuckles. Interesting. One of these two has a sense of humor. I mean, do you feel well enough to travel? My spine stiffens. Why? Do we have another lead? Max has that familiar screen that drops over his face. Now he's all enforcer. Do you feel ready to travel? If you've heard anything about my pack members, I can be ready in 20. I try not to sound desperate, but I'm pretty sure I fail. He studies me. I have a lead and plan to leave tomorrow morning, if you're ready. I can be ready now. I eye the time and see that it's 7 o'clock at night. Hell, did I really sleep a whole night and day away? Max nods. Okay, we can leave tonight then. I stand up, then eye the other man. Are we going to discuss the Predator and what he's doing here exactly? Braxton lifts a brow. Probably because I just insulted him, but it's Max who answers. He's going to be joining our team. Joining our team? What the fuck? Another enforcer? Max nods, but he doesn't meet my gaze. And I realize there's more going on here than I can figure out. Not that I'm going to say that and show them my hand. Instead, I tell them I'm going to take a shower. Max is already in motion, packing and getting dressed. And it's the first time it occurred to me that these two were asleep at 7 at night. Something is definitely off. I grab a change of clothes, then head into the bathroom. But when I'm stripping off my clothes, I realize I'm bandaged in a hell of a lot of places. My stomach. My arm. My leg. I start to unwind the bandages while flashes of what caused the injury enter my mind. Claws. Teeth. The 3 assholes who had shifted into wolves trying to treat me like a chew toy. These injuries were bad. And now, they're light pink scars. Scars that will eventually completely disappear. Which is probably why these guys were asleep so early. Were they up during the night resetting my bones and cleaning me up? Helping me heal from injuries that should have taken a long time to heal. Actually, a lot longer than 1 night and a day. Unless... My knees are shaking. I collapse onto the bathroom floor, my breath coming in and out in a rush. Max said he'd let me feed on him. I remember it now so clearly. Like a strange dream. He'd pressed my mouth to his throat. He'd tasted rich and perfect and overwhelming, flooding my mouth with sensations that make every hair on my body stand on end just thinking about them. And was it hot? Fuck, I think it was. That's not good. None of this is good. Max seeing me injured and weak is not at all what I need. I need him to see me as strong and untouchable. I need our relationship filled with lies and secrets to remain superficial. A professional relationship and nothing more, but this complicates things. Then I clench my hands. No, it doesn't matter. I've been through worse than some awkwardness. I'm not here to make friends, form relationships, or give 2 shits about any of the enforcers. I'm here to save what's left of my pack, no matter what it costs me, and now I have another lead to one of my pack members. It's time to shower, dress, and be ready for the next challenge. Because if I'm going to keep up my lies to Max and this new enforcer, Braxton, I'm going to need to have my wits about me. Because once the bodies start falling, I can't have anyone looking my way. Chapter 8. Max. I'm staring at the bathroom door, feeling so upset that I don't know what to do. Suddenly, I feel something brush my hand, and I look down to see Trouble. He tries to push a green cloth into my hand, but I take a step away, confused by what he's trying to do. He's trying to comfort you with his favorite blankie. Braxton sounds amused. What? I don't need to be comforted. Braxton chuckles. You're sure? Because Trouble is rarely wrong. I don't even know what to say to that. Then my phone rings, and I glance between the bathroom door where Asha is still showering and my brother. I give him a look, and he salutes me as if to say he's got it, that he'll be keeping an eye out for her. And so, I answer my phone as I slip outside. Hello. We're going to send another car if yours is still having issues. This lead is too damn important to lose over car trouble. He doesn't introduce himself. He doesn't have to. Carl is my direct supervisor. Someone I would almost call a friend, after all our time together. Except for the fact that if push comes to shove, he'd let me burn if it saved his own ass. Because that's just how the enforcers are. Still, I like him well enough. Even when he's irritated with me, like he is now. No worries with the other car. We got ours running. I lie. Car trouble was the only thing I could come up with to explain why we hadn't immediately taken off after our latest lead. Even though before Asha, I never lied to Carl.
I didn't want to think too much about why I'm sticking my neck out on the line for her.
Fuck. Carl sounds relieved. Good. Now just get your ass in that car. Yes, sir. But before he can hang up, I keep talking. Any new information? Unfortunately, yes. He sounds grim. This new scheme by the Blood Mages is different from the others. Less pointless blood and gore and more clever criminal. Huh?
That hasn't been the case with past reports.
Honestly, the Blood Mages' behavior seem like the actions of creatures who can't control their powers, rather than carefully planned out criminal activity. Almost like if we had a supernatural who exploded when they got mad. They kill, destroy things, and generally create havoc. But there never seems to be a rhyme or reason as to why. Which almost makes me feel sorry for them. Actually, it does a little. Not that my feelings on the matter are important. What's changed? Carl sighs. Blood mages apparently have the ability to mark their victims with a symbol. If the mark isn't removed, the victim dies. So one of them has been marking wealthy people in Fairmore, having them drain their accounts, taking the money, and then doing it all over again. I stand a little taller. This we can work with. Greed. Desperation. These are the kinds of criminals that make sense to me. So we could have video footage of the culprit. Descriptions. I'll send you everything I've got, including the details to speak to an informant. But, Max, you need to hurry. They've sent in Grim. Fuck on a stick. Grim is another enforcer. One who walks a very thin line between ruthlessly good at his job and an absolute psychopath. If his team reaches any of Asha's pack before we do, they're dead. Grim won't even try to talk to them. He'll paint the streets with their blood and call in a cleanup crew. And Max. Here we go. The rest of your team is almost ready. He says it in that tone, the one that tells me I sure as hell better not challenge him on this. Not that I can help myself. I already told you. And I've already told you that if you can't learn to work with a team, you're not going to be a field agent any longer. This long stick of being a lone gun and pushing away everyone we assign to work with you has gotten old. I snort softly. If the others were any good. Max, I'm not kidding. I pulled a lot of strength to get your brother assigned with you. And with his record, it wasn't easy. The only reason I did it is because I'm hoping having a person you actually care about might be the thing to finally get you to be a team player. I don't even know what to address first, but I'm troubled in more ways than one. His record. I knew he was having trouble with finding work, but I didn't see anything in his file to indicate why. That information is classified. Carl says, and he doesn't sound happy. At least for most people. All I'm saying is that if he doesn't work on your team, I doubt he'll be hired anywhere that he can use his skills from the military. And if you can't work with this team, your desk will end up right next to mine. And you can spend the rest of your life filing papers. And your brother? He'll be gone. Understood. I say, but I really want to tell him to screw himself. I'm good. Good enough that I don't need a team. Asha and my brother are here right now, but it doesn't mean I need someone at my side all the time. It might sound like a cliche, but I work best alone. See it as an opportunity to grow your people skills. Because, Max, you're good at a lot of things, but people, not so much. What a fun call. Thanks for the info. We'll talk soon when I know more, and I'll send the name and contact details for the informant. He's expecting you to stop by and see him. He hangs up without a goodbye, and I take a deep breath, then head back into the hotel room. Braxton has his stuff packed and is currently staring at a football game, leaning back on our bed. His dog beside him as Braxton slowly strokes the beast's head. What was that about? That's one thing about him I've never understood. Even as a kid, he had a way of seeming like he didn't give two shits. Our parents were honestly shocked when his teachers wanted him tested for the gifted program. I was that typical smart kid, rigid in all ways, meticulous and organized. No one was surprised when I went into honors. But I'll always remember the day Mom and Dad came home and asked my brother if he realized he was grades ahead in math and reading. He shrugged, fell over a table, jumped to his feet, and screamed, "Nice!" My brother. The casual, the smooth, the shockingly deep. Right now, he's not just watching football and making conversation, he knows something is up. Not that I have a reason to hide anything about the call from him. I let our superior know that our car troubles had been handled, and that we're heading to the correct location. I was also told that they're almost finished assembling our new team. I hesitate, then press on. And I was told that with your record, they had to pull a lot of strings to get you a position as an enforcer. I sense the tension that sings through his body. Oh, cool. I didn't realize I'd be working with a whole team. Of course he doesn't address the bit about himself. Any idea why your record might make it hard for you to get a job? His gaze is locked on the TV. Dunno. My teeth grit together. Hard. He absolutely knows. You're my brother, and we're working together. Don't you think I deserve whatever info you're hiding? He looks at me, those pale blue eyes of his intense. Is that how you want this to work? You don't want us to keep secrets from each other? Because I thought you enjoyed keeping your secrets just as much as I do. Damn it. He's not wrong. I'm your superior. Maybe, he says. Then he flashes me a grin before turning back to the TV. A moment later, Asha steps out of the shower. Her pale hair looks darker now that it's wet. It's left loose, which is a rare look for her. She wears a white t-shirt and jeans with her familiar boots. The top of her shirt is a little wet, a little see-through, but not where it matters. And she hasn't put on any makeup. Not even the basic stuff she usually does, which for some reason makes her look younger. More vulnerable. Beautiful in a different way. Especially when combined with the bruises on her face, chest, and arms. Unable to help myself, I inhale her scent. It's tinged with her bath products, flowery and feminine, but can do nothing to hide her more natural scent, the perfume that seems to follow me everywhere I go, even in my dreams. It makes a shudder roll through my body and my muscles flex, like I'm preparing to fight. Or to fuck. Neither of which I'm planning on doing, so I tell my body to calm the hell down. What's happening? She says, and my gaze jerks to her face, where a light green bruise stains part of her cheek and around her eye. I don't know why, but sometimes I wish I saw some recognition in her expression, something that says she at least notices that I'm a man. And a decently attractive one, but Asha has this way about her. It's beyond supernatural. It's like she's not a living, breathing being any longer. Like she's a beautiful painting. Or a robot, even if she tends to accuse me of being one. The only emotion she seems to be able to show is anger. But I also understand that a mutual attraction would be even more dangerous. If I'm this distracted by her when she treats me like a really annoying fly, I can't imagine how bad it would be if I saw even a flicker of desire from her, which I remind myself of as she goes to her bed and starts putting things into her bag. As discussed, we're going to pick up and get out of here. Probably drive through the night and most of tomorrow to get to Fairmore, where we'll meet with an informant who actually saw a member of your pack getting into trouble. Someone saw a blood mage and lived to tell about it? Braxton asks, smirking. And here I thought they were so big and bad. Well, you have. The anger in Asha's voice makes his head snap toward her. I see it the moment he remembers that she's now been labeled a blood mage. Sorry, ma'am, I know. Her words are clipped. It doesn't matter that we were normal people, taken prisoner, tortured, and infected to become these things. All that matters is what we are now, and that you all see us as dangerous. To be fair, he says, and I wish I could tell him to just shut up before he digs himself into an even bigger hole. Most of you are dangerous. And you aren't? She asks him, lifting a brow. But rather than waiting for an answer, she jerks her bag closed and tosses it on our shoulder with a wince. I'm ready to go. I clear my throat and grab my bag as Braxton shuts off the TV and grabs his. Trouble at his side like a faithful sidekick. She pauses at the door, then turns to look at me. Did they give you a description of my pack member? No. Why? Is there someone in particular you're trying to find? Something flashes in her eyes before she turns her back to me. No. Just anyone who might mean I didn't lose everyone I loved. We follow her out the door, and Braxton gives me a look. I almost tell him a woman like Asha needs someone smooth and gentle. Basically the complete opposite of us. But she's too close, so I just nod my head and head for the car. Whatever we're facing next, at least it might give us more answers than the curiosity that is Asha. Chapter 9. Asha. The rest stop bathroom was about as horrific as a crime scene. So when I go racing out of it like my ass is on fire, I barely look where I'm going. I just find the closest bench and sit down, waiting for whatever private conversation Max and Braxton are having to be over, while they throw a chew toy back and forth for the dog. Unfortunately, I pick a spot where a bunch of kids are playing by the vending machines. I almost get up, But then a little boy laughs and holds up a candy from the machine with triumph. Twix! Lizzie's favorite! His little sister squeals, and he hands it to her with a smile with dimples. And as I stare at him, he's no longer just some random kid. He's my brother, Simon. Simon with his head full of crazy red hair and his smile full of dimples. Simon was never that mean older brother, and always the one who looked out for me. Isabella might have been my responsibility, but I was Simon's, and he embraced the role like he was born for it. I remember how I used to tell my mom that I was unbreakable, that I could do anything. She'd get so mad when I'd fight with boys, climb trees, or swim in the river when the current was fast. Mom would scold me, threaten to ground me, and go on long lectures about how kids always think they're invincible. But my brother would always tell her to lay off. Until I fell from a really high tree and broke my arm. My mom was going to go ballistic. I could feel it. But my brother just said that some people just have to learn through their own experiences. And I was one of those people. And that as much as a broken arm hurt, if it taught me to be careful, that was enough of a lesson. It shut my mom right up. What are you smiling about? I stiffen and spin to my side, forgetting about the children. Braxton stands with a bag of chips in his hand and a smile on his face. It bothers me that I have no idea how long he'd been watching me. I wasn't smiling. He shakes his head, then plunks down on the bench beside me. It looked like you were enjoying watching those kids play. You have little ones? No, I was just thinking about my family. Fuck, did I really say that out loud? Now I'll have to hear a bunch of stupid questions, probing to find out if there are more of my kind to track down and kill. I do that too. Anytime I see a happy family, I think of Max and I when we were kids. His response surprises me in the best possible way, and I feel a little of the tension in my chest easing. You knew Max when he was a kid? He gives me a funny look. Max and I are brothers. Twins, actually. My mouth drops open. No way! I sound like a stupid teenager, but I can't help it. These two are as alike as night and day. Not identical, obviously. Obviously. And did Max have a stick up his ass when you were kids too? Oh, hell. I hadn't meant to let that slip out. I don't know what was wrong with me. Braxton's dog comes to sit beside us, resting his chin on his master's knee, and Braxton gently pets his head as he answers. Well, he was more carefree when we were younger. Still a little too responsible and uptight, but a normal kid. Until our parents were murdered. Then he kind of just turned into an adult overnight. The therapist had a name for it, but all I remember is them saying I regressed. Pretty sure I acted younger, which led him to act older. Although I wouldn't claim to understand it at all. Your parents were murdered? My gaze slides from him to Max, who's currently on the phone by our SUV. For some reason, I kind of pictured Max as an only child who wore a suit from the time he was born, was sent to private schools, and had parents he referred to as mother and father. He nods, rubbing behind his dog's ears. Neither of us like to talk about it, though. That was sort of the end of our innocence. I understand that feeling, I say, then glance at the kids again. Even though I wish that childlike innocence lasted forever, and that no one ever had to learn that the world is full of scary monsters with pretty faces. Braxton looks down at his dog and gives it a goofy smile. I think that's why I like the idea of enforcers. Maybe, in this position, we can rid the world of a few of these damned monsters. I barely hear his words because I'm focusing on him and his dog. It's strange. I've never understood pet owners. Like, not at all. Hell, I've never understood people who have children. Having some innocent creature depending entirely on you feels like my own version of hell. But the way Braxton acts with his makes me feel weird. Like he has a gene I'm lacking. And that's why he treats the thing like an adorable person. I draw my gaze from his beast and refocus on our conversation. Is that why you're here? To rid the world of monsters? I'm truly curious because he doesn't fit the mold of any of the enforcers I've met so far. No. I'm here because I didn't have anywhere else to go. A man like me can't just get a job at a grocery store and forget what he is. His expression becomes distant, almost grim. And what are you? Rather than answering, he stands. Max is saying playtime is up. I glance over and see our mighty leader himself leaning against the SUV, glaring. Sighing, I watch as the dog follows Braxton to the car, looking happier than I've felt in a long time. But maybe I'd be that happy too if Braxton was petting me all day. Okay, that sounds worse than I planned for it to. I just meant I might be happier if someone gave a shit about me too. But my mom always said, hope in one hand and shit in the other. Then see which one fills up first. My heart aches and my mind flips through the sound of my mom screaming, then the terrible way they killed her. I dig my nails into my palms hard enough to make them bleed, then draw in a ragged breath. My mom is gone. Focus on the present, like my conversation with Braxton, like our current mission. I wish I had some time alone to process everything I just heard. But figuring out these two men isn't nearly as important as finding my pack. Because once I find all of us, once I save all of us, I'm going to make another safe place like the Blood Pack lands. And Max and Braxton, all they'll know is that I'm gone. These two men are my tools to use to get back the life I lost. Nothing more. And no matter how many sad stories I hear from them, I can't forget that. I'm all my pack has left. Chapter 10. Asha. The remaining drive to Fairmore was uneventful. We make a few stops, mostly for the dog. I watched everyone as subtly as I could. There were places where I realized that Braxton had more than a soft spot for his dog, and more a giant squishy heart for the beast, and where I realized that Max was more than a little irritated by him slowing us down. But whether his issue was with the dog, our timeline, or something else, I wasn't sure. All I knew was that the second we entered town, the tension in our vehicle was palpable. Where exactly are we headed? I ask, and my voice sounds loud in the silence as I stare out at the darkened streets of the busy town. To an informant. I frown. Does he or she know where my pack member is now? Because if they don't, we'd be better off going to the last place they were seen. Why? You got some kind of secret locator power you didn't tell us about? Braxton asks from the back seat with a grin. No. My answer is clipped because I don't want to say more. As scared as everyone seems to be of my pack, I'm sure they're just as confused about how to use our new power as I am. My magic is like some kind of utility belt that seems to get me out of a jam, but I still don't exactly know how. I do, however, think that something in my confusing powers would help lead me to my pack member. When I don't say more, Max does. The informant has information we need. You two need to stay quiet and follow my lead. Ugh. I glance at him. He's wearing another dark suit, this one a very deep gray color that makes his tan skin look even tanner. And for some reason, makes his brown eyes look different in the darkness of the car. Every time a lamppost's light flies over us, the shadows of his face draw attention to the strong jaw and pleasant features. Pleasant? Fuck. I need to get the hell out of the car. You two need to be nothing more than shadows. Do you understand? This is a delicate matter. A matter I know how to handle. I snort, which causes him to give me one of his looks. Not quite irritated, but sure as hell disapproving. But Braxton simply says, "Yes, sir," even though there's a hint of amusement in his voice, which tells me he's going to listen to that command about as well as I will. These two. They're hard to figure out. Harder than I imagined. Like they're both really good at concealing who they really are. At another time, in another life, I might have made it my mission to figure them out. Instead, I look back out the window, trying to forget they're even here. Max drives through the active town to the even busier main street where people are still out shopping and grabbing dinner, seemingly unaware of the trouble that's come to their door. I see a few vampires who almost blend in with the humans, a handful of shifters laughing together outside a club that hasn't yet opened. Basically nothing out of the ordinary. Supernaturals have always gotten along with humans for the most part, as long as humans continue thinking we don't exist. I just hope I can find a way for the Blood Pack to find a place in this world too. A place that doesn't involve being hunted like animals. We pull off of the main road and weave down some quieter streets before turning off the road and onto a long driveway surrounded by large trees. Eventually we stop in front of huge gates. Max presses the button beside the gates, and we wait. Identify yourself. A deep voice practically growls over the intercom. Enforcers Max and Braxton Blackwell. He responds, and an instant later the gates open. We head down a long driveway lined with trees and arrive in front of a very modern-looking mansion with all straight lines, dark marble, and huge windows that are apparently tinted, because I can't see anything inside. Max cuts the engine, then turns to me and Braxton. This source isn't just important for our case. He's an important man. Let's try not to piss him off. I didn't plan to. Braxton and I say at the same time. I glance back at him, and his eyes are wide as he stares at me. A spark crackles between us, and then he tilts his head. I think he was talking to me. Doubt it, I say. I've had 20+ years of ignoring his orders and screwing things up. His words are a challenge. And I'm a blood mage. Check and mate. He grins at me, and I almost smile before remembering where we are and why we're here. Every second spent on this bullshit is a second I'm not helping my pack, and they deserve someone who's focused, not this. Max clears his throat. Actually, I was talking to both of you. Fine, I say, then climb out of the SUV, hearing their doors opening and slamming behind me. Trouble goes racing past me and into the woods, and I look back at Braxton with a frown. He smiles. He'll be back. Just needs to run some of that energy off. Okay, I guess the dog is okay then. I take a few steps forward when the door to the mansion opens and 2 men appear. Inhaling sharply, my nose instantly wrinkles. Yeah, technically I'm part vampire now, but I don't think I smell the way they do. Like roadkill that's been sitting in the hot sun for hours. It's a vampire thing. Sometimes their smell is worse. Sometimes not so much. But there's always a hint of death around them. Both big men are stone-faced and nod slightly at us as Max and Braxton come to stand at my side. One of them, a man with long blonde hair and a scar across his jaw, says, "Right this way, he's waiting for you." I instantly snap into action and just barely catch the raised brow Max gives me as I hurry after the guards. The 2 other men closely at my heel. We enter a massive mansion that looks exactly the way I pictured, only better. Ridiculously high ceilings and minimalistic decorations make it easier to focus on the incredibly well-built structure. Whoever owns this house, he's got good taste and an eye for design. We suddenly stop at a door and the guard pushes it open. Then he indicates for us to go in. Max starts forward, but I'm faster, pushing forward and practically running in to enter before him. Which is probably stupid, but makes me feel a little bit better. Like I'm not just some lackey. Like this mission is my mission, instead of just a job like it is for the enforcers beside me. Because that's what it is. In the spacious room, a blond man with short hair and a slight beard leans against a desk. A fire blazes behind him and jazz plays on a record in one corner. He has a drink half tilted to his lips. A drink that strangely looks like a mixture of scotch and blood. Actually, as I take a deep breath, I'm pretty damn sure that's exactly what it is. I scent the copperiness of it and also the deep, intense flavor I associate with scotch, along with the smoky scent of the fire crackling behind him. As I move closer to him, I frown, pulling my focus from the scents around me and to the man himself. Something is off with him, like he's sick, which makes no sense. Vampires don't get sick, do they? His blonde hair is strangely dull. Almost stringy. Not at all how most vampires keep their hair. In general, they're a vain lot and would do just about anything to preserve their youthful appearance. But it's more than that. He's pale. And I know people always make jokes about vampires being pale, but they aren't. Because they can't go out in the light. That's not something we supernaturals associate with them. His color, though. It's sickly. Almost green. And his blue shirt and dark slacks are wrinkled and unkempt, hanging off of him like he's recently lost some weight. Not something I'd think a man who owns a place like this would wear. "Mr. Blackwell," he says with surprising relief before setting his drink down and moving forward to shake Max's hand, followed by Braxton's. He doesn't shake my hand, just casts me a curious glance, then focuses back on Max. "Thank you so much for coming." Max takes one of the seats the man indicates for us to sit in, seemingly ignoring the fact that the man seems to be some kind of sexist asshole. Although, fine, he looks like he's been through some shit, so maybe it's more about that than me being a woman. Maybe his thoughts are occupied by whatever he's dealing with. Whatever reason we came here. "Thank you for seeing us, Mr. Vanguard." The vampire practically collapses into a big leather chair by the fire, leaving Braxton and I to sit next to Max on the couch. Our thighs touch, for the briefest moment, where energy sings between Braxton and I before I jerk my leg away from the big shifter. But even so, his body feels too big to be next to mine, and it's the first time I realize how much smaller I am than him. Somehow, keeping him in the back seat for most of the trip gave me just enough distance to avoid this weird feeling between us. "This is a delicate matter," Mr. Vanguardi begins, interrupting my strange thoughts. I glance at him and see him staring down at his hands, looking lost. Delicate how? I ask. Max shoots me a dirty look, then refocuses on the man in front of us. We understand. Everything you say here will be classified information. The vampire's gaze meets mine, then sweeps to Braxton and then Max. For men like me, if this gets out, my reputation will be ruined. The money pisses me off, but money can be replaced. My reputation cannot. Understood, Max says with a nod. The vampire drops his hands, crosses his legs, then uncrosses them and settles back against his chair looking even more uncomfortable. You must understand that I am an important man. So I have guards, but they've never really had to do anything other than remove guests who had a few too many drinks. They are more or less just in case, but I don't require them to be at my side. So when there was a lovely evening earlier this week, I decided to go out for a walk alone. I don't know why, but I study the man. He seems embarrassed that something bad happened to him, which logically makes no sense at all. If someone hurt him or took advantage of him, they should be the ones embarrassed, not him. But I hold my tongue, because I don't quite understand what's going on yet. And the last thing I want to do is make the wrong move and piss Max off even further. Mr. Vanguardi takes a deep breath and wipes his palms on his pants before continuing. I saw a young man wearing a hoodie. He looked like 1,000 of other young people who frequent the park, so I thought nothing of it. But then he went to pass me. He suddenly turned and gripped me so damn hard. Harder than I ever thought possible, and began a spell. I struggled to get away from him, but then I felt a horrible burning on my arm and all thoughts escaped me. I came to on my knees with him standing over me. He told me that either I withdraw $1 million and drop it back off in the exact spot in 4 days, or by that time in 4 days I would be dead. He said the mark would spread until it slowly killed me, and before I could so much as argue, he ran away. Fuck. I'd seen this before. The marks on the berserker woman and her man. They also were given a task, or their mark would kill them. But those blood mages died. How did this one learn the same thing? And please, don't let it be my brother doing this. Or maybe I should hope it is him. At least it'd mean he wasn't as crazed as the others, and that he was close enough for me to find him and help him. But it would also say something about the man he became. A thief. Not that I'm one to judge. He, or whoever he is, probably has his reasons for doing this, and it's probably about more than greed. At least I hope it is. Time passed, he continues, shaking his head. And the mark spread. It was painful, horrible looking, and it felt like as each hour passed I felt worse and worse. I went to witches, ancient vampires, even fucking shifters and demons. He winces, as if remembering we're shifters, but continues. No one could remove the mark, so I did the only thing I could. I arrived at the park and gave him the money. Only I also had my men track him. They lost him in an industrial park. Can you get us the information on where he marked you, and where your men followed him to? Max asks. The man nods. I have a file with the information already, but I want to make this clear. I couldn't give two shits about the money. I want this man found, and I want him killed. Like hell, I say, my fists clenching. Braxton reaches over and touches my knee, and I jerk it as far from him as I can. His hand curls into a fist and goes back onto his leg. What my partner here means is that enforcers don't just go around killing people. You called us to fix the situation, and we will. Max is glaring at both of us, but I ignore him. Another thing. Can you describe this man for us? Describe him, the vampire says, almost sneering the words. He was some young punk in a hoodie with impossible magic. I'm sure if you three got within a few feet of him, you'll smell the wrongness of his fucked up blood mage powers. I don't think you need more than that. I realize I'm holding my breath and release it. Dark hair? Blonde hair? A fucking clown wig? How about you tell us something, bloodsucker? Asha, Max's voice is cool and calm. Wait for us in the car. I leap to my feet. What did he look like? Mr. Vanguardi leans back in his chair with a smirk. Like a desperate piece of shit. Before I know what I'm doing, I've leaped across the room and I'm on him, my hands clenched in his shirt. What the fuck did he look like? There's swearing behind me. Someone shouts my name, but my eyes are locked on the coward in front of me. I feel my fangs elongate and my claws grow. His eyes widen. You're one of them, aren't you? Tell me what he looks like before I make you wish that Mark killed you. I growl, my wolf raging within me. I didn't see, okay? Just the hoodie. Just that he was a young guy, maybe with dark hair, I don't know. I'm yanked off of him by Max. I almost smack his hand away, but the intensity of his brown eyes stops me. Wait in the car, Asha. We'll deal with this later. Max. I growl his name. Now, or this will be your last day on the case. I hesitate, but the look on his face tells me he's serious. So I straighten and take a deep breath, letting my nails and claws return to normal. Turning, I nod toward the vampire. We'll find this kid, Mr. Vanguardi, but I want you to think about the fact that once upon a time vampires were called monsters. Hell, some people still call you monsters. Then I turn and leave the room, ignoring the fact that I can feel Braxton's eyes burning through me. I march out the door, ignoring the guards, and head right out to the SUV. But I don't get in. I'm just too fucking pissed. Instead, I pound my palms on top of the hood. This is a lead to a pack member. Maybe even a lead to my brother. I'm so close I can almost taste it in that guy. I don't know. He just pissed me off. Well, that was smooth. I whirl around to find Braxton behind me, but to my surprise, he has a bemused look on his face rather than an annoyed one. That guy was a douche. I tell him, daring him to disagree with my tone. He comes closer. Agreed. Trouble comes from the woods and races up to Braxton. The guy kneels down and pets the dog with a smile still on his lips. But girl, you have to work on your bedside manner. I snort. I'm not a doctor. No, but you're doing a job that requires some delicate work, and that was not delicate work. I glare at him. I got my answer, didn't I? And you could have gotten it without attacking an important man. Getting yourself, me, and Max in trouble with the enforcers. Max would have gotten to the Blood Mage's description if you'd given him more time. Is he right? We're wasting so much time with this shit. His startling gaze meets mine. Really? Because without the enforcers, would you even have a lead to your pack? I open my mouth, then shut it. He's right, but I don't like that he's right. He was a dick. By stating what most people think about your kind, without knowing that he was in front of one of them? Hell, okay. He continues. And what did you think of blood mages before you became one? I shake my head. I didn't think about them. I didn't know they existed. The words feel strange. It's hard to even think about a time when I was that innocent. He comes closer to me and leans on the SUV. I shift a little away, and he definitely notices. I've been thinking, though. Are you guys blood mages? I frown. What do you mean? Well, you were made to be like them, but you aren't, actually. You're something else. I kind of think you should have a different name. I stare and stare. He's the first person to say something like this, but he's absolutely right. Why do we call ourselves the same thing as the people who hurt us? You're right. So, he flashes another smile. Maybe we should come up with another name. All right, I say. Then he hesitates, his smile falling away. Sorry for touching your knee. I wasn't thinking. It's okay, I say too quickly. He shakes his head. No, it wasn't. I'm a touchy person by nature, and I shouldn't have assumed you would be okay with me entering your personal space. Fuck. I swear I actually think if he put his hand on my knee now, I'd let him. Thanks. I'm not anti-touch, though. I just have a big personal bubble. His pale eyes brighten. Okay, well, you just let me know if I enter it, and I'll try my best to be aware of it. I feel like that grumpy green guy who hates Christmas because I feel like my heart grows several sizes. Agreed. Then I release a slow breath. So, how mad do you think Max is? Well, he was calm and patient, so probably pissed as hell. I laugh. So that's just how he is? Because Mr. Robot Man is driving me crazy. No, that's just him, Braxton says, standing up and smiling down at Trouble. Until you get him really mad. And then that guy is not someone anyone wants to mess with. Seriously? I ask, lifting a brow because I just can't imagine that. Seriously, Braxton says. My big old bro has a dark side, and God help anyone who sees that side of him. Maybe I want to see it. I tell him, trying to picture it. You must have a death wish. He jokes. My smile vanishes. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know anymore. Trouble moves away from Braxton and comes up to me. He stares at me, tilting his head like he's trying to figure me out. I stare back at him, unsure of what the beast wants. Trouble is good at sensing when someone is in distress. I'm not in distress, I tell him, trying not to sound offended. He shrugs his shoulders. That's what everyone says. Ignoring his words, I go to the SUV, open the door, and climb in. The thing is that my heart is racing and my palms are sweaty. I'm not sure why, but I want to leave this place and find my pack member. That's all that matters to me. That should matter to me. There isn't room in my life for anything else, including my dark thoughts. I just hope when I find my pack member I can save him, because I just can't lose anything more. Chapter 11. Max. I managed to get Mr. Vanguardi to agree not to report Asha's actions to any of my superiors, but I think he mainly agrees because he doesn't want more people to know about what happened to begin with. He hands me the file. I say goodbye, and then the second I'm free of him, I'm thinking about what the hell to do about Asha. She cannot attack our leads. She cannot behave like that. But it's more than that. I've been watching for any signs of the dangerous blood mage within her, and I've seen nothing. Until now. So was that just a woman on the edge after losing everything she ever loved? Or is that something more? I truly don't know, but there have to be consequences for her actions. My mind rolls through the types of discipline we received in the army, then the discipline the enforcers believe in. For some reason, none of it seems like things that would work for Asha. But then again, there's a reason I don't like having a team. Managing people isn't really my thing. I like to give a command and simply have it obeyed. And unfortunately, I've realized people aren't like that. Leaving the mansion, I take a deep breath of the clean air, free of the scent of vampire, and my gaze meets my brother's. For a second, I feel panicked that Asha isn't with him, and then I see movement behind the tinted window in the SUV and release a slow breath. How is she? I ask. Braxton gives me a knowing look. Better. I think it's just a lot. It'd be a lot for anyone. I nod. He's probably right. He's better with stuff like this than I am. So she's okay. She's not going crazy, Braxton says as if he read my thoughts. Just got a little frustrated, I think. I sigh. That girl really knows how to get under a guy's skin, doesn't she? He asks with a smirk. That girl can probably hear us talking right now. We both smile, and then I remember what I have to do and feel my smile fade away. I need to talk to her for a second. He looks like he wants to say something, but then he nods. I'll ask one of the guards if I can see the garden. I heard him blabbering about it. Damn green thumbs. Then he hurries off, to the blonde guard near the door who smiles when he sees my brother coming. Refocusing my attention on the matter at hand, I knock lightly on her window, then gesture for her to come out. She does so, slowly, and with an instant look that tells me she's ready for a fight. Ready for me to come down on her hard. Unfortunately for me, and her, I don't know any other way to handle this. I have memories of my parents, before they were murdered, but I was never a kid who had to be disciplined. The worst thing I ever did was steal a candy bar when I was little. And they simply had a strong talk with me, then made me go to the grocery store with the candy, money, and an apology. But those days are long behind me. Asha is not a kid who stole candy. She's a woman who assaulted a powerful man while working for the enforcers. Anyone else would have her carted off right now. What? Are you just going to stare? She asks in a clipped tone. I draw myself up taller. Asha has this way about her. She barely comes to my shoulders in height, and she looks like she's missed far too many meals. And yet her presence is big. Bigger than me in a lot of ways. I think naturally I intimidate more people. But the second she opens her mouth, she's definitely the person others nervously side-eye. And that's not the blood mage in her, that's just her. What you did in there. It was unacceptable. Her brown, almost auburn eyes flash with rage. You heard what he said about me. I shift closer to her. I don't know why. Maybe because under all the rage I can sense that she's hurting. People say a lot worse about blood mages. You have to have a thicker skin about it. She glares. I do have a thick skin. You haven't seen me crying like a baby, have you? Sadness isn't the only emotion enforcers have to control. Anger is just as dangerous. Even more so sometimes. And fear and jealousy. We have to be above those things as much as possible. To my surprise, she moves closer to me. The closest she's ever willingly been. So close that my breath ruffles her hair. I'm not like you, Max. I'm not a robot who can't feel a goddamn thing. I want to touch her. I want to smooth that long blonde hair back from her face and tuck it behind her ear. I want to run my hand along her face. The face that was covered in bruises just a short time ago, but I don't. I feel things. Do you? She challenges me. Too much. That's the problem. Even when I was a kid, I was reserved. While Braxton would rage when angry or shout when happy or cry when hurt, I let all of my feelings well inside until they came out when I was alone. Only my mom understood that. Even when I was a teenager, she'd tap lightly on my door when I was in a bad place. She'd lay next to me on my bed, and she'd just be there for me. So I wouldn't be hurting alone. And then she was gone, and I was all alone. Yes, I have feelings. I repeat, and her eyes widen. I wonder what I said. I wonder what she sees because I'm trying so hard to keep it all hidden. But feelings. They ruin things, Asha. Those unique eyes of hers hold mine. And now I don't know what I'm talking about. Her or the situation. We are entrusted to protect humans and supernaturals. That means using reasonable force when needed. That means trying to end situations as non-violently as we can. You have to see that if we don't strive for those things, then there's no difference between us and our enemies. She actually looks surprised. I was just so damn angry. I know. I get angry too. I take a deep breath, then decide to hell with it. It was pure luck that I was there for the first case with a blood mage. I haven't been forbidden from telling you about it, but I was told it would be unwise. You found another one of us before me? Before the blood mages with the berserkers? Her voice cracks a little, and she wraps her arms around herself. I nod, not sure if I'm making a terrible mistake. She was young. Just a child. A little thing with brown hair and big brown eyes. She couldn't remember her name or the name of her parents, but I tried to connect with her. I tried to get her to remember what life was like before she was taken. Fuck. I don't want to remember that day. Because the day when children are hurt are always the worst. She was collecting seashells on a beach, but the water was drawing further and further away as she walked straight out into the water. A massive wave was forming and people were panicking. It was the kind of wave that would take out the whole town. And on the beach, she'd sucked 3 humans dry. I approached her. I tried to talk with her. I got her to slowly let the wave go down, and the beach returned to normal. And I thought maybe then I could help her. But she attacked another enforcer, and the others reacted. There were gunshots, blood, screaming, and then just me holding the little girl, shouting for help. But I was the only one on that beach who cared that a young life was draining away in my arms. She was gone. She probably couldn't have been saved. But I wanted people to want to save her. I don't blame the others for what they did. The child was dangerous. She was hurting another person and might have killed them. But I wondered a lot afterwards. If they hadn't been so scared, would they have hesitated? Would it have been enough for me to save her? Asha has tears in her eyes. That was Jillian. She was one of the few kids who survived. Her cage was kept away from mine, but I could hear her crying at night. I could hear her after the tests, but I couldn't reach her. I couldn't even see her. I reached out my hand and ran it down her arm without thinking. She tenses, then relaxes. My hand is almost on her elbow. It's not much. Not the hug I want to give her. I've thought about it a million times and wondered how much of our pain I could take away just by pulling her into my arms. Just by pretending for a while that we have someone in this world. Someone to weather the storm with. She steps back from me and wipes at her face. Even though there aren't any tears, My hand falls away, but she doesn't seem to notice. So what's my punishment for that? What will you do to me? Lashes? Imprisonment? Every hair on my body stands on end. I'm pretty sure she's already been through all of that. And worse. If her nightmares are any indication. A reminder. Don't do it again. She looks surprised, and I head to the driver's seat, because I don't want to look at her any longer. I should have logically punished her. In the military, as an enforcer. Based on everything I've ever learned, Asha needs to be punished. The fact that I hadn't probably indicates that I'm not in my right mind. And the woman has created a soft spot within me, and I can't think about that right now. Not when I have a mission to complete. Asha stays outside the car. After a few minutes, Braxton and his dog appear from around the side of the house, and they all climb in. I don't say anything. I don't say that these two people are driving me crazy and are perfect signs that I'm not as matter-of-fact as I was led to believe. Because my brother has a damn mutt slowing us down. A mutt who he seems to need, and a mutt I want him to have. And Asha is, beside me, a disaster of a person who is causing a hell of a lot of trouble on this mission. And yet I want her with me. Carl was wrong to believe I'd be better with a team. Because this is exactly the shit I wanted to avoid, which I'm sure will only get worse when the other members of our team arrive. I need to get myself in check before then, and learn how to lead two people I care about, before the consequences make me regret my weakness. Chapter 12. Braxton. Well, this is one awkward trip. I'm not sure exactly how Max handled Asha's mistake, but it doesn't exactly feel peaceful. Nor does it feel like an all-out war. Trouble sleeps next to me in the back of the SUV. Head in my lap, and I stroke his head, letting my eyes close as I relax. It's been a long few days. Not as long as ones in my past, but long enough. Feels like I'm still figuring out who Max is in this role, which is weird. I know who he is as a brother. Someone who sees himself more as a father figure than my twin. A man who would give the shirt off his back for me, but I don't know who he is as a commander. He's hard to figure out. His emotions are locked up, even his humor, to the point where he feels empty inside. Which is so different than how I feel. I don't feel empty. I feel like the devil has placed a million awful demons inside of me, and that if I ever let down my guard, they'll come bursting out, ruining my second chance. Sometimes I forget, just for a few minutes, that I have to actively keep them at bay. Like when I'm around Asha, when her big eyes filled with ghosts look up at me. Something inside of me just screams to protect her, to save her from the demons I know she's fighting too. And my own demons silence, if only for a short time. It's an odd realization, almost like when I realized trouble had a way of bringing me back from the edge. Okay. Max's voice is soft in the silence. We'll be staying here for the night. He turns into another random motel parking lot and finds a spot. We all get out, more or less looking exhausted, but the second I'm outside and all the smells of the town hit me, I instinctually move closer to Asha. I know enforcers don't get 5-star resorts or anything, but this part of town is definitely not where I'd choose to go with people I care about. And as my gaze sweeps around us, the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. There are homeless people in every alley around us. Women of the night hang out on the street corner, and everything distinctly smells like urine. Max, I say as Trouble gives a soft growl beside me, and I pet his head to reassure him. I know. He tells me simply. We flank Asha, even Trouble, as we head around to where the lobby is. Right out front, 2 guys are sleeping on the ground and another is standing in a dark hoodie, leaning against the wall. My skin crawls. I don't mind homeless people. I feel sorry for them. But something about them, or this situation, has me on edge. I sense the man who's standing shift a little, but I don't look in his direction, just keep close to Asha, wanting like hell to get our keys and get out of here as soon as possible. You guys got any change? The man slurs from beside the door. No, sorry. Max answers automatically. Please, listen, man, I just need... Braxton? My spine stiffens and I turn to the man. He pulls back his hoodie. And I honestly don't recognize the man in front of me. He's so skeletal that the sight of him turns my stomach. This isn't a man who's missed too many meals. This is a man who's gotten mixed up with drugs. As if to confirm my suspicions, he opens his mouth a little, and I see blackened, broken teeth in front. His skin is yellow, and his beard spreads wildly across his chest like it hasn't been cut in months. "Braxton?" he says again, moving closer to us. I move forward, keeping him away from the people behind me. "I don't know you." I inhale, trying to pick up his scent just in case I'm wrong, but all I can smell is filth, like smelling a truck stop bathroom. It's enough that I have to hold back a gag. "It's me," he says so sincerely and desperately that I go back to his face, to his brown eyes, to his slightly tilted nose. Do I know him? He seems to know me. "It's Waylon." Every muscle in my body stiffens. Waylon. No way in hell. Waylon was a fellow shifter who had that bad luck to be in the same unit I was in. We, unlike my brother, weren't considered intelligent enough to be protected. Instead, we were seen as powerful weapons, capable of great harm. Weapons the military didn't give two shits about. Every terrible thing I saw, Waylon was right there with me. But those eyes, those were his eyes. Waylon? A strange pressure comes to my chest, a pressure I can't seem to push away. He nods. "You've cleaned yourself up. You look like a respectable man now." "That's because I am," I tell him, feeling uneasy. "So maybe you have some cash to spare?" His eyes brighten at the idea of money. "Cash for what?" I ask him. Because if any of my fellow officers needed money for a room or food, they wouldn't even have to ask. I'd be there for them in a second, no matter how hard it might be for me to be around them. But money for drugs? Fuck, I don't want to do anything to send this man further down that rabbit hole. "Come on," he says, lowering his voice. "You know what it's for." I start to shake my head. "Don't look at me like that." He doesn't sound angry, just desperate. "You were there. You saw what I saw. You did what I did. Fuck, you did worse things than me. And sleep? I can't sleep. Not anymore. Not without seeing them. The people. The kids. The fucking blood on our hands. This is the only way I can close my eyes. The only way I can keep breathing. Please, I need this." This time I don't hesitate. "No. Look, you have my number if you ever get cleaned up, but I can't be a part of this." I try to walk away from him, but then he grabs my sleeve, surprising me. "Don't!" And now he sounds angry. "You're worse than I am. The fact that you could sleep at night without drugs says what a shitty, heartless thing you are. And we both know it." My teeth clench together and I jerk my sleeve free of his touch. "Get some help." I head for the door, and he calls after me. "Remember that little girl? Remember her walking toward us, tears in her eyes? The commander said he had a bomb strapped to her, didn't he? But you didn't see anything. And still, when he gave that order..." Without thinking, I spin around and my fist connects with his chin. He goes flying back and hits the ground hard without moving. For one brief moment, I think I've killed him. And then he coughs, spitting out blood. He smiles at me. "Don't like to think about her, huh? I bet you don't think about any of them. I bet you sleep at night on your soft bed." And then his voice cracks, and he begins to sob, his smile gone. "I came back to my family, my wife and my kids, but how could I look at them without seeing everything I had done?" He's crying harder. "I could never escape it. Never. Never." He sits up slowly and starts rocking on the sidewalk. It's hard to breathe as I reach into my wallet and pull out whatever cash I have. Moving to him, I kneel down and drop the money on his stomach. "Get help. A therapist. Someone. But don't ever ask me for money again or approach me. Do you understand me?" He's not looking at me. His hand closes around the money, and then he's nodding as he pulls it to his chest. whispering words I don't understand, or maybe don't want to understand. Turning, I do everything in my power not to look at my brother or Asha, to ignore whatever they must be thinking about me right now, because I can't handle it. This broken fucking man is wrong about us. He might have an addiction. He might be sleeping on the streets. But inside we're the same. Broken. A joke. Two people who will never be the same again. I'm just better at hiding it. And I need to keep hiding it. Because if that side of me is ever really exposed, he might as well clear a spot on that street for me too. Trouble whimpers beside me and I reach down and stroke his head. I know, buddy. I know that wasn't good for me.
Chapter 13. Asha. My heart is racing so hard that I'm worried the guys will know I'm up to something and I'll be caught. But as the hours pass and they continue to breathe evenly in the bed next to mine, I slowly get up an inch out of my bed. I make my way across the room, grab the folder on the desk, and slip into the bathroom. Closing the door as carefully as I can, I flick on the light, then sit down and slowly open it. Over our takeout food, we'd gone over the file. A young man, who could be my brother, had marked the vampire and several other people, more even, because the enforcers suspected that some people were unwilling to come forward. But I don't need to know all of that. I just need the address, the area the vampire had lost the blood mage. Scanning through the words on the page, I freeze, then look at the address. There's a map behind it with the exact position marked, and I take note of where it is. Then slowly close the file once more. Taking a deep breath, I try not to feel guilty. I try hard not to think about what will happen to me if Max and Braxton find out what I'm doing. Then I stand, turn off the light, and creep back out. Leaving the file exactly where I found it, I silently dress. Trouble lifts his head, but I reluctantly lean down and pet him until he settles back down. For reasons I don't understand, I stare down at the beast. He's kind of cute, in the right light. Mostly annoying, though. On the bed, Max and Braxton are completely still except for the rise and fall of their chests. I pause, watching them. Another wave of guilt moving through me. It just kind of sucks. It sucks that I so badly want to dislike them, to see them as enemies. But some small part of me doesn't see them that way, and it bothers me. Maybe I'm not the warrior my people need. Actually, I'm definitely not. But I also seem to be the only one, so it is what it is. Slipping out of the room, I travel through the chilly night, ignoring the people who approach me for money, ignoring the women on the street corner who smile at me and offer me their bodies. I pass them all, walking for nearly an hour before I arrive at the place indicated on the map. There, I pause. This area of town is just warehouses near a big river. I get the feeling that most of these warehouses are empty or abandoned, because they look ill cared for. Some still have lights on inside, even though the street lamps are broken and forgotten frequently in all directions, and the road itself is in complete disarray. But if I was one of my people, lost, afraid, and getting money for who knows what, this would be an ideal place to hide. I breathe in slowly, trying to pick up the scent of any of my pack members, but I get nothing, so I just start walking, moving down the main road, winding through alleys when my instincts tell me to explore them. Still, there's nothing. I start to get frustrated. Somehow I thought I'd just have a sense when I got close to my family, that I'd just know where they were. The fact that things aren't working that way makes my confidence begin to crumble. A little further. That's all I can go. Then I'll have to backtrack and make sure I've returned before the guys suspect a thing. No matter how much I want to fucking spend the night combing every inch of this place. So that's what I do. I pick alleys at random, roads at random. I circle the warehouses. I see one on the end with the lights on inside and instinctually decide it can't be there because picking an occupied warehouse with all these empty ones would be stupid. But then I stop. Like a moth to flames, I head towards the building and round it until the scent hits me. The scent of dark magic. It isn't what I was hoping for. I wanted to pick up my brother's scent, but at least this means I'm on the right track. Moving to the door on the side of the building, I turn the handle and find it unlocked.
Taking a deep breath, I slowly open it and slip inside. I'm in a cleared space, but huge boxes are stacked on top of each other in every direction. They provide me with protection against being seen, but also make it harder to just quickly figure out if my pack member is here, so I keep exploring as the scent of dark magic grows stronger. My chest begins to ache and I freeze, wondering what the hell is wrong. Why am I suddenly upset? Then it hits me. This could be my brother. Any minute I could be seeing him. This could be the moment I've been waiting for so desperately. I never want to get my hopes up, but they soar at the moment, and I almost feel like sobbing. Which is stupid. I haven't even seen him. I don't even know if he's here, but I want him to be. He's the last of my family. The last connection I have to my mother and my sister. And as of now, to my pack, too. It needs to be him. I need it to be him. Emotion swells in my throat as I keep creeping around, and then I see movement and freeze. Just around the edge of a box near the center of the room, a man is leaning over a small table with a bag filled with money. Apparently, I'd found the thief and the missing money. But who is this man? Unfortunately, he doesn't look like my brother, but maybe he dyed his bright red hair. And then he turns around and my hope crumbles. It crumbles so hard that it takes everything inside of me to keep standing. But as my hope disappears, anger rises inside of me. The man in the center of the room is as familiar to me as my own brother's face, because I saw it so many times. Leering through the bars of my cage, whispering about my great ass, laughing as I fought him as he strapped me to a table. I thought he was dead. I thought all our captors were dead. But I'll correct this mistake really quickly. Stepping around the boxes, I feel my nails elongate and my heart race. Jabez. His name comes out a growl. The blood mage spins toward me. Dark eyes wide, dark hair falling slightly over his thin face. And I'm at least glad to see scars running across his face, big claw marks that I suspect came from someone in my pack. But then to my surprise, his body relaxes and he smiles. Blondie? Osha, I growl, moving closer to him. You found us. Us? I only see you. Are there more of you pricks? He shakes his head, and he's just as cocky as he was before. Just as inhuman, with his alien-like smile and his big eyes focusing on me like I'm an ant who amuses him. Perhaps just as insane as he was when he was torturing me. Well, the enforcers are on your case, and if they have their way, you'll be in handcuffs tomorrow. That smile never leaves his lips. Too bad for them, I'll be long gone by then, with the kind of money that will keep me hidden forever. I take a step forward. Too bad for you. They didn't find you first because I have no intentions of letting you walk out of here in handcuffs. His eyes seem to burn through me. Blondie, you talk a big talk, but we both know you don't have the stomach for murder. He takes a step closer to me. I remember you. I remember the way you would cry and beg us to leave your people alone. I remember the look on your face when we dragged the bodies of your pack members past your cell. I swallow around the lump in my throat. I'm not that person any longer. I'm what you made me now. He cocks his head. And what we made you is so much better than you were. Better than we are. Your magic can either be fueled by blood or by the darkness all around us. We don't have that choice. It's the dark or nothing. And it's like his words have power because in that moment I swear I can feel it. I can sense the darkness all around me. It calls to me. Always there. Always a temptation. But I don't want to taste it. I don't want to go near it. But tonight I might have to. If that's true, then you should be scared right now. I tell him. Because I'm stronger than you. And because I plan to kill you. He doesn't look worried. I'm not scared. I'm excited. You have so much potential inside of you, but like the others, you don't know how to control the darkness when you touch it. You don't know how to purge yourself of it. Instead, every time you taste it, it'll build inside of you until you're consumed by it. But if you join me, I can teach you how to ignore the whispering. I can show you how to silence it, to be free of it, and I can keep you fueled with blood. So you only need to use the darkness in desperate situations. I don't need you for any of that. I lie. The only thing I need is for you to die. He smiles. We both know that isn't true. I watch as he tilts his head and his eyes begin to glow. Not red, not the color I imagined, but a sinful gold. One that's impossible to look away from. One that burns through to my very soul, leaving me feeling alone and afraid. A sob explodes from my lips, but I still can't look away as he draws closer. You are the reason for everything that happened to your people. You watched as your mother died in front of you and heard the sound of your sister being slaughtered. Your only hope is your brother, even though you didn't see him in one of our cages. And that little piece of hope that he's still alive is the only thing that keeps you going. He touches my face, and I try to remember how close he was before, but I can't. But I'm afraid I have to destroy that final piece of hope. I saw your brother. He was kept away from the rest of you for a reason. He was the first one of you we experimented on, and while we tried to create better versions of ourselves with him, we created something far worse. So he needed to die. My pulse fills my ears. I want to look away. I want to pull away as he continues to stroke my face in a way that's almost sensual, but I can't. His words dig so deep into my soul that it feels like he's tearing me apart. Like he really has destroyed the last piece of me that loves, that has hope, that's capable of caring about anyone or anything. And now I just want to die. Let's see those claws, he whispers, and I feel my hand lift and my claws extend. Now bring yourself peace, Blondie. You are the reason everyone you ever loved died. Use those claws to finally end it all. Finally walk away. You know it's what you want. I feel tears rolling down my cheeks as I move my hand to my throat. As I feel the sharp tips press into my skin, slowly drawing blood. This was how my story was always going to end. Always. I ended the lives of everyone I loved, and it only makes sense that now I would end my own life too. Everyone I love is dead. Everyone. It's time to finish this, the blood mage whispers, and all I see is gold. Gold like the mage's eyes. Gold like the sunset. Gold like trouble. And then other colors begin to float through my mind. Max's eyes. I always called them light brown, but they were almost hazel, with little flecks of gold. And his skin. It's tan, a shade or two more tan than my own. It seems to brighten when he smiles. The rare times he smiles, unlike with Braxton, who smiles all the time, who has pale blue eyes that contrast so much with his black hair that he's hard to look at. They're both hard to look at. So beautiful. They separate the gray of this world and remind me that other colors still exist. Colors outside of gray and gold. And while they don't love me, I know they care about me, and I care about them too. His golden eyes seem to fade, and before I know what I'm doing, I launch into action. My claws rip away from my throat and slice across his. Blood flies across my face as his eyes widen, and then I just can't stop. I tear into him, a scream building in the back of my throat. I saw his whole damned head off, and then I claw across his chest, his arms, his legs. Blood is everywhere, and I'm sobbing, screaming, crying, and attacking. It's not until I'm kneeling in the mess of flesh that was this man that I seem to come back to myself, and then I cry harder. I almost killed myself. I did kill another person, a blood mage who tortured me, who hurt the people I cared about. The loss of his life could only be a good thing for this world, but it was a bad thing for me. My soul might not be white. It might be grayer. But this, killing like this, did it make me as bad as him? If I could reach inside myself, would I find a black soul? There has to be some way to help my people that doesn't lead me down such a dark path. Asha. I spin around, my heart in my throat. A young man stands in front of me wearing a dark hoodie that covers his face in shadows. He's carrying a brown grocery bag that drops at his feet as he sees the scene in front of him. Standing my hands in fists, I square off with him. How do you know my name? Every muscle in my body is tense as he reaches up and pulls the hood down. My breath catches and then it's hard to breathe. Clinton. He'd been, 13 or 14 when our village was attacked? He'd been there in the cages with us. Quiet, painfully quiet, but there. Clinton? I say, and there are tears in my throat as I race over to him and embrace him. To my relief, he hugs me back. He's aware enough of who I am, aware enough that he hasn't been lost to the darkness. This is someone I can still save. I pull away from him a little and reach up to touch his face. His eyes are green, like his mother's, a deep, intense color that makes it hard to look away from. His hair looks like he'd cut it himself, a little wild, but the same dark brown as when I'd seen him last. And then, I see my own hands, covered in blood, my knuckles bruised and bloody from beating the blood mage, even though I don't remember punching him. What are you doing here? I finally manage as I drop my hands. He gives me a weak smile. I didn't know what to do when we got free. I didn't know where to go, so he shrugs. The blood mage taught me some things I could do with my magic. We were going to get money here, a final big score, then move on to somewhere no one would know to look for us. You were working with one of them? I try not to sound shocked, but I am. He winces and rubs the back of his head. Asha, I'm sorry. I was just so lost. Working with a blood mage. I think I'd rather die. But he's maybe 16 now. After all he's been through, it's not my job to judge him for what he did to survive. I'm just glad that he had. Were you the one marking people? He looks embarrassed. Yes. I release a slow breath. Clinton, what's done is done. But we need to get you out of this town. The enforcers are on this case and they're going to find you. His eyes widen. The enforcers? Shit. It's okay. I reassure him. I'm working with them, and I can buy you a little time, but you have to go. He nods but seems confused. Clinton, where did you two plan to go with the money? I don't know, but he had a plan. He sounds so damn young that it breaks my heart. Well, I have a plan now. I'm going to find what's left of our pack and put us back together. We're going to find another safe place, and we're going to start over. He's staring at me in the strangest way. Is that even possible? Of course. I don't have all the details worked out yet, but now we have each other, and soon we'll have the others. But we're not the same anymore. We're different. We're dangerous. Can we really pretend to be a happy family again without just killing each other? I take his hands in mine. Clinton, you did what you had to do in order to survive. No one will judge you for that. And now that we've found each other, you don't need to do those kinds of things anymore, okay? None of us needs to be perfect, but we'll find a way to live together in harmony again. You seem so sure. His voice is distant. Don't you hear the call of the darkness? All the time, I admit. His gaze moves back to me. And you think you're strong enough to fight it? I do. I begin, but I'm not done. And I'm strong enough to fight it for all of you. I take a deep breath. If I leave with you now, the enforcers will have a better chance of finding us. If I stay, I can try to cover up your involvement in this. So you need to leave tonight. I want you to head to Lake Town, Colorado. It's a remote town where we can hide out while I build our new home nearby. Do you think you can do that? Just get a bus pass and travel until you reach the town. He seems off as he says, The blood mage said our goal was to mark people and take their money. There was a next step, but he didn't tell me what it was. I grab his face and force him to look at me. The blood mage is gone. It's just us. Can you do this, Clinton? Can you leave tonight and meet me at Lake Town, Colorado? He hesitates. Yes, I can. So, the new plan is that? Yes, I tell him, but his behavior is worrying me a little. Okay, he draws his shoulders back. I point to the bag of money. We need to leave enough that they feel like they got the person responsible. Just take enough to get there and survive until I can come, okay? He nods, but he still seems off as he goes to the bag of money and starts hiding the bills in his pocket. Clinton? He looks at me. Are you okay? He gives me a small smile. I don't think any of us will be okay again, but I think I can do this. I hope I can ignore the darkness and start over with you, with anyone else. Then his expression changes. Have you heard anything about my mom and dad? I'd seen them die. I'm sorry. I don't say more. I can't bring myself to destroy his last bit of hope. First, I'd give him something good. Well, he sniffs and looks down at the money in his hands. Maybe we'll find them too. We talk a little longer, but he seems distant. Not surprising. And then I know I have to go or I'll be caught. He gives me clothes to change into and I do. Then I hug him. I hug him and will all my love and strength into him so he can do what needs to be done next. We say our goodbyes, and I find a random dumpster to toss my clothes in. Back at the motel, I slip in silently, wash the blood and gore from my skin, change, and slip back into my bed. But I'm shaking when I get there, and I can't sleep for reasons I don't understand. I just stare up at the ceiling, wiping away tears that I hate are falling. Trouble is sleeping on top of Braxton like he thinks he's a tiny puppy instead of a giant dog, but I hear him get up. He goes to my bed and stares at me like he's annoyed. Am I keeping the beast awake? But no. Maybe he's not annoyed, maybe he's worried? I don't know. And then Braxton moans in his sleep. Goosebumps rise along my skin and I turn to stare at him. Braxton starts to toss and turn violently, making sounds like an animal in distress. Anyone else might be confused, but it's like staring at a kindred soul. I know what those sounds mean, and hell, my heart breaks for him. Max wakes with a groan and his brother turns and flails again. Braxton, he sounds exhausted as he sits up, but a second later I see it hit him, and he frowns. Braxton, you're having a dream. But the man on the bed continues to twist and thrash, seeming more and more agitated by the second. Max gets out of bed and stands, looking helplessly down at his brother. Do I wake him? He finally asks me, like I'm the expert on the best way to pull someone out of their own personal hell. I'm about to tell him I don't have a clue, but I glance down at Trouble once more. The dog just keeps staring at me in the strangest way. So I climb out of bed and move to stand next to Max. It's dark in the room, but not pitch black with the light from the streetlights peeking through the cracks of the blinds. And Braxton's expression? It's one of pure misery. So miserable and afraid that it breaks my heart. Whatever he's dreaming about, it's hell. I know that for certain. Maybe even from experience. What do we do? Max asks again, running both hands through his hair. Do I hold him like I did with you? I glance at him, but he's staring down at his brother, pain in his face, which, of course, makes my heart ache. It makes me miss my own brother. Makes me wish I had a chance to do it all over again and protect my family. Let me try something, I say. Max just looks lost, so I take a deep breath and circle to his side of the bed. As I'm climbing in, Max's voice stops me. What if he hurts you? I can handle him, I tell him, even though I have no clue. If he freaks out, I might make things worse, but I can definitely take a punch if that's the worst thing that comes from this. Laying down, I wrap myself around him in a way I've never wrapped myself around another person. My leg goes over his hip and my arms encircle him. I press myself against his back and feel a deep shudder roll through his body. And then his whimpers and tossing stops. I can't tell if he's out of whatever nightmare was hurting him, but the tension slowly melts from his body. And then I know he's calm. I glance up at Max, and he looks completely frozen. His gaze is moving from our feet beneath the sheets up until his eyes meet mine. We stare at each other for a long moment, and it's strange. Max seems upset, and I have no idea why. Isn't this what he wanted? For me to calm his brother down? But then he turns away from me, fists clenched, and quietly goes into the bathroom and shuts the door before turning on the light. For a while, I wait for him. The room is silent, though, and then Trouble climbs up onto the bed and lays on our feet. He's a little heavy, but I'm surprised that he doesn't bother me. I'm bothered by the fact that Max seems upset. But I let my eyes close. And before I know it, I've slipped off to sleep. Although in my dreams, Max's face haunts me. I see myself touching him. I see our lips meeting over and over, and my wolf practically purrs as he touches me, as if to say she approves of Max's wolf. Which is a strange dream, right? Chapter 14. Asha. I startle awake, every muscle in my body instantly ready for a fight. Light streams through the blinds near me, and I realize that a big body is wrapped around me. A shrill ring sounds again, and I sit up a little to see Max sitting on the edge of his bed. He pulls the phone off its charger, but he looks like hell, like he hasn't slept at all. His gaze meets mine and then jerks away as he stands. "Hello," I hear him say as he steps outside. A shiver rolls down my body as I lay back down, and guilt awakens within me. Today we'll be searching for the Blood Mage. Best case scenario is that we never find the body I tore apart, but chances are we will, and I'll have to lie to Max about my involvement with it all. But what's strange is that I'm feeling equally guilty about sleeping with Braxton, and the fact that I haven't slept this well in a long time. Trouble is still laying on our feet and legs, but Braxton is fully around me, and his body fits mine so damn well. With him, I feel small, but not vulnerable. Protected but not suffocated, and it's a strange feeling. Because I know next to nothing about this man. At least with Max, he's shown me time and again that he's willing to stick his neck out for me a little, but he has a good heart. But Braxton is a complete mystery. "Asha?" His voice is rough with sleep.
The intimate scene has been removed to comply with YouTube standards. To listen to what you're missing, I have included several places to find it below this video.
"Thanks for coming into my bed." His words are a growl. Animalistic, and my wolf fucking loves that he's losing control like this. It's hard to get out the words. We're having a nightmare. Trouble climbs off of our feet and jumps off the bed, then sits near the door. As if to remind me that Max is right outside the door, ready to come in at any moment, ready to walk in and see me touching his brother. For some reason, I push Braxton's hand away and shift a little away from him, even though I can't catch my breath. Max is right outside. "And that bothers you? The thought that my brother might see us like this?" My head is spinning. "Yeah, it does." "Why?" There's a possessiveness in his voice that surprises me. I don't know." "Yes, you do." There's a low growl to his voice still, but it's not sexual any longer. "I don't know." Now I feel frustrated. I can barely string a sentence together right now, and he wants to know what. I don't have a clue. "You like him." His words aren't an accusation, more like a statement. No way. He turns my head to look back at him, and his expression is almost angry. "I'm not a fool. I can see the way you two look at each other. I can see the way you two never touch and do everything you can not to get close. If you didn't care about him, you wouldn't care about all of those things. Or maybe all those things mean I don't like him," I tell him stubbornly. Finally, he sighs and releases my face. He rolls so he's no longer pressed against me, and I instantly miss his touch, his warmth. I turn toward him and almost groan as I see his very large erection beneath the sheets. We were so close, and now all I want to do is lick his damn dick like a popsicle, ride it like a damn merry-go-round, and it's so fucking frustrating. "You two are oblivious," he says with a sigh. "Or you're reading too much into nothing." I tell him. He looks at me and raises a brow, but then he changes the topic. Thanks for lying with me during my nightmare. Trouble is the only one who seems to be able to help with them. But even he has his limits. Sometimes I just have to ride it out. No worries. I hesitate, then decide the hell with it. I have nightmares sometimes too. Yeah? About what? My guard goes up so fast it almost steals my breath. The past. But he doesn't push further, just nods. Mine is the past too. Sometimes I wish my dreams weren't about real things, though. It'd be easier to shake off weird, creepy nightmares than it is to shake off things that really happened. Like shooting a child. I tried not to think about what the homeless man had said because I don't even know if it's true. But even if it is, I'm the last person who would judge anyone for doing what they have to do in order to survive. Especially when Braxton strikes me as someone who would only hurt someone if he had to. Agreed, I say. And again, I wish he was still holding me. Who knew a pair of big, strong arms could be so comforting? But some things we can't forget. Some things we shouldn't forget. It's our cross to bear for what we've done. He doesn't sound like he's talking to me, but rather himself. But still his words feel like blows. That night comes back to me like it's come back 1,000 times before. Some moments are only broken fragments that live freely in my mind, and others are as clear as day. I see the moment the building crumbled. I see my brother on the other side of the flames holding that bloody heart, and then dark magic explodes all around him, and red-eyed creatures emerge from the smoke. And I ran. I hadn't thought anything in that moment. That was the thing. I never remember deciding to run away. I just remember being terrified, and then the town was suddenly flying by around me. Growls and screams came from behind me, along with the sense of dozens of shifters and other supernaturals. But hearing the sounds and picking up the sense only made me run harder. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I said goodbye to my brother. Goodbye to everyone. Never did I think about the fact that I was a coward who was running away. A coward who could have fought at my brother's side. I was just running. Maybe crying. Saying goodbye to him and everyone else in that town. I hit the woods and just kept running, circling around to the end. But I barely made it onto the path to the end when I saw them. A group of blood mages. My mother is on her knees in front of them. One of them said she was too old to be of use. And then they shot her with a bolt of purple light, and her skin melted from her body. She screamed and screamed and screamed. Skin gave way to blood and muscle, and finally her skeleton collapsed onto the ground. But I was there, tearing out one of their throats, scratching, biting, clawing at the others until they'd restrained me on the ground. In the distance, I heard my sister scream my name, and then her scream was cut off in a way that told me what her fate had been. I wish everything was a blur after that, but it wasn't. Bodies were piled into the center of the town. Even pack members who were still breathing, just unable to fight. And the pile was lit on fire. The smell, the sounds, they haunt me. Would haunt anyone, I'm sure. It wasn't until I was thrown into a cell that I saw who had survived. That somehow my brother had lived. It felt like a relief. But not, too. And then my brother was taken away, and I never saw him again. But how can something like that be a relief? And when the blood mages revealed that I was the reason they came to our town, that I was the reason for all the deaths and destruction, even that small piece of relief was stolen from me. Everyone in the cells hated me, but I hated myself too, so that was okay. Asha, a hand runs down my arm and I jerk away from it, coming back to the motel room in the bed with Braxton. My heart's racing and I feel sweaty as my gaze meets his. I lost you for a minute, but sorry about the personal bubble. He tilts his head, studying me, those pale eyes of his filled with understanding. It's okay. My personal bubble gets smaller as I get to know people, I tell him, but my teeth are chattering so it sounds kind of weird. He smiles. Just let me know. I never want to be the person who scares you or makes you feel uncomfortable. And I believe him. The door to the room opens and Max walks in with his phone in hand. When his gaze meets mine, I can feel the tension in his body. He glances from me to Braxton, and I inch a little away from his brother. Is Braxton right? Is there really something between Max and me? And how does he feel about me sharing a bed with his brother? We have to go. There's been a murder, Max says, storming past us and heading for his bag. I think of the shredded body I left behind and try to keep my face blank. As long as Clinton did as I asked and got the hell out of there, everything will be fine. I just have to not give myself away. And stop wondering about Max's feelings. Chapter 15. Max. My hands feel too tight on the steering wheel as we drive to the location a supernatural body has been found, and I hate that I can't seem to shake the tension singing through my body. All night I tossed and turned. All night, despite how hard I fought it, I watched Asha and Braxton sleep. They seemed so damn content. But then I think I'd be content too if I was curled around the beautiful woman. A shudder rolls through my body and my wolf bristles inside of me. I know he's pissed too. Not just pissed, maybe jealous. And I'm not the kind of person who would ever be jealous, especially not of my own brother. With him, all I want is good things. To find reasons to smile. To find a place in the new world outside of uniforms and fighting. But not with Asha. Never with her. Fuck. This is so stupid. She's not mine. Never has been. Logically, I know that she barely tolerates me. That she's made it clear that being an enforcer makes me her enemy. But Braxton is an enforcer. I guess it doesn't matter so much for him. A bitter taste fills my mouth. We've shared motel room after motel room. Drive after drive. And she's made it very clear that she doesn't want anyone in her space. So I've respected that. I've tried not to touch her. I've tried not to joke too much, flirt, or cross any lines. And now I fucking regret it. Maybe. I think some small part of me thought if I respected what she said and her triggers enough that eventually she'd come around. I never admitted that to myself, maybe even never realized what I was doing. But now I know, and I feel like I've been punched in the gut. Even if it doesn't matter, I'm a professional. I have a job to do, and if my team is going to include my brother sleeping with the woman I feel such an overwhelming connection with, I better accept it. Or I'll ruin everything. Ruin both of their chances to work together. And my own chance to not get stuck at a desk. My wolf just needs to fucking accept that too. Not that he seems to be willing to. So, Braxton clears his throat. How do they know this body is a supernatural, and that what happened is our responsibility to investigate? I mean, this is a big city. I bet there are a lot of murders. They don't call us unless they're sure, I say, and I hate that my tone is curter than I planned on it being. Glancing back, I see my brother's pale blue eyes locked onto mine. I look away as fast as I can. Right now he's going to see my emotions, like he's reading a book. I just need a couple of minutes to calm down and put everything back behind my mask, without him realizing just how upset I am about Asha. Where's the body? Asha asks from the seat beside me, her tone suggesting she has no idea the turmoil I'm going through. A warehouse. Apparently the body's been torn apart pretty badly, but there's enough left for them to get some basic details. She says nothing more, but then Braxton speaks up. So we get to see real enforcers work here, the investigating process? Yes, I tell him, and I definitely sound angry. But then, he slept all night cuddled around a goddess and I spent all night watching him, so I think my bad mood is justified. There's silence for another minute as we draw closer to the water, and the warehouses, and then Braxton speaks up. You know, I'm serious about wanting to be an enforcer. I want to learn what to do and what not to do. Not to do? Like getting involved with a coworker? But I keep that to myself. Because as stupid as it would be, I'd get involved with Asha too, if she didn't have the hots for my brother. Damn it. I'm being a petty child. I know she laid with him to calm him during his nightmare, which I'm appreciative of, but it changed after that. They looked more like romantic partners than anything else, and the image is haunting me. I thought I was so damn good at locking my emotions down, but the joke's on me because I'm not. I pull down a street, and I see a police car and several dark vehicles on the side of the road. Pulling up behind them, I cut the engine and we all get out, including the dog. Fuck. Having a dog with us is just the epitome of professionalism. Biting down on any snarky comments that would serve zero purpose, I go to a door with police tape across it and duck under. Stay close, say nothing, touch nothing. Neither of them responds, which I hope means they're going to listen. Inside, there is police tape all around the center of the room. There, blood and gore decorate nearly every inch of the floor. More pieces of flesh are flung onto the boxes around the opening. And I see 3 enforcers, all vampires, and a demon detective speaking quietly together. As we draw close, all their heads go up. One man separates himself from the group, a man I recognize. "The famous Max Blackwell," he says, a smile tilting the corner of his mouth as he lifts a hand. "Hack and Duncan, it's good to see you." I grab his small hand and shake it. The thinner man has dark hair and brown eyes. His face is well constructed, like almost every actor in Hollywood. When he first joined the Enforcers, few people took him seriously, but I answered all of his questions and saw a spark of intelligence within him. What was more, he was hardworking, detail-oriented, and seemed to have a good heart. I'd liked him, even if I'd refused his application when he'd wanted to work with me. He turns to the guys behind him. "This is Max Blackwell, the best enforcer on the force." I shake my head. I'm not. He looks back at me and smiles at Asha and Braxton. "He absolutely is. This guy took down the Rainbow Leprechaun Ring." "A Rainbow Leprechaun Ring?" Asha repeats with a snort. Hacken's smile disappears. "The Leprechaun League was using rainbows to enter people's homes. Cut out their body parts and sell them on the black market, although we didn't know it at the time. No one could figure out how the culprits were getting in or out of all the homes without leaving a trace. People were investigating demons, vampires, and even the shifters. Max was the one that figured out what was going on and caught 50 guys, saving countless lives, and that's only one case. His file? Pfft, he's a goddamn superstar. Anyone he gets his sights on, he catches." I try to hide my embarrassment. After my last few cases, I started getting more and more attention, which is part of the reason my bosses want me to work with a team. They say I'm the best, and I should be training more enforcers so they can make an army like me. But I don't like any of it. Not the attention and not the idea that I can magically train a bunch of people to be just like me. "Rainbows to enter homes?" Braxton sounds intrigued. "Bro, is this the stuff you've been dealing with?" I'm prepared for him to tease me as I look back at him, noticing the fact that Asha is at his side. "Yeah, so what?" "That's just awesome," he tells me, eyes sparkling and some of the fight goes out of me. My gaze goes to Asha. She's tilted her head, and she's studying me in that way she does sometimes when she thinks I don't notice. But the second she realizes I'm looking at her, she jerks her gaze away. So I have no idea what's going on in her head, but it's probably too much to hope that she's impressed. I honestly think she might be the first person I've met in a long time who I want to impress. Which is pathetic. Turning away from them, I nod at Hacken. "Want to show me what's going on?" And then I say over my shoulder, "Trouble stays here. The last thing we need is a dog prancing through our crime scene." Hacken launches into action, explaining everything as he leads me under the yellow tape. "Honestly, we haven't figured out a damn thing, other than that Claus tore this guy apart, and that he's not human." "How do you know that?" I ask, then inhale slowly, trying not to wrinkle my nose at the strong scents of blood and gore, to push past them to see what else only my nose can pick up on. And then it's there. The scent of dark magic. It's smoky, rancid, and impossible to mistake with any other scent. "Drake, our demon enforcer, picked up the signs of dark magic being done here. There was a circle drawn in blood and concealed, but he was able to show it to us, along with remnants of herbs and burn marks from magic." We come to the large pile of flesh and blood on the floor. A few bills have spilled onto the ground, sticking to the blood, and more are in the bag resting on a table. In fact, the entire bag is filled with money, suggesting this was our culprit, the one marking his victims, and forcing them to give him their money. But something feels off. Kneeling down, I take slow, even breaths, letting my senses stretch out. Behind me, I hear the demon named Drake say, "That's really Max Blackwell? For some reason, I pictured him bigger." "Everyone does, but I think he might be big in the places that count." Hacken says softly, but not too softly for me to hear. My brother laughs, and I glance at them out of the corner of my eye. Hacken is leaning too closely to Drake, and the demon is leaning right back. As I inhale their scents, I find them intertwined in a way that makes them more than partners. Even Hacken's blue shirt is the exact shade of Drake's eyes, which might mean nothing, but I'm sure he chose it because on a subconscious level the shirt reminded him of his lover's eyes. But diving into their love life isn't what I'm here for. So I focus back on the scene. In some of the gore, I spot traces of boot prints. Someone worked to erase them. Or maybe the blood was just so fresh that it helped to conceal the marks, and the claw marks are obviously from a shifter. Most are too hard to make out much from, but I know they belong to a smaller shifter. A wolf. But maybe a female or one smaller in stature. I inhale again slowly, and the scent of dark magic is there, but also a wrongness. The same wrongness I scented when we met the other blood mages. The smell isn't like Asha. Asha doesn't smell like a full wolf. She smells almost like the wolves of legend. Her scent mixed with magic and pureness. It isn't wrong, just different. Unique. Interesting. But this isn't like her. It's a blood mage. Whether one of her people or one of the original blood mages, I'm not sure. But this isn't just demon magic or the result of witches. As I close my eyes, I pick up other scents. Fuck. I almost get the sense that there was more than one blood mage here. The scents are similarly tainted by dark magic, but also different. One feels more innocent. One feels evil. I can't be sure, but I think I'm right. I stand, frowning, and move carefully around the room, breathing in as I study the scene. Whoever attacked this blood mage, they got close, caught them by surprise, or there would have been evidence of a battle using magic. Not just the remains of magic that had been done. A lover, perhaps? That would explain the fact that the other person was smaller. But the idea of a shifter willingly choosing a blood mage as a lover doesn't sit right with me. This blood mage was a male, given the testicles hanging from the corner of a box. And to assume that no one would fall for a blood mage when I myself am struggling with my feelings for Asha isn't the correct assumption. So was this a lover's quarrel? Two partners fighting over money? And then I freeze and inhale again. Kneeling down, I scent something familiar, and slowly untangle the scent from the others. Damn it. Fucking damn it. There's no mistaking Asha's scent weaved in with the others. No one except someone who knows her well would likely pick up her smell amongst the others. But unfortunately for me, I do know her smell well. So there were 2 blood mages, and Asha here. And one of the blood mages ended up being torn to pieces by a smaller shifter. Fucking hell. Asha killed him? I don't know. Or I do and wish I didn't. What do you think? Hacken asks curiously. I haven't worked it all out yet, so I act quickly. This was a blood mage, but I'm not sure it was the one we're looking for. You think there's more than one in town? Braxton asks with curiosity. No way in hell, Hacken says, and he sounds concerned. Slowly, I nod. Yeah, I think we have more than one here. And with the violence of this killing, I'm not sure that the other one would have left town. I look at Asha, whose expression is carefully neutral, because, of course it would be. Whatever is going on here, I have more questions than answers. Then I make a decision that's likely terrible. Asha and Braxton, I want you to carefully move around the crime scene and see what you can put together. They do. And I hate that deep down I'm just trying to make sure there's an excuse for her scent to be here if anyone else picks up on it. At least until I figure out what's going on here. Because if this is really her mind snapping, I'll have to turn her in, whether I want to or not. My phone rings, and I tear my gaze away from the guilty party and answer. It's Carl. Get your ass to Main Street and Ashwood Avenue. The Blood Mage is in the middle of town and things are bad. Yes, sir, I say, but he's already hung up, so I stand. The other Blood Mage is at Main Street and Ashwood Avenue, and things are bad. The other team of enforcers all stiffen, and then we're heading for our cars. I barely let trouble Braxton and Asha in the car before I'm squealing off, racing down the street, hoping like hell we won't be too late. Asha, my voice is a growl. What are we going to see when we get there? I glance at her as she stiffens beside me. I don't know what— Fuck! My fists pound at the steering wheel, making them both jump. Start talking! Max, calm down. She probably doesn't know anything. Braxton says calmly in the back seat. Shut up, I tell him, and jerk my gaze back to her. We both know that I figured out what happened there, so you're going to start talking. Got me? I can live with you killing one of those fuckers, but if innocents die because of this game you're playing, I'll haul you off to prison and lock you up myself. She looks shocked, but then stutters. His name is Clinton. He's young and not even 18. He's just a kid. He was lost and confused. I thought he was just being manipulated by the blood mages, so I helped him. And he swore he'd leave town and never hurt anyone again. The other blood mage was one of the ones who hurt you? I ask, my voice a little softer. She nods. Relief rushes through me. Then I'm glad he's dead. A little of the tension eases from my shoulders. So she killed one of the people who tortured and imprisoned her. I can live with that. And she didn't just let the kid go, she actually thought he was on a straight and narrow path. It was a mistake, but one I can understand. Let's just hope we can reach him before Grim. He's here? She asks, and now she sounds really worried. Grim? Braxton sounds confused. Another enforcer. A good one. I heard he was in town, and his goal is to kill all the blood mages. In fact, he has more casualties than any enforcer ever, but also gets jobs done that no one else can. So administration mostly looks the other way with his ruthless way of handling things. That's all I'm going to say, because saying more wouldn't be good for Asha right now. Except, Braxton, you are to stay at her side from now on. Don't let her out of your sight. I don't trust Grim with her, and he'll be there. We just need to get there first. We screech around a corner and find a ring of police cars surrounding a building. Outside of the building, bodies litter the ground. Men, women, even children, and it's obvious that they've been drained of blood. There's at least half a dozen of them, and my head spins as I stare at the scene. Old images slam into me. Of coming home to find my parents' bodies on the living room floor. Blood had splattered the walls. There were 2 chairs they'd been tied to, tortured on. Their faces were beaten to the point that I could barely recognize them. Braxton had gone to a friend's house that day, and as much as I might have desperately needed him there, I was glad he wasn't. No one should ever have to see their parents like that. So I'd called the authorities, and after the scene had been cleaned up, I'd spent hours cleaning the blood off the tile, off the walls, and off the furniture. I'd cried the entire time, cried my heart out, but I couldn't imagine Braxton coming home to that. Now, all of these families would know that same heartbreak. Mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters would get a call. They would lose someone they loved today, and as I climb out of the car, I'm aware of that to my very soul. It's almost as if all of their ghosts are haunting me as I rush to the lead enforcer. A man who is easy to recognize. I ignore Braxton, Trouble, and Asha. But I sense them behind me. Max Blackwell, I tell the man in front of me. The huge demon's head swings to me with a frown. Your boss said you're the man for the job, but I don't know how you're going to get past that wall of dark magic any more than the rest of us. I look at the apartment building with a frown, then inhale slowly. This time the dark magic isn't overwhelming, but it's there, buzzing in the air in a way I've never experienced before. He's put up a wall around the building, Asha says near me, and her voice is filled with awe. No one will be able to get close. The huge demon gives her a curious look, but before he can say more, the devil himself steps around the car, followed by his 3 lackeys. Grim. Grim is not a big man by any means. In fact, he's half leprechaun, which means the top of his head doesn't even reach the top of my shoulder. But he's the kind of man whose presence fills a room. He wears a white tank top and dark jeans. Tattoos cover his arms and his neck, and his dark brown hair is slicked down hard on his head. Behind him, his demon crew dwarfs him in height, but they follow a step behind for a reason. Get me past that barrier. He barks at me, and I'll turn that fucker into sludge. Max. Asha sounds upset behind me. Actually, Grim, we'd prefer to handle this ourselves. Grim flashes a row of perfect teeth. Max, you're good, but you're too soft for handling this shit. That fucking blood freak has a building full of people to feed on. If we give him any time, any kindness, he'll kill them all, because like all freaks, he has no soul. Are more people in danger right now? I direct my question to the big demon. As of now, he's holding up in an empty apartment, but the people can't leave. The shield prevents it. A few tried, and we told them to lock themselves in the apartment. For now. So we have little time, but not much. I nod. Then let my team handle this. We have unique abilities. We'll get in with the least amount of damage. After a minute, the demon gives a sharp nod. But Blackwell, don't make me regret this. Grim looks pissed, but I turn away from him and hurry my group around the back of my SUV. My gaze locks onto Asha, and I hope I made the right choice here. Can you get us past his barrier? Her big eyes are even bigger, but she slowly nods. I think so. I turn to the apartment building, trying to assess this barrier that I can't see. Unfortunately, it's just as hard as it sounds to assess something you can't see, something that only has the slightest odor. How will you get through? I ask, seeing curtains fluttering in a window on the second floor and wondering if that's the location of our culprit or an innocent. I'm not sure right now. She sounds upset. But I think I can do it, with enough blood. With enough blood? Right. Fuck. I turn to Asha, and her hands are folded together, like she doesn't want to say what needs to be said next. We can go in the SUV and I'll let you feed, I say, trying to ignore the rise of desire that I hate flows through me at the thought of her feeding off of me again. She releases a slow breath. He's fed on a lot of people. I don't know if one of you will be enough without leaving you weak. Fuck. I don't want my brother to be her feeder. Even though that's a huge part of the reason he's here. It's just when I agreed to have a team to serve as her blood sources, I had no idea how intimate it would be, or how much I'd enjoy it. Okay, Braxton says, surprising us both. I look at my brother. Are you sure? Because I know how you feel about, this is part of why I'm here, he says, lifting a brow. Right? And it feels like a challenge. Right. We head into the SUV, but my head is spinning. I keep thinking about what it was like last time, how aroused it made me. And I'm trying to picture how this will work with the three of us, and hoping like hell I don't give myself away. This needs to be professional. A requirement to access her powerful magic. Nothing more. But no matter how much I tell myself that, when the SUV door closes and Asha sits nervously in the middle of us, I don't know what to say. Nothing about this feels professional. It feels like the start of pure trouble. Chapter 16. Asha. My heart's racing for reasons I don't understand. I'm sitting smack dab in the middle of two sexy shifters. One I've fed on before. A man who frustrates me and fascinates me at the same time, and another that I'd almost done some dirty things to this morning. Yet none of that should matter. Clinton is in the apartment building. Instead of running to safety, he's run right into danger. More than that, his actions have led to this moment. Actions that are easy to see by the bodies flung about in the front of the building. I want to talk to him. I want to find out what happened here. Some small part of me hopes it wasn't him, that this is all some kind of mistake, but another part of me knows I'm being a fool. Asha, Max whispers my name and my gaze goes to him. I don't want to rush you, but we need to get in there before anyone else is hurt, and before Grimm and his crew find a way to get in. I nod, thinking about the creepy leprechaun. Okay. Leaning away from Braxton, I try not to lock eyes with Max as I tilt his head. For a moment, I just stare at his pulse. I know vampires find pulses tempting, mesmerizing, but since that isn't right, I lean in slowly, having to destroy any personal bubble I ever imagine having as my hot breath caresses his skin. Unable to help myself, I lick his pulse, and he makes a sound like a groan being cut off, which fucking hell turns me on even more. Slowly, I feel my fangs elongate, and I lean forward and pierce his soft skin. The instant his blood enters my mouth, I'm lost. Fuck. Had I tried to forget the taste? I'm pretty sure I had. But now it flows through me. Erotic, sensual, spell-binding. Max might as well be a warlock because I'm instantly under his spell. Shifting, I move and climb on top of him so that I'm straddling him. This time he does groan, pulling me closer, so close that I feel his erection. His erection. The stoic Max wants me. He's enjoying this too, and the knowledge does something crazy to me. I feel my nipples harden and I press them against his chest, loving how they feel against his muscular body. It's been so long, and for some reason, I need this man.
Isn't that enough?
Braxton sounds breathless beside us.
Don't drink too much, Asha.
Nothing else could have shaken me from my desire, but I pull fangs back out of Max's throat. I don't want to drain him too far. I don't want to leave him weak in a dangerous situation.
You don't have to stop.
He growls, and yellow rings his eyes. My wolf practically purrs inside of me, or at least, she would purr if she was a cat. But what she wants me to do with this man is as clear as day. Braxton pulls down one side of his shirt and he moves closer to us, revealing his throat.
Feed.
I don't climb off of Max. Instead, I lean over and let my teeth sink into his brother's neck. And if I thought I was hot before, I'm on fire now. His blood tastes sweeter than Max's. Not quite as smooth, but sweet, like a dessert. Between the two of them, I'm having a banquet the likes of which I've never had before. Their blood fills me, igniting my desire. And my power. Damn it. I can feel it now. And it really is a fire inside of me. Only a different one. A fire of magic. Blue and flickering inside of me. But I can sense more than that. I can sense within that power a desire for more. For destruction. For death. It's why I don't like to use these powers the mages gave us. They're trouble. I break from Braxton's neck, and both men are leaning back on the seat, looking content. No, not content. Aroused. And while I've never thought much about the idea of having more than one mate, I think about it now. I imagine the three of us making a very delicious sandwich. A sandwich in which I'm in the middle. A shudder rolls through me.
Asha.
Braxton whispers my name, and I get the feeling he's going to say something important. Something that might frighten me. But then there are shouts from outside the SUV and I launch away from them, scrambling out of the SUV. Outside, Clinton is standing on the steps of the apartment building, and he's holding one woman against him, while he has his hands wrapped in the hair of another woman who is near his feet. His eyes are black, swirling in a way I've only ever seen from the blood mages who imprisoned us, and it makes me sick. I start forward, pushing my way to the barrier that the others hadn't seemed to be able to see, but that I could see perfectly. It's black, like a sticky spider web over part of the street and sidewalk outside the apartment building, and then over the entire building itself. That's why no one could get in. It's made with powerful, dark magic. Magic I can hear calling to me, singing to me like a fucked up siren. Reaching the edge of it, I lift a hand. Asha! It's Max, but I don't look back at him. Be careful. I nod, then reach my hand further and further. As I touch the black webbing, the voices in my head grow louder, asking, demanding answers from me. And so I tell them. I tell them to let me through, and they do. The web parts in front of me like a curtain, and I step through as the curtain closes once more behind me. I move closer to Clinton, already knowing that he's overwhelmed by the voices and by the magic the blood has brought him. The boy I know would never have done this. Clinton. I say his name. I don't whisper it, but say it gently. His gaze jerks to me, but I can only see the black swirling. Clinton. It's Asha. Remember? My breathing catches as I try not to think about my last packmate, who I failed to save. I need to try things differently this time. Keep him focused on something louder and more powerful than the voices and the dark magic. Do you remember the fall festival? How we'd decorate the streets and everyone would dress up in costumes? You loved the fall festival more than anyone I ever met. Something changes. The swirling in his eyes slows. He would always come up with the most elaborate, most colorful costumes I'd ever seen, even when you were little. I'll never forget when you dressed up as a fall leaf. You wore that stretchy suit behind the leaf, but it ripped halfway through the parade, remember? Everyone laughed and I was worried you'd be embarrassed, but you just tore off that material and wore the leaf in your underwear. People applauded you. Your dad kissed your cheek, laughing. His eyes fade, slowly returning to normal. I remember. And 2 words have never made my heart soar the way those do. And you loved cutting hair. You said you'd be the town's first professional hairstylist, remember? You'd watched all those videos and practiced on all those dolls. Kids would bring you their dolls from every house to style. Clinton smiles, but a tear rolls down his cheek. That was another life. One of the women at his feet sobs louder. It was, but this life can be good too. He shakes his head and more tears rain down. I just want to be that person again. The one who loved art and makeup and clothes and doing hair. The one who was different, but no one ever cared. You can be, I say. Maybe not exactly the same, but you can be all those things. Asha, his gaze locks with mine. Tell me honestly. Honestly. I need to hear it. Is it too late? Has the darkness destroyed too much of me? I open my mouth, and he lifts a hand. Don't answer quickly, or I won't know if it's true. I take a deep breath. I don't know what I'm doing. Telling him everything he wants to hear right now is probably the smartest thing. But with everything he's been through, I can't lie to him. It won't be the same. We've lost a lot of people we've loved. And the darkness is something we always have to fight. But I believe we can be happy again. I believe we can be good again. His eyes are wide, filled with unshed tears. You think I can be good again? That it isn't too late? I eagerly nod. That boy, the Clinton I knew, he's still part of you. It's not too late. I know that deep in my heart. He stands there for a painfully long second before he releases the woman. They're sobbing as they race back into the building, but now they're out of danger at least. Clinton takes several steps forward, lifts his hands, and brings the dark magic surrounding us down. His gaze meets mine. At least I'm not alone anymore. At least I have you, and I don't think you'll let the darkness take me again. I smile and hurry toward him, trying to find the words to tell him I feel the same way, that I need him as much as he needs me. And then he explodes. Explodes. His flesh raining down on me, covering the sidewalk, hitting my face and dripping in my hair. I turn slowly around in shock, my arms wide at my side as more flesh falls off of me. Behind me, Grimm and his men stand. Grimm slowly lowers his hand, and I can feel the power radiating off of him from the spell he'd used to kill Clinton. Screaming, I dive toward him. Max is there in an instant, catching me and stopping my attack. But I don't stop screaming, swearing, promising that I'll kill Grimm for this. Braxton and Max manage to pin me down onto the ground where I lie, panting and crying. He turned himself in, I sob. He was going with us, willingly. Grimm didn't need to. He didn't need to. And I sound lost, heartbroken even to my own ears. Braxton whispers, I know, as he strokes my hair. But at that moment, I don't know if I'm any better than Clinton. Because if anyone other than Max and Braxton were stopping me, I'd kill everyone here. I'd kill them all, just the way they killed Clinton, a boy. A child who was tortured, who was lost. A boy who deserved better than me. A person that basically turned him over for death. I will never forgive myself for this. Never. Chapter 17.
Braxton. It's been 2 days. 2 days of doing paperwork and learning that being an enforcer isn't all that different from being a cop, and 2 days of watching Asha battle her inner demons. It's been painful, to say the least, because I know that look. I understand the way she doesn't eat unless we tell her to, doesn't shower unless we remind her to, and doesn't lay down until we suggest it. The one good thing is that trouble has been all over her, sensing that she needs him more than I do. So I took advantage of the connection. I asked Asha to take him out when he needs to go. I've had her come with me to walk him and even found a nice dog park for her to throw the ball back and forth with him. She doesn't seem happy when she does it, still looking like a lost child, but at least she seems to come back to us a little. And when trouble lays with us at night, because she's still sharing my bed, she often buries her face in his fur and cries. She doesn't want us to know she's crying, so we try to pretend we don't hear her, no matter how much it breaks both of our hearts. And it definitely breaks both of our hearts. At some point, Max and I will have to discuss her feeding on us, our connection, and figure out what the hell to do about it. But not now. Not when she's barely functioning. Rain falls outside. It's still early, but Max and I are dressed and ready, while Asha is still sleeping with trouble wrapped around her. Max sits at his laptop going over reports, trying to see if there's been anything else that might indicate the presence of another blood mage. I think in his own way he's trying to help, trying to find a pack member to give Asha hope and bring her back. I don't know if I should tell him she'll need more than that. Max's phone rings softly and he instantly silences it and steps outside. But I follow him, and while he casts me a look, he doesn't tell me to go back inside. We stand under the roof cover, staring out at a rainy parking lot as he answers, "Hello, Max here." I can just barely hear a gruff man's voice on the other line. "He's ready to join the team. We'll be sending him out to meet you soon. Did you get his file?" Max looks irritated. "I got his file, and I have no idea why this man would be a good fit for my team. Hell, for any team." "Yes, you do. You see his strengths. I'm not asking you to ignore the obvious difficulties you'll face with him. I'm asking you to carve those strengths into something that will help the enforcers. Sir, with all due respect, this was me updating you, not me asking your opinion. Make this team of misfits into the best fucking group of enforcers. Got it?" The line goes dead and Max sighs and shoves his phone into his pocket. "Another team member you didn't want?" I ask him jokingly. He looks at me with annoyance. "I never said I didn't want you on my team. I specifically accepted you on my team, actually. But you didn't want me here. It's not a question, just a statement, because we both know it's true." He shakes his head, clearly frustrated. "Braxton, this job is hard. It's dangerous. I've seen a lot of death. I've seen small mistakes causing a world of pain and suffering for people. This isn't what I want for you. This isn't what I want for anyone under my care. And it hits me. The most obvious fucking thing that I'm mad I didn't realize it before. And you don't want anyone under your care to get hurt." His shocked gaze meets mine, like with Mom and Dad. "Fuck," he mutters. And when he runs his hands through his hair, he looks really upset. "I don't want to talk about that." Of course he doesn't. He was the one who found them. He was the one who saw everything and tried to protect me from it. I was just the one who should have been there in the first place. The one who was supposed to come home straight after school. And had I been there, maybe my parents wouldn't have been attacked. Or maybe between the three of us, we would have been able to fight them back. Max had been working after school like he was supposed to. So, not only was he doing the right thing and then had to be the one who came home to that, but he blamed himself for not being home earlier, not walking faster. He never blamed me. Never. Even though he should have. "None of that was your fault," I say. Max does this half-head shaking thing he used to do when we were kids. Like he's trying to shake away an idea. "It doesn't matter. We were luckier than most. We had an aunt and an uncle willing to take us in. Our lives continued. It didn't make it any easier, I tell him, then decide the hell with it. And then you lost the Oracle, the woman you spent time guarding, the one you said was like your grandmother. Max's gaze meets mine, and the pain in his eyes hurts my heart. Why are you talking about all of this? I don't need to hear it. I'm desperately trying to find another pack member to give Asha purpose and keep her on the right path. I have to figure out how the hell to bring another enforcer into this mess and conceal what's happening with Asha, and I have to figure out my feelings. And that's another part of it. You like her. Max doesn't respond, but he doesn't have to, and I do too. His hands curl into fists. None of this really matters because she'll never have either of us. And as enforcers on a team, we shouldn't start a relationship. It's just stupid. It's still a problem, I say with a shrug. But if you want to just give me the green light with her, that's fine. He glares at me. I lift a brow. Is that a no? I don't want to talk about this, he says stubbornly. It's got to be talked about at some point. And it's probably better we figure it out than confuse Asha anymore. Because with everything she's going through, I think she needs an anchor in this storm. He draws his shoulders back. And you think you're that anchor? I go for it. Maybe. Especially if you don't even want to be considered for the position. He snorts, starts to walk away from me, then comes back. You know what? I like her, okay? Now what? Wow. I probably shouldn't have played this game of chicken if I didn't know how it would end, because I really didn't expect that. I mean, I suspected he liked her. Hell, I knew he did. But that doesn't mean I can give her up either. Something I wasn't aware of until this moment. I like her too, I say. And we just stare each other down for an awkward moment. Fighting with other men over a woman? No problem. Fighting my brother over a woman? Problem. I owe this annoying fucker everything. My aunt and uncle weren't bad people, but they'd chosen to be child-free and only took us in because we had no one else. They gave us a roof over our heads, food and clothes, but not love. Not the extra things a parent gives their child. But Max gave that to me. He cheered for me at every basketball game, worked harder to make sure I had money for hobbies and friends, and kicked the crap out of anyone who bothered me in school. He was like my second dad. I look out at the rain, coming to a decision. There's nothing more important than you, Max. You're the reason I'm here. The reason for everything. The only person I thought about in my dark days. My reason for waking up, for continuing to breathe when I didn't want to anymore. If you want Asha, you can have her. Not that she's a thing, but I mean, I'll step back. If she wants you, and I think she does, I won't get in the way. You don't owe me anything, Max says, and no one has ever been more wrong than him. I turn and hit him. I don't know why, but it catches him off guard. He hits the ground and stares up at me in shock as he rubs his cheek. My words come out angrier than I ever imagined they could when talking to Max. I owe you everything. And don't you forget it, you stubborn, noble idiot. Max sits up, rubbing his cheek. I'm not being noble. I never did anything for you I didn't want to do. Reaching my hand down, I help him up. But I pull him up so we're closer, nose to nose. I'd like Asha. I feel a connection to her. But I will not take a woman from you. I will not be your opponent with any woman, even her. But you sure as shit better get it together and pursue her, or I'll hit you again. I swear it. Max's gaze holds mine. You honestly think I'd take a woman from you either? I try to say something. I don't know what, but it sounds like a fumble of words. No, you wouldn't. Then what do we do? And he sounds lost. I mean, if she even wants us. Stepping away from him, I frown at the rain. Pack members often share women. It's not usually brothers, but sometimes it is. Silence. Utter silence. I turn and look at him, feeling nervous. Honestly, I have no idea if I could form a relationship like this with my brother and a mate. But it's either this or we both lose her. And that idea makes me feel like someone's trying to rip my heart out of my chest. Max looks at me again. Let's think about it. Okay, not a no. That's a good thing. I just wish that was the most complicated thing about our blossoming relationship. And she's the one who slaughtered that guy, right? Max's expression twists. What do you think? Is she going to keep killing people? He shrugs. Maybe murderers who torture innocent people and keep them imprisoned. Interesting. I think I could be okay with that. As long as those are her only targets, Max says, a note of warning in his voice. Agreed. Then he sighs. And we're going to have to work to make sure the new teammates don't find out. Teammates? I thought there was just one, I ask, feeling frustrated. 2, but one more for now since he was just released from prison. Prison? I ask, shocked. He's about to answer when his phone rings again. Sliding it out of his pocket, he answers. Hello, Max here. The same voice is on the other end. There's another sighting of a blood mage. And this one is bad. Well, fuck. If the other one wasn't bad, then what are we about to face?
Chapter 18. Asha. Apparently, we're minutes away from the town another one of my packmates is causing trouble at. Max hasn't told me much about what we're expecting when we get there, but he seems to think this will be the worst thing we've seen so far. I'm not sure about that. Watching one of my last connections to my old life blow up in front of me is about as bad as it can get. It doesn't feel worse than seeing my mom die or hearing my sister's final screams, but it feels like the fragile hope I've been holding onto has been crushed. I'm trying so damn hard to shake it off, but now my mind is filled with that image. He was going to try to get better. He was going to try to ignore the call of the dark magic. But they didn't even give him a chance. They just murdered him, right in front of me, in cold blood. And if that's the way the enforcers work, how are we the bad ones? They know we can't control ourselves. They know we don't want to hurt anyone, but they still approach with lethal intentions. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, but I'm not sure if I'm on the right side. Maybe I'd just be better off running away and searching for them on my own. Or maybe I shouldn't be searching, since I just bring death to their doorsteps. Asha. Max says my name gently, like I'm an animal that might be spooked. Not sure why. I'm here, aren't I? I turn and look at him but don't answer. He doesn't need my answer, and right now it feels like everything I do costs me too much. Even though Max and Braxton's blood is still within me, not as potent as before, but there, waiting for me to use it, to fuel the call of the dark magic. A call that has been overwhelming since I fed last. No wonder my people are having such a hard time. It's like the very air is whispering for me to tap into the magic. That maybe it could fix everything. Are you okay? Or would you rather sit this one out? Max glances in my direction, and I see worry in his gaze. Sincere worry. It snaps something inside of me. Him caring about me shouldn't matter that much, but it feels like a small thread I can pull on to connect me to this world. I'm not okay, I admit slowly, but I can do this. I hope. He doesn't look convinced. You just went through something traumatic. Even enforcers usually take some time off after something like that. I can't. I tell him, and I mean it. I can't take time off. I can't sit this one out, because I ruined everything for my pack, and I'm not done until I try to save them with every ounce of my strength. We get it, Braxton says from the back seat. He's stroking Trouble's head, looking upset. Sometimes staying busy is better than being left alone with our thoughts. But when we get there, when the memories try to pull you under, you have to be able to focus on the present, or it can get you killed. You sound like you're speaking from experience, Max says. There's no judgment in his voice, not even curiosity. Braxton shifts his gaze, and I think they're locking eyes in the mirror. I am. I'm not here just for shits and giggles. Max nods and for some reason seems satisfied with that answer. But then he turns to me again. Grimm and his team might be there. I want to kill him, I tell him, and I'm already breathing hard. But you're not going to because you know that will only make things worse. And make it so you can't help your pack any longer, right? Max's pale brown eyes are serious, hard and unwavering. I release a slow breath, but my heart is still racing. I really want to kill him, but I won't. Promise? He asks. For some reason, I flash back to the day my pack was destroyed. When my mom made me promise her that I'd be safe. My gut churns and I'm already shaking my head. I don't make promises any longer. Max sighs beside me. All right, but don't. I shiver and wrap my arms around myself, and I don't know why, but I start talking. He was going to turn himself in. He didn't like what the dark magic was doing to him. He wanted peace again. He wanted our old life back, just like me. And they killed him in front of me. They murdered him. He dropped all his protection. I mean, do you think they would have done that to a shifter or a vampire? Would they have just executed them like him? I brush a tear angrily from my cheek. I know what you'll say, that they would have, that they were just doing their job, but I don't know what to say. Maybe that we all know that isn't true. No, they executed him like a fucking animal. Braxton sounds angry in the back seat. It was clear to all of us that he had surrendered. And yeah, he was a murderer, but they also knew he wasn't in his right mind. I look back at him and give him a small smile. Thank you. Thank you for saying what most people wouldn't, that it was about the fact that he was a half-breed, that my pack member died unfairly. But Max? His hands just tighten on the steering wheel. And for some reason, I'm disappointed. I want to say something, although I don't know what. It hurts. Max and I might be coworkers, but it feels like we've become more than that. But in this situation, it seems he's siding with the enforcers rather than me. It's logical, but it's upsetting, more than I would have imagined. My skin starts to buzz. I look down at it, frowning. But it's like I'm touching an electric current. Something is wrong. Something that I can't put my finger on. And I don't like it. And then a raw hunger awakens inside of me, and saliva fills my mouth. But it's not blood or meat that's doing this to me. I'm not sure what it is. Dark magic. The words curl awake in my mind, like an evil dragon stretching awake. I'm sensing dark magic that's got all the allure of a dangerous, beautiful man. And I want it desperately. Shaking my head, I say, dark magic. Really powerful dark magic. Both men look at me. I sense it. But I'm busy rubbing my skin while searching outside my window for the source of the feeling. But there's nothing. Then the road turns sharply in front of us, concealing the next step of our journey with huge trees. I look ahead eagerly, knowing we're going closer and closer to the powerful magic. Up ahead, we see the road blocked off in front of us, with barricades and police cars. A grim-looking man in a police uniform stands in front of us, glaring, then gestures to turn around. Instead, Max unrolls his window. The police officer looks even angrier as he storms up to our window. Listen here, shithole. No one goes and no one comes here, so turn the fuck around. He's practically spitting as he glares at Max. To his credit, Max never even flinches. He simply pulls what looks to be a wallet out of his jacket pocket and flips it open to reveal his badge. It looks similar to that of the FBI, but has a big E in the middle. And from what I've seen so far, all law enforcement responds to it. They might not know exactly what we do, technically, but they know who the enforcers are. And this man is no different. When he sees the badge, his eyes widen and he stutters out. Oh, sorry, sir. I didn't realize. We'll move the blockade and get you in. Max puts his badge away and thanks the man, but then says, We appreciate your help, officer, but I do want to remind you that even if I had been a civilian, you shouldn't be speaking to anyone like that. People need to feel safe coming to us, and the second they don't feel that way, we've lost. The man gives a deep nod, then hurries away. Is that what you really think? I ask Max. He doesn't look at me. Of course, if I ever became a prick like him, I'd quit. And it's nice to actually see this human-like side of him. I guess the robot does have more layers. They move so we can get through, and we take the curvy road to a town called Safe Haven. It has a pretty wooden sign beside the road with a man fishing. It's similar to most small towns, but I like the sign, and I like how well cared for the smaller road is. And yet, it's obvious that's where the overwhelming feeling of dark magic is coming from. We round another corner, and I gasp. It wasn't visible a moment before, but now, it's all I can see. A giant, shimmering black net over a massive part of the woods somewhere up ahead. It towers above the trees and radiates dark magic so strongly that it's almost hard to take deep breaths. Half of me is tempted by the call of the dark magic, and half of me is terrified. I don't want to go closer to that. I don't want to listen to it call to me. I don't want anything to do with it. "What's wrong?" Max asks, sounding troubled. "Don't you see it?" I ask in a hushed voice. "What?" Braxton asks, leaning forward and peering out the front window. I can't believe they can't see it. It's that powerful, that overwhelming. Like watching a nuke go off and not noticing it. The dark magic web, it's surrounding some woods up ahead. Max swears softly. Probably the thing keeping help out of Safe Haven. I turn to Max, confused. He notices and continues. "The reports were confusing, but apparently our people have been unable to get into the town of Safe Haven, and no one is able to get out. And inside the town, people are being tortured. Killed left and right. They seem terrified, but our officers can't tell why. They did, however, spot a blood mage at one point." Oh, fuck. This is more than we've dealt with before. There will also be the temptation of a massive amount of dark magic, as well as a powerful blood mage to deal with, more powerful than I am. It's a sobering thought, so just like Clinton's web, but much larger. I'm speaking to myself, but Max answers, "I think so," which further gives credit to the idea that a blood mage is responsible for this, even though I kind of wish it wasn't. We reach a bunch of police vehicles, dark cars, and SUVs. They've set up a makeshift area to work out of. Tents, a canopied area with tables and papers strewn across it on tables. There are people working on laptops. And sure enough, Grim and his team are there. I'm shaking again when Max reaches out and very gently touches my shoulder. I look at him, and his gaze holds mine. "We're here. We'll do everything we can to make this outcome different from the other one." Then he drops his hand and climbs out of the car. Braxton, Trouble, and I get out too, and Trouble is instantly at my side, like he can feel my terror. I reach down and slowly pet his head, some of the anxiety inside of me dissipating. But then Grim sees us and heads towards us. Max walks ahead of us to meet him. They stop, exchange a few words, and then Max hits him. And I mean hits him, knocking him out cold on the ground. His minions run up to Max, and Braxton is gone from my side and is next to his brother, looking pissed. I hear Braxton tell them, "Do it. I fucking dare you." He looks angry, angrier than I've ever seen him. But Max still appears calm. He says something, and the other men look irritated as they drag their buddy off. Hesitantly, I walk up to them, Trouble still glued to my side. "What was that about?" Max turns to me, and I can see the rage behind his carefully placed mask. I reminded him that we're not executioners, and that if we have another issue like last time, I'll personally handle him. And the way he says handle is hot as fuck. I had no idea cool and calm could be so sexy. "Thank you," he nods. "It wasn't just for you, Asha. I wouldn't work for people who felt that was okay." And I swear my heart melts a little, especially because he said it wasn't just for me. It's like he's telling me, without telling me that it was for me. Never in my life would I have thought a man punching another man for me would leave me feeling warm inside. "Now," he says, straightening his cuffs, "we need to figure out what's going on and how we can be the ones to handle your pack. You three stay close to me and don't say a word unless necessary. Got it?" We both salute him and then exchange a grin. I hadn't realized Braxton was going to do it, but it felt right in the moment. Max's amused look is all the reward we need. This saluting thing is going to be a new joke we do. Us three? Huh? Braxton asks, just as Max is starting to head for the other enforcers. Max looks back, confused. Braxton smiles. I know damn well how hard you've been trying not to get attached to trouble, but you have. You're thinking of him now. You see him as one of us. Max lifts a brow. I ordered a special vest for him the first day I saw how important he was to you. That doesn't mean I'm going to baby talk him the way you do and let him lick my ice cream, but he is one of us. Braxton pumps his fist, then turns excitedly to Trouble. Hear that? You get a special outfit from Uncle Max. Trouble excitedly jumps around and gives a few playful barks. Max shakes his head and mumbles, Uncle Max, before turning and heading for the command station out here. It's strange. We're here at the brink of absolute chaos, and I feel better than I have in days. Maybe because these two are starting to form places in my heart and my life. A heart and life that have been empty for too long. And it's nice. I even forgot about the dark magic for a while. Even now, the whispering, the calling of the dark magic, it's quieter. Is that what we need to get free of it? New connections? Things to ground us to this world after all we lost. It's something I'll be thinking about. We follow Max to the half-tent canopy thing they have set up. Half a dozen people are at smaller tables on laptops, and there's one long table in the middle with papers scattered across it. Another computer, and a bunch of walkie-talkies. As we walk up, the big man behind the table picks up one of them off the table and says, Report. Alpha 1, no change, no access. Alpha 2, no change, no access. 15 people in total report back the same thing before the big man slams down his walkie-talkie and lets off a string of curses. He runs his hand over his big, bald head and glares around until his gaze connects with Max's. Then instant relief washes over his expression. Max Blackwell! He roars Max's name, his deep voice making everyone turn and stare. People begin to whisper as Max walks up to the table and shakes the other guy's hand. The man turns to look at the people around him. This is Max Blackwell. He took out the demon singers, the witch child ring, and even the shifter's fights. If anyone can fix this thing, it's him. There's obvious relief on everyone's faces. Apparently, Max is an even bigger deal than I thought. Hi, Thomas, Max says with a smile. How are you doing? The big man seems to only have one volume, which is super loud. Not well, son, not well at all. This whole thing is a shitstorm. We're watching humans and supernaturals alike being slaughtered. There just doesn't seem to be anything we can do about it. Max nods. Well, we're here to solve that issue. He turns and gestures toward me, so I move up closer. This is Asha of the Blood Pack. She has some unique abilities that might be able to help a small team get inside. A team which would include her, me, and Braxton here. Thomas's gaze runs over me. You said Blood Pack? Max gives him a look. A challenging look. That's what I said. I'm pretty sure that this group knew I was coming and know exactly what I am. But some part of me I don't understand loves Max for identifying me the way I want to be identified. It's like from the moment I became this thing I hated, I've felt lost. Like no one sees me the way I am deep inside. And Max's words give me some hope that maybe some people in this world can still see me as something other than a blood mage. And Braxton? He's new to the Force, correct? Thomas looks unconvinced. Max nods. A man I trust with my life. And I can't do my job if I don't have someone I trust at my back. Braxton looks like he could explode with pride. Okay, Thomas says. Then his hands come down hard on the table in front of us. Now, let me show you what we're working with. See this? We come closer and see that he's pointing to the center of the town. He's there. Even with helicopters, we can no longer see him, but yesterday we could, and that seemed to be where he placed himself. Where the bodies are gathering. But that's not the only danger. All over town, people seem to have lost their damn minds. We don't know what he's doing to them, but they're running around screaming, pulling out their own hair. Some of them have even killed themselves. Before, we could see inside. Like looking through fractured glass, but now we can't. We think that means he's getting stronger. Has anyone tried to reason with him? Braxton asks, speaking my thoughts aloud. We have. He's given no response. Nothing at all. Thomas seems upset, which I hope means he's the kind of guy who would rather this all end peacefully. And what does he look like? I ask. Dark hair, maybe auburn, maybe brown. 20-something-year-old. We don't have a lot more than that. My heart races. Maybe auburn? Dark? My brother had bright red hair, but maybe this man was mistaken. It could be him, after all. He's in his 20s, like me. Or it could be anyone else. Do you even want this to be him? I don't know. I don't want to hope for it when whoever is in there has done all of this. Thomas levels his dark gaze at me. But, and no offense, I don't see how this tiny woman is going to get in there and defeat someone this powerful. Because I'm a young woman? I ask, feeling my anger brewing. He laughs. No. I've had enough experience to know that sometimes the littlest pack the biggest punches. I'm just saying, I can feel that blood mage's power. I can't feel anything from you. Fuck. He's right. If this isn't my brother, if this isn't someone I can handle, I need to get stronger. I look at Max, then back at Thomas. I can handle it. All right then. He motions for someone behind him, and a short man comes running up. He hands us all vests and walkie-talkies. Keep those on you at all times. Not only should they allow us to communicate with you, but they have trackers on them. Although you should know, we're not sure they'll work once you get inside. We take them, put the vests over our clothes, and slip the walkie-talkies into them. Then Max looks at Thomas. We're going to circle around and find the best place to enter. A favor, though. I don't want Grim anywhere near us, or our target when we get the shield to fall. Thomas lifts a brow, but says, I'll do what I can, which is a relief, somewhat. Max then looks down at Trouble and up at Braxton. Maybe he should wait out here. Because you don't want him hurt, Braxton says, a slight teasing note in his voice. Max does not look amused. Thomas speaks up. He's more than welcome to hang out with me. I'll take good care of him. And the smile on his face as he looks at the dog tells me he will. Braxton thanks him, then kneels down. Now, Trouble, I want you to stay here with this man. You understand? You're a good dog, and that space isn't safe, okay? He's a dog. He doesn't understand. Max grumbles. But Braxton still rubs his face along Trouble's, squeezing him tightly like a little boy. When he finally releases him, he leads him over to Thomas and says, Stay. He starts to walk away, but Trouble follows him. Stay. Braxton says again, looking back at him. Trouble whimpers and Braxton holds up a hand. Stay. The word is gentle, but firm. As we walk away, I hear Trouble whimpering, his stump of a tail going crazy, but he obeys, staying exactly where he is. And for some reason, my heart aches seeing him. I've never had a dog, never really considered myself a pet person, but Trouble is something else. He's an animal I can imagine loving. Which way? I realize Max is talking to me. I frown, drawing my focus back to the big, black spider web of dark magic. There's no part of the web that feels fragile or weakened, so I just pick one direction and start walking. I circle the web, occasionally passing more enforcers who stand at attention. But when I find a random spot, far from any of the enforcers, I turn to my men. My gaze locks with Max's. You need blood, he says simply. I nod, then look at Braxton. He smirks. That's what I'm here for, right? It's strange. It feels weird to know I need more blood if I have any hope of being a match for my pack member. Dark magic is there in case I need it, even if I really don't want to use that magic. Even if I know that I likely will have to. Okay, I'm going to feed off of you. I release a slow breath. But I want you to know my magic has consequences. Using it makes it harder to keep the darkness at bay. Max actually looks mad. Why didn't you tell me that before? I shrug. No, there's a reason. There is. I just don't want to tell him. Asha, he swears. How the hell is this supposed to work if you never trust me? My gaze snaps to his. Max is mad. and showing it, which is so not Max. Information is power, and you're an enforcer. He looks like I slapped him. Is that all I am? The question hangs between us, but I can't bring myself to answer. I don't know. There's just been so much to handle, and I feel like if I say one thing, I might lose him, and if I say the other, things might change, bring us to a place I can't handle. Understood, he says, and his anger fades away, replaced by that cool mask again. Max. Braxton draws out his name, then he clears his throat. His brother nods. Well, now we know about the consequences of her magic, so we should do our best to ensure she only uses it when necessary. He doesn't look at me, just at Braxton. I'm sorry, I say, although I can't seem to say why. No need to be sorry. We have a job to do. Max turns away from me and heads a little away from the dark magic. He doesn't seem like he's going anywhere, just away from me. I look at Braxton, feeling hopeless. He gives me a small smile. It's okay. Let's just take care of this thing. But hurting Max feels anything but okay. Actually, it feels pretty terrible, and I don't know why. Maybe because if I hadn't fought so hard with the enforcers to let us work together, I would have spent the last couple of months in a cell. Or because when push comes to shove, he always has my back. Or maybe because he seems to have limitless patience for me, no matter how much I push him. Either way, I feel crappy. Ready? Max calls to me over his shoulder. No emotion in his voice. It takes me a minute, but I manage. Ready. Braxton follows me away from the dark web of magic, and we stop just a short distance away from Max. Max's shoulders are tight as he turns around. Without a word, he tugs his collar to the side to give me access to his throat. But for some reason, I don't move. Finally, his gaze meets mine. We need to get in there and help those people. Your person, too. It breaks me a little to see him like this. A big shifter. One who would normally die before letting a vampire feed on him. But he offers himself up to me without a thought. Me. A person who just basically said he's nothing to me. So all this, just because it's right. Just because it will help people. I move closer to him, then slowly push him until his back is against a tree. Max. His name comes out strangely, and he looks at me with confusion on his face. Unable to help myself, I go up on my tiptoes and very lightly kiss him. So lightly it's barely my lips brushing against his. And then, even though I see his shocked expression, I move to his neck. But there, I press light kisses down his throat, listening as his heart races. When I get to the right spot, I kiss him again, harder, then suck a little. My name escapes his lips, and it's husky and erotic. Then and only then, I let my fangs extend. Slowly, I pierce his skin and then start drinking. But already I'm lost. Lost to his touch. Lost to his scent. Lost to his taste. It's like he was made just for me. Like we were always meant to end up here. His hand goes to my hips, and he draws me closer with a little groan that makes fire race through my veins. He's enjoying this. He likes when I touch him, when I feed off of him. He wants me as badly as I want him, and it's like something cracks inside of me. My other hand slides into his hair, and I press my body against his, rubbing myself against his obvious erection. I feel the shudder that echoes through his body and into mine. A shudder of arousal, and suddenly I can't think of a reason why I haven't touched Max before.
The intimate scene has been removed to comply with YouTube standards. To listen to what you're missing, I have included several places to find it below this video.
I finally relax between them, more content than I've ever been in my life. And somehow it feels like this is where I was always meant to be, between these two men. Feeling pleasure that's out of this world. Max looks up, his gaze locking onto mine. His gaze says 1,000 things that he'd never say aloud. like that he loved that he was surprised by all of it. But reality always has a way of crashing a dream, and the shrill ringing of his cell phone does exactly that. He slowly pulls out of me, as does Braxton, and he goes to retrieve his phone. "Hello." Max collects his clothes as he listens, and suddenly Braxton is handing me mine. I don't expect it when he kisses me, but he does. Naked and cocky as ever. Then he gets his clothes, and we're all dressing in a hurry. Max hangs up the phone, then shrugs into his jacket. "Our newest teammate is here. They're going to release him into my custody when we're done." Then he awkwardly looks at me. "Sorry, work." I lift a brow. "I know you're an enforcer, Max." He has the good grace to look embarrassed as he rubs the back of his neck. "I know, But he doesn't say more. I turn and look at the black spiderweb of dark magic. Suddenly, its call isn't so intense, but the magic inside of me, it has fuel. Enough fuel to get done what we need to inside. "We have to go in there now. We have to fix things." Max touches my arm and I jump back. He looks surprised. "Sorry, But fucking hell. Reality has come back in all its bitchy gloriousness to remind me that I have to go into a dangerous situation and try like hell to not get another pack member killed, to stop the horrors that are happening to the people in that town. And then, regardless of who I find inside, I have to keep searching for the others. Which means continuing to work with these two and another mysterious partner. Did I just fuck everything up by fucking these two? We're professionals. I got the blood I need. Now we just need to get in there and save my pack member. My voice comes out curter than I expected it to. "And us fucking is what? Professional?" Braxton asks, looking a little irritated. "It's nothing," I tell him, tilting my chin up to challenge him, even though I kind of wish I'd said something different. "Just perfect." Max mumbles, then his gaze locks with mine. "Fine, just get us inside." I nod, feeling some regret. I'm angry at myself for ruining the one truly good moment I've had in years, but I remind myself if I can save my pack members, I'll have many more happy moments in my life. Marching back toward the spiderweb of dark magic, I pray. I pray that somehow I'll be able to do this, and that I didn't just completely fuck up my relationship with Braxton and Max. Because regardless of how this ends, I suspect I'll need them, especially if it ends badly. Chapter 19. Asha. Power crackles through me and my entire body shakes. I feel the blood within me humming with energy, and I move toward the web of dark magic that encircles the town. It's strange, this magic. It isn't like something I need to know how to use. It feels like something that simply wants me to tell it what to do. That's not how witches work. That's not how any creatures I've ever heard of works. But instinctually, I know that's what's happening now. As my hand hovers above the web, I tell my powers to part it, to let us through, to make a doorway for us. The web hisses as if it wants to fight me, to fight back against my order, but it untangles slowly, creepily, like a living thing, and then a doorway stands in front of us. "Okay," I tell them, "we can get through, but go carefully. Walk exactly where I walk." I feel Braxton and Max draw closer to my back. They can't see the web, and I have no idea what will happen if they touch it, so I move slowly through, inching underneath it like this all might just be a trap I need to protect the two men with me from. When we get far enough inside, I turn back and watch the web close behind us once more, sealing off our exit. Although I'm pretty sure that I can command it to open again if I want to, hopefully. Looking forward once more, I take 2 steps into the town, and everything changes. It's like someone snaps their fingers and destroys the small town vision I had just a moment before. Everything grows shockingly dark, dark as night, only there's no bright moon or stars to light the way. Instead, blood glows off every surface. I know it's blood. not just because I smell it, but it's literally splattered on walls and doors in a way few things could splatter. Pools illuminate the streets, most accompanied by a body nearby, which is weird. Blood mages kill for blood. So if blood is everywhere, what is this one doing? You guys see the glowing blood too, right? Braxton whispers nearly into my ear. I nod. And it's darker? Yes. Max says, and he sounds worried. This is some serious magic. We should stick together, I say. Agreed. Max's voice is almost a growl, and I look back to see he's elongated his claws. My gaze meets with Braxton's, and we both let our nails grow into sharp claws before continuing. The place is fucking eerie. No one is out. There are no sounds, not even the chirping of crickets. It truly is like we've stepped into another world seeped with evil. I try not to think about which pack member did this, but I know deep in my heart that this isn't the work of Simon. My brother might be twisted by the dark magic. I'm prepared for that. But this? This is on a whole other level. None of this are the actions of a scared, confused blood mage. This is some serious shit. And as hard as it is to accept that this means I need to keep looking for my brother, for once I can live with this not being a lead to him. We're all heading for the center of town. At least I think we are, when something changes in the air. Slowly, a heavy fog rolls through the city. But the fog is darker than any fog I've seen before. It keeps growing until I can barely see through it. I start to breathe deeper to make up for the loss of sight, to rely more on my other senses, but it's hard to smell anything except for blood. What the hell is in this fog? Braxton sounds panicked. It's just weird, heavy and dark. I tell him reassuringly. No, Max says, his voice off. There's something wrong with it. Just stay close together. Rely on your other senses. I don't know when I became the one in charge, but it seems I am. Although it feels strange to me. There's something going on with Max and Braxton. Yes, this is weird, but not as weird as they seem to think. Everything's going to be okay. We'll go slow. We'll stick together. I keep moving, sticking to the road we were on, knowing eventually that it will take us to the center of the town. We have maybe 10 more minutes, and then we'll find the source of all of this trouble. They're ghosts, Braxton says, and now the panic in his voice has turned to dread. There aren't any ghosts, I call over my shoulder, then look back, before remembering that we'd have to be nose to nose to see each other. And what if they attack us in this? We won't even see them coming. Max's voice is a low growl. We're okay. We'll smell them before we see them. It's just the fog playing with your head. I reassure them. I hesitate, then keep going. The blood pools and splatters are still lighting through the fog, but nothing like they were before. I just tell myself to put one foot in front of the other, to keep my steps quiet on the cobbled road, to keep breathing in the scents around me, so I know when we've reached my pack member before they see us, if they can't see us through all of this. It's another few minutes of walking, although I'm not sure how much when I freeze. The smell of blood has deepened. The coppery scent is so strong that I actually gag a little, but it's not just blood. It's the scent of dead bodies. I think we've reached him, I whisper, but there's no answer. Max? Braxton? I look behind me. Nothing stirs. I retreat a few steps trying to pick up their scents and find nothing. No trace of them. I have to speak quietly or I'll give myself away to our enemies, but I call for them, search for them for a few minutes, but stop myself from going too far, from leaving the road. I feel like one of those people in movies where if they leave the path, they'll never be seen again. But where the hell are Max and Braxton? Finally, I remember my walkie-talkie and try calling their names over it. Still no answer. A lump forms in my throat. Something had to have happened to them. They wouldn't have just left me here alone to face a dangerous person, even if I was a total ass to them before. If something happens to them... No, I can't think about that. I need to retrace my steps and reach the center of town, the place with the bodies and blood. If I can get there and find my pack member, I can stop all of this. hopefully before the two stubborn brothers are hurt. Turning back around, I retrace my steps, scenting the blood and bodies, but pushing forward anyway. Always moving forward until my foot hits something. I kneel down and discover that I've stepped on a wrist. A dead body from the smell of it. For 1 second, I'm afraid it might be Max or Braxton, but then I see a bright yellow sleeve and breathe a sigh of relief. Dead bodies are never good, but at least it's not my men. I step around it and keep going. The further I go, the more the fog seems to clear until I can see a short distance in front of me. Enough to step around the dozens and dozens of bodies littering the ground. There are still blood splatters everywhere, still bloody pools, but the bodies I come across seem to have been drained, which is something, isn't it? And then I freeze as I hear the sound of bones cracking ahead of me. And it has to be bones. I know it deep inside. I know it by the chill that rolls up my spine. Inching forward, I move toward the sound, until I find it. Until I find the thing. It's turned away from me, but it looks like something out of a horror movie. If it was once a man, it isn't any longer. It's turned an oily black color marbled with green veins. Big tentacles are growing out of its naked back, and the tentacles move like they're living things. It's crouched over a body on the ground, and it feeds on the person's stomach like some kind of wild animal. I lift a hand, feeling the magic inside of me whispering, begging to be released. I think I could kill this thing right now. End its miserable life and not have to fight something that is probably infinitely more powerful than I am. And yet, I drop my hand. Blood pack? I whisper. It freezes but doesn't turn to look at me. I'm Asha of the blood pack. I was there, in the cells along with you. I know what they did to you, because they did it to me too, and I'm here to help you, to get you out of this. Asha. The word comes from it, almost foreign, like it's never heard my name before, and I'm beginning to wonder if I made a terrible mistake. Yes, it's me. I had a brother, Simon, and a sister, Isabella. My mom she was a shifter and a witch. Do you remember me? Can you tell me your name? I don't know what I'm saying or doing. Maybe saying my name was a mistake after what I did. Maybe it'll only piss him off. And then it turns slowly toward me. So slowly that it reminds me of some kind of alien-like animal. My stomach drops. The creature is alien-like. It's covered in oily black and green veins. Its eyes are sickly green with no whites at all, and its front has more tentacles growing out of its belly, whatever this is. I don't know if it has anything human inside of it any longer. I'd heard dark magic could change a person. I never imagined that would look like this. Asha, it says again, this time more smoothly. It stands to its full height, and we stare at each other. I feel the dark magic crackling around us in every direction, radiating off of whatever this man has become. It's like a live wire, and I'm terrified that I'm about to die right here. It tilts its head and points at me. Asha. I nod. That's right. Asha of the blood pack. Then it points to itself. Simon. 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 I gasp in a breath, tears filling my eyes. No, it must just be repeating me. This can't be Simon. Not my gentle brother. Not the boy who watched over me my whole life, who protected me, who let me run wild under his watchful gaze. No, I say. You're not Simon. It tilts its head, and the oily black crawls off of his face like a living creature, revealing Simon. His brilliant red hair, His beautiful eyes. He's thinner, older. But Simon, it's you. I sob, pressing a hand to my mouth. It's me, he says, his voice more like Simon's than before. I've been looking for you, searching day and night. Because of your guilt. His face holds no expression. No, I say, shaking my head, feeling confused. Because you're my brother. Because I love you. Because you're the only family I have left. He studies me. Because you are the reason the blood mages found our town. You were selfish, and you led them right to us. And then you had a choice to save others, and you saved your own life instead. Not just in the village, but with the blood mages. I feel the tears rolling down my face. Yes, I did all of that. Because you're selfish, you have a dark heart. His words are like blows. No, it wasn't like that. I didn't mean for the blood mages to find us, and people don't always think clearly when they're being tortured. Yes, I was weak. I just wanted the pain to end, and I wasn't thinking that you would cost others their lives. His eyes never leave my face, studying me like I'm an insect. I draw myself up taller. I knew that. I'm sorry for all of it. If I could take it back, I would. But I can't. You can't. He repeats my words and takes a step toward me. But now you are powerful. You'll never be hurt again. You'll never let anyone take from you again. He lifts a hand out to me. And you've come to join me, to add your power to mine so that this world will be ours. It takes me a second to process what he said. A painfully long second. No, Simon, no. I've come here to save you. To help you get away from the dark magic. And then he shows his first bit of emotion. He laughs. At me. Save me? I don't need to be saved. He lifts his hands and gestures around himself. I've claimed an entire town as my food dish, my source of power. There are bodies here, but there are hundreds more hiding in their homes, thinking I can't smell them, can't sense them. I will consume this entire town, and then I'll go to the next and the next. Until what? I'm shaking. This isn't my brother. This can't be my brother. Until I've consumed it all. Simon, no. This isn't what you want. You'd never want to hurt and kill people. You'd never want to cause all this destruction just for power. This isn't you. It's the dark magic inside of you. And I'm pleading, but it's because my gut is churning. Something inside of me is saying it's too late, and I can't let it be too late. There has to be a way to save him. Sister, he says with a smile, I think you're the one who needs to be saved. To understand. Our pack was weak, and so we were destroyed. Now we're not weak any longer. No one will ever hurt us again. If you join me, we can have everything we lost. We can have it all. I'm crying, fully sobbing, although I'm not sure when I started to cry. We can't have it all just by pursuing power and using our dark magic, but we can try to get back some of what we lost if we find more of our people and come back together. Maybe we won't have Isabella and Mom, but we can have each other. We can be happy again. Asha, I don't want that life again. His gaze grows harder, colder, and the black webbing that had retreated from his head starts to cover him once more. I'll never be that person again. This is what I want now. Think about what Mom and Isabella would want. I cry out, desperate, feeling everything slipping away. What they'd want is for you not to have killed them in the first place, he tells me coldly. But I can forgive you for that. Their deaths had to happen for us to become what we are now. I understand that, although it took me some time. Simon, join me, Asha. Take this town with me. Take the world with me. We can have it all. I shake my head, my vision blurred with tears. Simon, I love you. You're my everything. But I can't do this. I can never be this. Please just come with me. With time, you'll understand what I'm saying. The oily black has nearly covered his face once more. If that's your choice, then you are not the blood mage I need. You're not strong enough, not powerful enough, and you have no benefit to me. Like everything else that's weak, you must die. And then, his face is gone, and it's only the monstrous creature in front of me. He lifts a hand, and I feel his powers buzzing. I lift a hand, calling to my own magic as sobs rack my body. But even still, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can kill my brother. The monstrous creature, my brother, smiles, as if he's reading my mind. This has been Shifter Crimes. Revenge of the Blood Pack, Book 1. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Narrated by Vin. Copyright 2022 by Lacey Carter Anderson. Production copyright by Lacey Carter Anderson.